Well, after years of having fun, people began to wonder who was best. And so it began. A crew of skiers held a competition in Alaska. Next was Switzerland with the extreme Verbio. Gradually, these contests spread across the world and joined together as a single tour, and so it went global. The big show. But in the end, it comes down to one rider atop a mountain. And while safety equipment is abundant, the rules remain remarkably simple. There's a start on a peak and a finish at the bottom. There are no gates, no piste, no clock, and there's no practice run. Riders rely on a visual inspection and their imagination to create a line. Runs are judged using 5 subjective criteria, which means any approach or style has the potential to win. For riders, the pressure is immense and the margin between success and failure narrow. Over the years, competition has driven the sport to new heights, and now the only certainty is progression. This is competitive freeriding.
All right. Well, very interesting to understand the history that is behind all of this. Yeah, snowboarding and skiing has been around for a while, but to this level of competition and pushing the sports in this way is quite new in the end.
Yeah, it's 20 years, a bit more, 30 years competitive freeriding here in the Mongol. We're in the 19th edition. Yeah, still old, 20 years nearly, but young as a thing.
Exactly. So let's have a look at exactly how it happens between the juniors and how to become a professional freerider.
Since 2008, we have shaped the landscape of competitive freeriding. To this day, 60 world champions have been crowned, pushing boundaries season after season and inspiring millions of fans. Our responsibility is to offer every rider an opportunity to practice their passion for competitive freeriding through a fair and safe system. Starting from the base, our grassroots events fall under the Junior Tour, accessible for riders under 18 years old. From 18 plus, whether a rookie or an accomplished competitor, riders can compete within the Qualifier Tour, featuring events all over the globe and accessible to all levels. Then comes the Challenger Tour. This is the stepping stone to the Freeride World Tour, where the top riders of the FWT Qualifier compete against the bottom-ranked riders from the FWT Pro Tour. It consists of a series of invitational events that will determine who gets a spot on the following year's FWT Pro circuit. Finally, we have the Freeride World Tour, the umbrella identity which exhibits the best pro freeride action at the highest level. This is where the best freeriders worldwide compete for the ultimate crown, the Freeride World Tour Champion title. The sports pyramid has been imagined in a way that gives equal chances to every rider around the globe to compete and grow in a safe environment.
All right. Really good insight from the Freeride World Tour there. Flo, there's been so much going on this week in Nanda. We've seen wonderful events all week, and the Nendaz Freeride has been around for ages. Can you tell us a little bit about it?
Yeah, it's like the 19th edition, as I mentioned already. We start on Saturday with a Junior 3-star on La Dent de Nanda. Then on Monday, we had a very nice competition, a 2-star event on the La Maretz, northeast facing. with very good snow as well. Then we're waiting for the bad weather period. And yesterday, actually, we had the 3-star event as well on La Donnonda. Very great conditions, great show, and we do that for years now, that Freeride week.
That's amazing. I can't believe how many volunteers, how much staff, how many people are involved in this event. It's absolutely unbelievable to see that people are highly motivated.
Yeah,
How many people work on this event?
Yeah, we're roughly, like, for an event like that, in a whole week, we're up to 100 people in the background, really working for those events. A lot of volunteers, as you mentioned. It's a huge crew, actually. And only the crew, that organization, can make such events happen.
Absolutely. I believe that's the only way.
Yeah.
And you know what? I feel like this is really working out because so many young riders are getting very, very hyped, and they're all getting into the Nendaz Freeride Academy.
Yeah, indeed, yeah.
What is the Nendaz Freeride Academy?
It's actually a team we built a few years back to help the local guys, especially juniors, but as well elite guys, to train. We support them in training throughout the winter, in summer as well. Avalanche training, competition training, so on. And that's our little academy. We try to push the local people and help them to get into competition freeriding.
All right. I think this is so important to actually teach kids from the beginning, especially knowing that this is a sport where you need to consider risks and safety as in first place.
Yeah, indeed, yeah. That's why it's super important for us, really, to help those young guys. And yeah, hopefully we see them all of them on the Mont Blanc, as we will see today, one of the team on the freeride, or even two.
Absolutely. Well, I can't wait because you know what? The youngins nowadays, they go train year-round. They train on trampolines. They train on airbags. And they can even do this in the summer, which is bringing their level up very, very much faster than back in the past. Well, and one of the very, very cool events that we had this season in January with Powder, with Kickers, was the Nendaz Backcountry Invitational. We've had an incredible roster of athletes coming from the entire world. Let's have a look at it.
Dub 10, stop alert like nobody's business, Timo. Oh, yes.
Backflip in the ladies' field, and she stunts it. You are becoming a legend at this right moment.
That double flap, yeah, just over rotating it a little bit. Jordan Legal. Here. He's got it to himself with the triple front flip and walks out of it. That was G.
Front flip over the 10. It is absolutely crazy.
For the double, and she stomps it! Yes, Mila, double backflip. Becoming the second girl today to put down a double backflip.
What a run! This is non-stop.
And here we are at the very top of the Mont Blanc face. How high is this face, Flo, do you know?
It's a bit more, around 3.5, or a bit more than 3,000, around there, 2.9 if I'm not mistaken. I don't know it by heart currently.
Yeah. That's all right. This is a high face. We can see the riders. There's a snowboarder going up the face at the moment. They take about an hour to get up there. 3,000 is high. Like it's low oxygen. It's a really good workout.
Yeah, indeed, yeah. Especially a warm-up on a day like that, but you still have to be careful that you don't sweat too much. because you have to wait on top for the other riders, and you can get cold, which is not good. Yeah, we see here the Mongol 2,700. Yeah, a bit more than 45 degrees. That's very good. You have different angles on the face. It's east facing, northeast facing. Snow conditions, as we saw today, we've done it as well. We rode it. It's very nice, powdery snow. So some areas with a hard layer underneath, but I think it was a good experience to ride it this morning, and we'll be ready for a good show.
Indeed. So Flo, we were there at 7:30 this morning.
Yeah.
The sun was only starting to shine. We couldn't see much, but it's pretty straightforward. This face is steep. It's very impressive, and this is the reason why the riders have been studying it for a while now. Some of them have been competing on it in the past few years. Some of them haven't. They're all very, very looking forward to ride Mongol. This is one of the iconic faces of the Challengers series this season. We're going to see right now one of the runs from this morning. It's a 4-runner run, and this basically is done to give an insight to the riders that are watching from the bottom to know the quality of the snow and basically have an idea of the riding they're going to be able to do. So this is
Lack Powell.
Absolutely, who
Yeah.
was coming down half an hour ago.
And yeah, here you see pretty good as well. The face on top is quite convex, so you don't see in the main part of the face from the summit. So it's pretty difficult to navigate on top. Looks easier than it is. Yeah, very nice drop there. You see the snow is great in the central couloir.
Absolutely. He is definitely navigating between rocks. We have seen the Mongol a bit wider in the past. This is definitely a rocky face. But man, it does look good. There's some really, really good slush. Some little ice-looking balls. There's a shark that just uncovered. So riders are really going to have to watch out for...
It's all about smart riding today. You have to choose your line wisely and avoid rocks.
All right, and out there at the bottom, see, he was trying to really put pressure on his skis, but had to readapt. So people, riders are going to have to adapt to the snow conditions today. The second 4-runner from this morning was Lauren Nicolas, and we'll be about to see her run from the morning.
Yeah, another view of the summit.
Yeah, so this is what it looks like from the very top. You cannot see the bottom of the face, which is quite impressive. You need to get a little bit further on the face. This is Lauren that came down this morning to give another idea of the quality of the snow.
Yeah, it not only helps the riders, but as well to judges to calibrate, to see in the morning for the first 2 runs, really, how they're working together such that they are ready afterwards for the real competition. And it's very important for us judges as well to have a look at those 4 runners.
That's right. Well, Lorraine is able to link up very nice turns on this side of the face. So I guess that's going to that's going to give the riders envy to go on this side.
She's going central as well, and it's very important when you do 4 running that you don't go too fast or you don't jump the big things. It's really to give the riders an impression of the face of the snow, but not to destroy landings and takeoffs.
Exactly. Here in the middle, we could see that there was a little tricky place where the snow had gone already. I had been through this morning as well, and indeed you can feel the bottom when the powder is gone, which is pretty hard. So the snow will absorb the shocks when the riders will be jumping, but then they will come out pretty fast. Beautiful line from Lauren Nicolas this morning at sunrise. Indeed.
Yeah.
Well, Flo, this is enough to get the riders pretty hyped for the day.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, and it gives as well the judges Ludwig Biancin, Jevon Jalis, and Flo Gassner, the 3 judges plus Skylar's video judge. Good view on the mountain.
Exactly. And indeed, the judges are getting ready.
Yeah, here we see the judges, Ludwig preparing himself as well. Yeah, it's the morning of the competition. We have to get ready too. Scaling the face. The work starts about 1 hour before the competition, really to get prepared as a judge. And we have, as I mentioned, 3 judges plus 1 video judge who will intervene if there are questions from the others, but he will not be a proactive part of the judging panel. And
I see. And then, so how does it happen? Do the judges do everything by themselves, or do they talk in between them?
They talk sometimes if they have discussions a little bit, but normally the goal is to be focused. Everyone works on his own. We then discuss if we don't agree. We have to calibrate. We all have to agree a little bit on a run. Sometimes there are discussions, but in a positive way discussions. That's why we're all experienced for years. Everyone knows the other ones, and we all know how to judge as well. So
very good. And so a rider that's coming down at the very top starts with 50 points.
Yeah.
What happens after this?
He starts with 50 points basically, and it's like a thermometer. We go down. Every action he gets positive points or negative points. We go up and down on that. So we arrive with a score at the end. It's not like that. It's just like an overall impression. But we'll have 5 criteria like line, fluidity, technique, air and style, and control. That influence basically the final score, and will be per action will be a deduction or a plus point, and that's what we look at.
All right, so the score will finally be between 0 and 100.
Yes,
100
that's correct,
being the best score that a riders could get. Very interesting. And we'll have a closer look in the video that is upcoming at every criteria, which is a subjective criteria. So the judges have had to get trained to understand exactly what it meant. All right, let's have a look at it.
Hi, my name is Bertie Denevo. I'm one of the Freeride World Tour judges. We score riders from 0 to 100. When the rider leaves the gate, he has a score of 50, and then the score goes up or down depending on what we see. There are 5 judging criterion. The number 1 criterion is the choice of line. We'll judge whether the line was difficult or not, and whether the athlete did the best out of his line choice. Then there's air and style. How big is the jump? How many are there? Were there tricks in the air? Was the rider in control in the air? How were the landings? The landings are part of the jump. Then there's fluidity. We judges are here to decide whether the athlete was really fast or kind of slow compared to how exposed or how difficult it is to ski. Then there's control. Here we'll judge whether the rider was in control at all times. Then there's technique. For pros, we don't really judge their technique, but we might take off some points if they side slip in a place where another rider was taking turns. The score, like a temperature, will go up and down so that we have a score in our heads when the rider crosses the finish line.
Beautiful. This is now much easier to understand. And we are back in beautiful Nanda, in the heart of the Swiss Alps, for this incredible Freeride World Tour Challenger by Orage today.
It's a nice morning atmosphere here on the mountain. It was great to be up here at 7 o'clock. Now the sun is rising, visibility is getting better, it's getting warmer. And
absolutely. And
great,
we've just had a speed rider coming down this morning. It's Will Tucker. Let's have a look at his ride this morning.
yeah.
Incredible. So this is the view from the top of the Mongong. And Will is skiing, half flying in the air, making some turns, enjoying the powder, and off he goes. Yes, this is really an impressive view. See how steep this face is? Mont Blanc is incredible. Will having a time on this mountain.
No, it's huge. Gives you a nice impression of the face as well from another view. And yeah, it's part of our atmosphere here. We start in the morning, paragliding, and will be a huge crowd here.
Incredible. Man, how much adrenaline just happened here. Actually, Will is right here. Will, come on and tell us about this incredible run.
Fine, yeah?
Whoa, come on everyone. What's up?
I'm going to give you a little headset. Will is joining us.
So good to join you, Elise. I have to warn you, the last woman I met live in commentary for Nendaz Freeride, I asked to marry me, so I don't know if you're not single, so it's going to be safe today, but yeah.
Big up to Anna. Big up to Anna Smoothie. Loads of love from the booth out here in Nenda.
Yeah, I mean, I just had a really great chat with Lockie Powell and Lorene Nicola, one of the forerunners there, and they say in general feels like great speed power. It's maybe a little dense, but running really nice and fast. There are some like unexposed rocks, so that's going to be the little tricky bit. I think we might see some people get sharked out in the open spaces where the wind's affected it, and maybe those takeoffs like looking a bit rockier. It's melted away over the last or 2 weeks since we saw snow, so just going to take a lot of skill in terms of setting up the speed and where you're going to pop off every cliff today, I think. And yeah, generally always excited for a day on the Mont Blanc. It's we've got great conditions. It's so varied what you get on this mountain every year. Maybe not the deepest we've had for some of the biggest cliffs, but yeah, it's going to be a great show, and super excited to get into this. And yeah, let's get going. How was the pre-show? You had a great time, and we talked about the Nendaz Kids event going on today, and obviously all the other events, Backcountry Invitational.
Yeah, for sure.
Absolutely. We had a look at all of this, but man, to be honest, everybody has his eyes on Mont Blanc. This mountain is so special. You've been living here in Nendaz for a while. What does it mean for you, this mountain?
So much. The same, a little bit, the Le Don de Nendaz. They're both so accessible, where you get lift access just to the ridge here, and then within about 45-minute walk, you're on top of the Mont Blanc, and you get 300-400 vertical meters of full-on, one of the best competition faces in the world. So in terms of the standard of rider that ends up coming out of here, because we're inspired by this competition every year, seeing so many incredible lines, new options on these cliffs go down. They then get practiced a lot, and a lot of the young kids you're seeing coming out of Nendaz Freeride know a VMO, and they just know it like the back of their hand. So by the time we get to see them compete here, it's super impressive. And yeah, obviously, I spent about 10 winters here, and the culture that's therefore built up around freeride, because we have this degree of facility in front of us, is just, yeah, second to none in the world. We're in the Four Valleys with all the access to all this terrain, and little bits like the Mont Blanc are just, yeah, but one of the most special in the world for me.
What a freeride paradise, Will.
Right, totally.
All right. Well, I think that the riders are all getting ready at the very top of the comp in order to drop in a few minutes. Will, I think you are staying in the booth.
Right, I'm with you.
Flo, thank you so much for joining this morning.
Thanks to you.
Have a wonderful day.
You too.
Don't mess it up, judges. You got some celebrity judges on that panel. It's great to see Manu Mandel and Siobhan Chalice and you with all the experience. What's 21st Nendaz Freeride for you now? Or?
No, it's on the 18th.
18th,
the 19th edition. So
don't mean to overestimate you.
Well, we'll see you all next year for the 20th anniversary.
Yeah, for sure. Have fun.
That's for sure.
Yeah,
Yay!
legend. Let's get it done. Enjoy, man.
You too.
Thank you. Beautiful. So we've got the last riders that are coming up. They've got an order, so they all know what time they're actually going to be dropping. The first riders are already getting warmed up. They were definitely warm from this little 1 hour hike, but then they just need to rest and take a breath at the very top of this mountain before they start hammering it down.
There is a little bit of a wind building from the rider's right shoulder. You just notice on the summit, but as soon as the sun gets up on us now, I think minus 10 ambient temperature at the very start of the day, but it's really going to warm up. Snow conditions hold really well, especially on the rider's right shoulder of the mountain is like a pure north aspect. Do get a little bit more wind effect from the prevailing wind on the rider's left aspect sometimes. But generally, I think, yeah, rider's going to be in a good zone. It's a great mountain to get ready for and prepare yourself with a good length of hike. So let's have a look at how we're going to drop these riders today. Elise, who's starting off?
Let's see, the snowboard women are kicking it off this morning on the Mongon face. And, well, the snow is really nice for snowboarding today. This is Bryony Johnson who's going to, start, followed by Michaela Halston, Sarah Bacher. And then the Frenchies, Ioma, Tiffany, Dora, followed by Selena Weber, Julia Buttazin, and the rest is coming. We have so many different nationalities. Today, I think there are about 16 different ones. It's unbelievable to know that riders have been traveling the entire world in order to come here today for the show.
And some great stories to be told in that snowboard women's starting lineup. Of course, Tiffany Perriton, almost honorary local to Verbier these days, and just a fantastic, always puts on a fantastic show, always threatening for the World Tour. Michaela Halston must be the 5th year I'm commentating on the Finnish rider at the Nendaz Freeride, always there or thereabouts. Looks like we are genuinely ready, though, for Bryony Johnson, all the way from Australia. A lot of Mountain Hotham riders have been here. Clearly a great club setup they've got there. We've seen their coaches competing in the 2 and 3 star, and a lot of the kids through the week as well. Always nervous moments for the very first rider of the day. A lot of pressure on your shoulders to do the first competitive run. First person to really take some risk into these takeoffs and landings.
Absolutely. Bryony Johnson's biggest dream is snowboarding in Alaska. But let me tell you, Mongon is a really, really good step in order to get to the point of going to Alaska. She's got this little back 360 in her bag of tricks. And I wonder if this face is really a freestyling face. But you know what? She could surprise us.
Yeah, I think that's always great about the Mongon, is it definitely has a lot of big mountain options and really scary big cliffs to jump off. It also has a lot of playground options on the rider, wide rider left, wide rider right. There's a lot of smaller cliffs that you can use in a variety of ways, lots of different kicks if you're looking for flips or spins. And indeed, if you're a freestyle-orientated rider, there's a way to stack up points without necessarily using the big mountain line. I think in the later categories, we might see people needing to use the big mountain lines. We're on course with Bryony Johnson.
Up she goes.
Talk us through it, Elise.
Bryony Johnson on course. Yes, with a nice little hit at the top of the face. She looks fired up. Let's go, Bryony.
So cool this year. We've got the live view in front of us, as well as this perfect TV feed that you're getting. Lovely little air off the first trampette at the top.
Very nice. Bryony making her way towards the central part. Maybe she is about to traverse onto the rider's left. She's aiming for another feature out there.
Taking it on the 4 line really nicely. Fairly sensible set on it. As we say, with sketchy snow conditions going out first, not a bad option to kind of choose. Maybe a few smaller cliffs at the top on the windier part of the face. Link them together, stack up the points.
Yeah, she's managing her speed very well, jumping out of everything she can. We've definitely seen some bubbles coming out of the snow that were looking very hard and she had to come around of. So, yeah, riders are going to have to adapt to the terrain. Nice slushing.
Snow looks great, actually, doesn't it? It's quite a firm base underneath it, reasonably dense and fast, speed power on top.
Absolutely. Here's Bryony entering the steepest bit at the bottom of the face.
Lovely
and
setup
aiming,
here.
yes, for a beautiful drop. Bryony hitting first in this face today. And yeah, she's going for it, jumping in the couloir.
Genuine clinic if you're looking for your instructor exams on just how to take an air like that, pulling the knees in, staying really balanced over the top of things, extending, taking the landing, absorbing really nicely. And generally, she's really well in control throughout the entire run. Probably expected to be somewhere in the middle of the fluidity. We might see a few people attack it a little bit faster, but certainly racking up the air and style points. Here's one more and grabbing Indy off the bottom hit. Locking that in front of the foot.
Beautiful. She is so fluid in that bottom part of the run. It looks absolutely incredible out there. And the sun now is shining on almost all of the face. The riders are going to have a really good visibility. Hopefully, we just stay on for a Bluebird day all day.
Yeah, it doesn't look like the clouds have already burnt off that were building over the ridge behind us. So conditions going to stay perfect. Bryony Johnson making the absolute best of them for the first run out of the day.
Yes, and you know what? It is something to start off a comp, and especially to start off a category, because the judges are going to set all of the category on this run.
Right, exactly. They've got to range themselves for the rest of the day now. Standard technique is to put this in on around a 75 because you can't go wrong with that. But maybe they want to hedge their bet, say this is towards the top of the category and we're going to see more control issues in the rest of them and just space this up towards 80, 85. As I say, serious celebrity judging panel today with former world champion Manu Mandel in the female snowboard category. So in terms of experience on the judging panel, couldn't do any better. Gail Rabordi will be on the video judging right now, just checking all these little questions of control. There isn't one there, though.
There you go. We can see a little replay of the top hits from Bryony, which looked really, really good. And today, indeed. So, yeah, we've got Siobhan Chalice and Ludwig Bianca, Flo Gessner, the 3 judges. We've got, as you said, Gael Rabordi on the video judging. And yes, all of them are going to be debating in order to set up the first score of the day.
Here it comes then. It's a 65 going in for Bryony Johnson. So perhaps just noting the fluidity, the judges hedging their bets there. We'll see it go. What will Michaela Holston bring out with all the experience she's got on the Mongon face? May well find a more challenging line and ride it more fluidly than that. Can she keep the control as good as Bryony Johnson had it?
Absolutely. So this leaves plenty of space between 65 and 100 for all of the next riders to summit points.
Smart head judging from Siobhan Chalice as ever. Huge experience, both in sort of freestyle snowboarding and now free ride. She's been at it for 5 years and one of the top picks to be a World Tour judge any day now. Lots of experience at this particular level, 4-star and Challenger.
All right, this is Michaela about to dropping. She's from Finland. It was not her name. It was not the right name on the screen. Don't worry. She's 36 years old. She's been on the qualifiers forever. Yes, nice 180 at. They're starting the things off.
Does that mean she in fact kind of started switch and then into a half cab, frontside 1 from switch into the next hit then? Indy grab off that next one and Michaela Holston once again showing the experience on this face.
Absolutely. She's been riding around here a bunch on comps, and she's been studying the face. We're going to say she is flying down this face. What a nice run.
So immediately noting that the fluidity is perhaps just as impressive or more impressive from Michaela Holston, adding more air and style features into the line, getting the 2 grabs already with the frontside 1 at the top. So Michaela Holston, if she can keep the control, staking a claim to rank above Bryony Johnson for the moment.
Yes, she's going for
Lovely
a beautiful hit. Just falling full line in a double inside the bottom couloir. It's getting steep over there. A 3rd hit straight after 1 second between all of those hits. Wow.
The judges have got to appreciate that, adding up the difficulty by taking a line where you've got to control in between features to get the speed right, to get off another one. It's a 4th hit almost in a row from Michaela Holston, making, I think, 7 in total for the entire run. No issue for control. We mentioned that the top of the run was distinctly more fluid than Bryony Johnson's, and therefore Michaela Holston, I think, staking a claim to the top spot for the moment. Only 2nd rider out, and another hit at the bottom as well.
Yes, she is making the most of the space. She's been really linking the features in a very, very fast and fluid way. The judges are going to love this, Will.
I love that we're sat right behind them this year. I feel like I'm so like part of this whole process going on, looking to the conversation. Siobhan keeping them on the point, asking Manu what we need to know about this particular run. What are the differences between that and Bryony? Compare the air and style. I think Michaela Holston perhaps on that criteria ranking a bit above. More airs in total, more grabs, and the one at the top. And indeed, yeah, fluidity we mentioned definitely up there. No control issue whatsoever.
Absolutely. She was on top of things from top to bottom. And yes, having the best of fun, it looks like.
For me, it's 4 criteria, pretty much fully satisfied. How much range will they leave in it to fit riders in between Bryony Johnson and Michaela Holston?
Here, this was the second hit, that Michaela has been on, linking turns.
Look at that control. Stunning.
Absolutely beautiful. Finish rider, yeah, she's got a beautiful smile on her face. She's got to be happy.
There it is, 80.33. Into first place goes Michaela Holston from Finland.
Absolutely. She has definitely been podiuming a bunch around here. And yeah, I guess this is her spot.
You can hear her breathing heavily. It's, what are we, 300 vertical meters to get to the bottom of the Mont Gant. And with all of those air and style actions added in, it's an awful lot of piston movement with the legs from Michaela Holston to drive that snowboard all the way into the finish line.
Absolutely. This is summer work out. That is for sure. We've got the next rider getting ready. Up in the start gate, this is Sarah Bacher from Austria. She came up 5th in La Rosière at the first Challenger this season and 2nd last week in Montafon. Yeah, I guess Sarah is definitely highly motivated. She is fighting to get on the World Tour next season. And she's been training really hard in Innsbruck around her hometown.
And she says within the last year, she's crocheted 44 beanies. So if you're looking for a new hat, clearly give Sarah Bacher's website a check.
Let's go, Sarah.
And always love the Austrian riders. Again, I'm going to mention Manu Mandl, Austrian world champion. Really, with all the experience they have in that nation, they build really sensible heads for reading terrain and understanding a mountain and its snow conditions and how to apply a run to it. Sarah Bacher is out of the gate. She gets to work. Nice little ollie in the open at the top.
All right, the top of this face is getting a little tracked by now, but she is definitely enjoying it.
Onto the big trampette, as I call it, taking it off the corner, nice and controlled.
The big trumpet.
Trampette I'm going for, like a small trampoline, but it's a big trampette.
I love that the rocks have a name on this face.
Oh, we've got some great ones coming up later on for you. The Heartbreak Hotel at the moment we haven't seen yet at the very bottom.
All right, Sarah having so much fun. She is, yes, slushing powder all over.
Does look really good in the open, doesn't it? And again, the control between features here from Sarah Bacher is impressive, and setting up on the 4-line now. Another lovely air immediately onto that heel edge to control speed and finding good snow on the exit.
Yes, definitely a beautiful air there. It was much bigger than her size.
And another, what are we on, 5 airs now for Sarah Bacher. And lots of stunning turns, fluidity in between these features now. Sensible riding.
Yeah, she is coming in the steepest part of the face. She is opening all of this side of the mountain. Nobody has been here, and apparently it is a really good choice. Yes, Sarah Bacher sending it.
Racing
coming
a
out
slough.
full speed. Falling into her slough. Another hit. Yes, go, Will.
And it's going to be a photographer's absolute dream when you get people airing ahead of their own slough. She's kicked off from the turn above. Great control of that. Great speed through the entire run. Is it better than Michaela Holston? It's up to the judges to decide now. A lot of actions in both runs. Fluidity is pretty similar. I think a little bit more in the way of airtime for Michaela Holston, even if it's the same number of actions. Gail Ribordi straight to the video judging there to have a look at the control in between the features. Michaela Holston perhaps using steeper terrain in the middle, but that exit from Sarah Bacher is really asking the question for the judges. Is this first or second place?
All right, and there's been, some stuff happening at the bottom that the camera could not see, unfortunately. But yeah, Sarah's definitely made the most of this face, opening a new line on the Mont Gant today.
We look over to the judges, Siobhan marshalling the troops, deep in conversation.
Here's the top of the face replay from Sarah as she was coming in, aiming for the rider's left side out there. It did look quite wind affected on the space, but you know what? Snow looked absolutely fantastic when she came through.
Here it comes then, waiting for the score on Sarah Bacher after the fantastic replay images from our TV crew here at the Nendaz Freeride. Love that we have drones in the air, often several of them giving you multiple angles. Nervous looks for Sarah Bacher. Here it comes. 80.81, and is that just squeezing into first place above an 80.33? It is.
Absolutely. Sarah is just coming up first place, about to go sit in the hot spot.
And we're back on top for wildcard entry into today's event. Iyuma Fugain, French rider, is indeed number 4. Yeah.
Iyuma actually, she could step up on the ranking because a rider, one of the riders did not come, so she stepped in because she's the next rider on the list. With her 31 years old, Iyuma has been riding the entire world. She is an incredible snowboarder, and off she goes.
Into it with a good bit of speed, and first rider, I think, to make her way more to the rider's right side of the face. Looks a little bit more peppered and cookied, as we might call it, with the snow as she traverses now to get truly out onto the rider's right. Love these drone images.
It's incredible. I am so stoked. Riders are going all over on this face. They just love every bit of it. And yes, Iyuma sending her first hit. Yes.
Really nicely taken into a really deep pocket off the 4 line. Quite big on the first hit.
And she knows exactly where she's going. She's going over these massive cliffs over there, staying in the sun, staying on the ridgeline.
I think that's my main comment for when you go out to this rider's right. It just kind of keeps bowling away from you. The convexity makes every roll blind. It's really easy to get lost. Got to pick the right rocks and know the shape of them from the top, having scoped it from where we're sat opposite now. But no problem for Iyuma Fugain, who's immediately found another lovely air, sensibly notices the rock on the exit, and fantastic control to shuffle on the heel edge over a rock and now cruising.
Iyuma is jumping big today. Those are really, really massive rocks. And she is, keeping full control. She knows exactly where she's going. She lives in Verbier. She knows the area. Beautiful hit.
Awesome.
Again from Iyuma. Yes, she is killing it.
Does have the Heartbreak Hotel on her line now. Is she going to use it? It's always a scary one. There is a tree option just above it as well. Yes, nice option, and switch frontside 1, I believe, half cab off the very last hit of the day. And the judges have posed the question now, perhaps it is less in number than the hits of Michaela Holston and Sarah Backer, but they're all massive hits, really sensible line, really fluid through it, and with the freestyle element at the end. The question is posed.
Wow.
Wow.
Big question. Well, indeed, this little bit of freestyle at the end, looking and studying this little lip at the top of the cliff and taking it as a side hit was a really good idea.
Definitely stoked to be in commentary rather than, nice to see, calling friends out on the live. But yeah, always happier to be in commentary than I am to be on the steno and writing down the score for this run, because it really is a tight question. You've got to make a decision now. Is it better to go big or is it better to go through lots? Those are massive.
Rocks. Yes.
Think for my money, you should push the air and style, and taking more risk on the larger hits is better for free ride is a better free ride performance in the end than stacking up more smaller hits. Is this enough for you?
And the rider really needs to know herself and know exactly what fits her style of riding. Iyuma on this face has definitely done something that looks like her. She's just been sending it huge, clean, controlled. And yes, this is her. Well,
comes in at 71.67, so the judges choosing that the traverse out to the terrain on the rider's right, slowing her down. Perhaps 1 or 2 less hits than Michaela Holston. For me, no issue of control anywhere to question on that run, considering she was going bigger. But indeed, the judges today deciding that Sarah Backer, Michaela Holston are going to rank up top for now, and that puts Iyuma Fugain in 3rd place, does it, above Bryony Johnson for the moment.
All right. Well, indeed. Well, this is very interesting because the way that judges see the face and the way they're considered that one side is harder to ride than another, that counts into the line. But then, indeed, you're summing up hits. And basically, each hit equals a number of points. And, well, if you sum up hits, you might get a good amount of points.
I think there is some, it's in the new judges' handbook that we're looking to move away a little bit from that, and the lower consequence hits are going to be ranked equivalently smaller in points, so that we get to a point where we kind of promote not risk-taking, but certainly going larger and lower percentage plays, going on steeper terrain, taking larger hits. If you can add the freestyle elements to that, then that's a lot better than taking a lower consequence, small flat takeoff into easy terrain. We're back on top, though. Tiffany Periton,
Tour champion on the run. Yes, Tiffany is kicking it off at the top with some strong turns out there.
And our neighbour, we both live in Le Chard, me and Elise. Tiffany Periton from just over the hill from Nondart, riding in Verbier for the most part, into her first hit and kind of ollieing really nicely with control. And the first rider to go out wide to the rider's left this time, and the snow looks great out here. Tiffany making great work of it.
Beautiful, very large turns, aiming for another hit. Tiffany knows exactly where she is going as well. And this is the rider's left. Yes, beautiful drop out there, following the pass of Sarah. And she is definitely getting into the steep. Tiffany likes steep. She likes the Bec de Ross and Verbier right next to her. She loves the Mongo.
And I like this line through here. Really sensible work, beating the slough out of it. And a lovely turn from Tiffany Periton. Will she find one more hit? She's going to traverse in above this tree, and it's a pretty massive rock to exit the line here. Onto the 4 line, Tiffany Periton.
Yes, dropping in. She knew that she could hammer this, and yeah, she knew where this this tree was. She's been finding her entrance very nicely. She's taken it from the top.
Fantastic riding from the women's snowboard category. We have not seen a control issue from one of them yet. Fluidity from Tiffany Periton right up there with the best of it. Again, I think Michaela Holston and Sarah Backer perhaps finding more actions in terms of total numbers of airs on the line. But Tiffany Periton riding it really fast, and again, quite steep exposed airs that she's taken. Will the judges therefore pay the fluidity? Will they pay the air and style of hitting more features, or will they pay the line itself and the difficulty of it? Into the finish area, Tiffany Periton with yet another fantastic performance. Must be hundreds of competitive performances for Tiffany now.
Well, I can't believe how clean riders are this morning.
Yeah, I really thought we were going to have an issue with finding sharks out there. Look at that peppered snow, and it just looks like there might be a rock under any one of them. But Tiffany, with all that experience, reading the neige perfectly, finding where the good stuff is all the time, and always with great control on these airs.
Absolutely. She has to be stoked about this run. We can hear her coughing. She was definitely not in her best state for the past week, so she's only starting to feel better.
74.33 as Tiffany coughs it out. That's good enough for 3rd place at the moment. I think ranking her above Ayuma Fugan, below Michaela Holston and Sarah Backer there.
All right, Tiffany jumping on the podium for now, as we've got 4 other riders about to dropping. So there's definitely a threat out there.
Yeah, always a threat. There's so many options left, and especially at this point in the day, all the landings are still full. It is starting to stack up at the very top because no ladies have made a control issue yet in the snowboard category, as we say. Trying to find my co-commentator a pair of sunglasses because it is a beautiful day. Looking south at the face of the Mont Blanc. Make sure you come join us if you're watching on the live stream now. Then get out of the house, get to the top of Plan de Fou. We of course have the bar there. Salomon have got a ski test on. The Nondar village is looking great as it does every year. Waiting now for Dora Kuntz to get underway.
All right, Dora is coming from France. She's 23 years old. Her coach, Erwan Neuville, has to be really stoked to see her at the top of Mont Blanc.
Mentioned she loves a backside 360, which there's definitely lots of availability for that style of trick on the face today. Will she go for that, and will that be the thing that separates Dora from the rest of the athletes so far? On course then, Dora Kuntz from France dropping in.
3, 2, 1. Off she goes, Dora Kuntz on course.
Shredding immediately. That is going to get really chopped up at the top there as we put 50 riders through it for the day, but light work of it for Dora.
Jumping in between turns, coming between the rocks to go for her first hit.
Sensibly taken to control the speed, not aiming for the 4 line off it, but really smart as she's aiming to get out here on the toe edge and find yet another hit.
Yeah, she is going for another one.
Lovely
Popping
control.
Nicely out of this one. All of the takeoffs are quite sharky, so you really need to make sure that you're kind of holding them. That was really nicely done. Dora getting onto the ridge. Yeah, she's got a really nice pace. This is fast.
Generally a great style. You can see the technique in the turns, always stacked over the middle of the board.
Yeah, it looks like she's going to come in. Yes, a beautiful new entry towards the steep
Massive
base.
cliff, yes. Great control on the heel edge, beating the slough out of it again. Photographer's dream.
Beautiful, the slough is coming down right next to her. She's linking to hers so precisely.
Wow.
Jumping back into couloir.
Wow.
Oh my God.
She sets the point release avalanche down the other couloir, controls it and flies towards the finish line. No! Just as I mentioned, the slough control. Dora not expecting it to be that heavy, the slough. It wipes her out on the heel edge.
She was on her heel edge. She could not see it coming, unfortunately. It was really, really hard to know that this was coming from her top hit.
I was just about to proclaim that that was the most big mountain exposed line of the day. Could well have been the winning run. And just as he traverses under the slough, as you say, behind her right shoulder on the heel edge, unsighted, it takes her out. And with the crash and the control issue, the judges are going to have to hammer it. So.
Quel dommage pour Dora, c'était vraiment un run incroyable et vraiment le slough qui vient, c'est la montagne. C'est la montagne et il faut savoir être prêt à tout.
But that's exactly as you say. That's free riding, that's competition. You know, you can have the absolute best day of your life and there are mitigating circumstances. Chalk it up to bad luck if you like. I guess you can look back and study the footage and talk about slough control again, but that would have been extremely difficult to know that was going to occur from the scope. I thought, to be honest, there wasn't that much snow to release on the mountain in the turns today. But yeah, the slough from the top of that section, it's really where she kicked off that first point release at the top that eventually comes 100 vertical meters down the mountain and wipes her out.
This is a happy Dora. Unfortunately, judges will penalize this fall at the bottom, and they have to. This is 43 points, putting Dora at the sixth place.
Yeah,
today.
sixth
Okay,
drop,
as she
last place
says.
for now. Yeah, she's got to understand that. It's obviously hard to take in one sense, but Dora still with a smile on her face, understanding she had a great day on the Mongon anyway.
Absolutely. Man, this was like beautiful riding. This bottom part was movie line riding.
Oh, I'm really excited to go back to the top for a great friend of ours, Selena Webber, absolute legend of the game, coming back from really quite a scary injury on her way to I believe it was this event, but reorganised on the Bec de Ross 2 years ago, and en route there was avalanched out, and yeah, huge damage to her back, and of course the mental health struggles that you have to go through to come back from an injury like that. And I think she's just been really professional about that, to my opinion. Just put the work in, put the time in, understanding that we all need help sometimes. And Selena Webber back on top of her game for the moment, starting to look really comfortable. Obviously knowing this mountain and the whole region fairly well. A lot of experience competing.
Absolutely, and she's been starting off the season quite nicely with strong runs with a 4th place in La Rosière and a 6th place in Montfaucon.
No stranger to the steep, Selena. Great alpinist and mountaineer as well. She loves the entire mountain, always working on something, gets better every day. Those marginal gains stack up in the long run. Selena Webber out to put a performance down for us. Oh, I'm nervous for her now. Come on, Selena.
The drone is playing around her, doing some 360ing. All right, and she's looking like she's aiming for a first hit.
Into it then, lovely solid air. Holds on what could have been a front punch. Little snow snake action on the front of the board, but really strong and pushes through it.
Really good core, Selena. That was, yes, impressive. She is staying on her feet at there.
Definitely never one to quit leg day. Always out for a run. Seems to be fitter every time I try and keep up with her up a mountain anyway.
She's aiming for the looker's left side.
And again, so difficult to scope a line properly over on this side. Selena Nini, all the experience to get through this section. In the shade now, potentially finding better snow. Lining up on a big one. Come on, Selena. Yes! And the control. Look at those 3 turns immediately afterwards to shut down.
Absolutely.
And get set up again.
Beautiful control, and she is linking another beautiful air. Wow, jumping very far just after Iome's track, I believe.
Well, now I'd hate to be a judge. They're quite different concepts of lines. Selena Webber, they're going where Yuma Fugan through the switch frontside 180. But Selena Webber with an absolute full pull of a run. Great concept of a line, very different to some of the other concepts we've seen.
Very powerful run out here at the bottom. It looks like she was just being careful at the top. And then as soon as she knew that she could go straight all the way down, she just hammered it down.
Hard to overstate how much experience when she could have just front punched there, just to have the strength, pull the core tight, to push the front foot through it. Selena Webber holding on to the full run in the end and no control issues really. Big hugs in the finish area. We wait for the score then. The judges go to work.
All right. Yes, this is the replay.
And apologies for my ignorance. I kept introducing Manu Mandel on the judging panel, who has been judging the juniors up to the 3-star all week, but it is Siobhan Chalice with so much experience in the snowboard women's category, head judging this panel. And wait for the score for Selena.
All right, Sarah and Selena hugging out there at the bottom line.
Shout out to all our friends at Protect Our Winters. You see the sticker on Selena's board, always an ambassador for the environment.
She's got to be pretty stoked. Selena has been studying full-time, and she's been putting snowboarding a priority in her life. So she is showing that this is possible, riding at the best level while getting a career ready at the same time.
Into first place, Selena Webber takes an 84. We love to see it with just 2 riders left to go. Selena Webber with the big mountain line out to the rider's right, takes the top spot for the moment, 3 points ahead of Sarah Backer on the 81. Holy moly. What a great moment for us to be in commentary for. Come on, Selena.
How much suspense until the very end of this category. Things are getting shifted. Riders cannot stay on the podium for long with the level of riding that we've got today.
I can't wipe the smile off my face for the moment. Of course, with 2 amazing riders left to come, and still not a single control issue really, except for the slough out from Dora in the entire snowboard women's category. Just an incredible level of riding today, and the experience by the time these ladies get to the Challenger, the level of professionalism and experience they've got on this type of face is, yeah, it blows my mind. Super impressive.
This is Italian rider Giulia Buttassin in the start gate. Giulia was really hyped. She's 30 years old. She's definitely been competing for a while, proving that she's got a really, really good position.
5th last out in Montafon, so looking to improve on a strong performance. Head cam getting clicked on any moment now. We're ready for Giulia Buttassin from Italy.
Exactly. Well, you know what? She'll be at home next week.
Is it home event? How many times do you reckon she's ridden the face? I keep saying the advantage for the Nendaz guys on this mountain is huge. It has to be said.
Ooh, I wonder. We'll be in Monte Rosa next week. All right, off she goes. Giulia Buttassin on course.
Again, all these ladies just attacking this top section where the snow is going to get really tricky, but no time wasted getting into these first hits and on to the small trampette, or the big trampette as I should call it. Little toe edge error, but I think with the binoculars, the judges aren't going to notice that one. 2 small hits so far.
Aiming for a 3rd one, yes. Linking turns, and she has chosen the riders left of the face. Another beautiful hit as she gets into steep bit with a beautiful cliff.
Making it a triple as well. Unbelievable. And the speed out of it, controlling it on the exit, getting back into this next steep, gnarly zone. Great line choice so far, and the control's perfect. Let's keep it going.
Giulia on fire today. She see that the snow is allowing for everything, and yes, she is making the most of it. And she is aiming, yes, for the beautiful tree drop that Michaela and Tiffany have taken. Giulia Buttassin dropping and stomping again, yes.
Really nice, perhaps popping a little later than I saw Tiffany taking it, but a really smart line on it. And talk about fluidity again, it's one of the fastest runs of the day. Perhaps slightly smaller airs on the same line than Tiffany managed to take, but with the fluidity that high, the question is definitely posed once again to the judges, is this in the top 3? Totally different line to Selena.
Taking some very nice power turns out there at the bottom until the end. Yeah, Giulia looks she's stoked.
Oh my God!
Sounding pretty crunchy, just the base that's underneath. Obviously, we have a lot of riders and walking in that finish line, but just tells you that somewhere underneath that beautiful power, there is a firm, crunchy base to it.
Beautiful hit. Honestly, one of the biggest that we might have seen today in the snowboard women category.
And again, these ones kind of in exposure where you've got to get shut down and controlled. Wait, hopefully that sort of triple hit on the replay in a second.
Look
Once
how
again.
she's managing, like how she's holding firmly her board towards, above all of those little balls that the snow might have. It's not that easy.
it's just consider doing a turn on a piece and how long it takes a lot of people to learn, and the level of variability in the snow, the steepness, everything about the terrain out there, the way you can see it, the light on it. It's off-piste, it's steep, it's hard work, and it's fantastic to see that. What have we seen now? 7, 8 riders through the finish line with just one fall, caused from some blindsiding slough, and no one actually making an error in technique.
At the moment. Oh my god! Fuck! But we'll see. Yeah, but then you need more than 80 because...
I feel like all of the snowboard women are going to be the happiest after all of their runs. They're going to party hard tonight.
Yeah, it could be a good party tonight. It typically is. There's a great tradition behind the end of the 4-star, now the Challenger, Nendaz Freeride. The parties have always been great. We're waiting then for Julia. As we say, she needs more than an 80.33 at this point. 77.67 comes in, which is going to scoot her into 4th place for the moment. Oh, it's hard to be a judge today. Lots of differences in the line. Some people taking really steep zones, some people taking lots of smaller hits and doing them really fast and well. Some people taking much bigger lines, but perhaps with less fluidity. For the moment, Selena Weber is on top on an 84 with just one rider left to go.
Absolutely, and she definitely is a threat. Lou Ruiz from France, she's been training in teen hardcore. She is part of the Free Ski Academy. Xavier Trouba training her as well as the other riders. They've got a really strong team and community out there, which really brings up the level fast. And Lou is in.
Always tricky to go out last in the category, but you do slightly have the advantage with the live stream on top of knowing now what level of risk you need to throw out there in order to challenge the top 3.
Exactly. And yeah, actually, you've got the choice. You can watch the live stream because we've got good network up Mongon and know what the other riders have done and then kind of calibrate your run considering this. Or you can ignore everything and just send it.
I know a lot of riders prefer to do that and just not let anything kind of cloud the decision-making process. You make your own assessment of the snow conditions and then just commit to what you had from the inspection to start off with. Other riders choosing just to gather that information, especially about the snow condition in the landings. And, you know, case in point in the 3-star yesterday, it was pretty much one winning line in the men's skiing, and therefore the bombed out level of the landings was getting pretty hectic, and it maybe was sensible to try and swap onto something else later in the day. A little bit of a break here as we wait for Lou Ruiz. Drone batteries being changed so we can bring you those fantastic images from the top.
Absolutely. Lou's literally taken off from being an engineer in order to snowboard full time. And yes, again, this is full dedication. It's really hard to be a professional in this sport, especially in Europe. And yeah, the amount of will that you need and passion that you need to actually dedicate your life and your winters to snowboarding is incredible. So big up to all of you that are just sending it.
Especially so difficult at this particular kind of semi-professional level of the game as it maybe is at the moment. Some of these riders full-time professionals, but a lot of people either still studying or obviously taking on as much work as they can in the winter, maybe teaching snowboarding or skiing, but often it's engineering, as you say, and you've got to split your mind between 2 professions and try and make your way to the World Tour before the opportunities start to come for you commercially sometimes. So a lot of these riders, as we say, Lou Rui under the training auspices of Xavier Trouba, managing to find the money and the time to dedicate half of her life and all of the winter in teen.
Lou was competing here last year on the Mongon, but last time her run finished after 5 seconds. So she's really, really looking for redemption today.
Like I've just found the note, her biggest dream is in fact to stop working. So 2 sponsors out there. Let's have a look at Lou Rui and see if this is going to be worth taking her to be a full-time athlete. Boosting into the top of it, the most aggressive start just out of the start gate. Important to show the judges the posture and the intention.
Absolutely, she's not keeping her energy for the weight on. She's got weight enough for all of the face, aiming for a little second drop.
You can see right in the middle of the various landings from the snowboard women have used that today.
Managing her speed and aiming towards the ridge line out there. Stay on the rider's right. Yes, beautiful hit again.
And yeah, really tricky work to get set up for that with a number of rocks on the run into a rocky takeoff anyway. Got to time the pop just right, and a nice setup once more for Lou. Stays on the traverse all the way now.
She is summing points. You know what? Sending her sluff above this cliff and yes, jumping in.
Oh, but then the heel edge check. Is that going to be a backslap 1 or 2 there from the judges?
Oh, this is very unfortunate. This is the first mistake that we see today. But she is not done, and she's just going to make more and more points as she goes down.
Huge boost on the way out as well. And now into the line that did eventually slough out Dora.
Exactly, into the line of Dinar. Yes.
Will need the slough management, as we said on the exit of this. You can see it starting to release next to her now, and she's going to be jumping straight at it. Needs control here. Perfect. Onto the heel edge. Really smart riding.
Beautiful, and flying down this couloir just before her slough. Yes, Lou. Incredible. Really nice fluidity at the bottom of the line. Yes, she's taking a little air.
And boosting.
At the bottom.
Yeah, you can see the frustration, indignant
jeez.
arm waving going on. Such a shame to have.
Indeed, she is really bumped. You know what? Sometimes you can make a mistake and still make up for it. But today, we have not seen many mistakes.
Exactly, yeah. Everybody else has got a clean run. There's only one other fall in the women's category, and perhaps she's done it higher up on the face and more exposure. Up to the judges how they're going to rank that next to the rider on 43 points for the moment, but I think it's closer to that question. Maybe it's up into the 50s because it's only just a heel edge check, isn't it?
Absolutely, and you know what? It was a beautiful run from Lou.
Here it is, the replay. We're going to call that cliff the Elon Musk because it's on the far right as we look at the mountain, and just sharking out on a heel edge there. Unable to land that one.
Yeah, she's had really, really nice hits. Flying down, she's going to be really proud of this run. I mean, this is definitely making the most of Mongon today. And you know what? Come back next time and do a perfect job.
That's it. The experience is never nothing to you, isn't it? Every fail's a win if you treat it that way and learn from it. So it's a tiny error, isn't it, to shark out on the heel edge there, but that's the way it's gone today. That'll wrap it up. Their 7th place, 67.33. So not being punished too hard, but it does put her in second to last place, is it, today. Lou Rui, great performance except for one tiny moment of error, and that'll wrap up the snowboard women's category for the day.
All right, we can see Selena and Sarah, who just understood that they've definitely podiumed today.
Sarah, just for the camera, can you go left? Yeah. Michaela has to go right, and Selena.
All right. Well, this is actually a very intense moment. Selena, not believing what just happened. It's so incredible. It's such a nice feeling to put down the run, like do exactly what you plan to do and really stick to the plan. And the fact that judges and everybody have acknowledged that you've done the best performance is this incredible thing. So in first place, Selena Weber with her 84 points, straight followed by Sarah Bacher with her 81 points. Michael Alston on the 3rd place, followed by Julia Bottesin, and then the French trio, Tiffany Eyoma and Lou with Bryony and Dora. This was an incredible performance from the snowboards today. Let's have a look at the highlights. All right, back to the finish line where we've got our little podium. They all keep hugging, they're really stoked. You know what, when the pressure goes down, What a relief! What a relief! They've been stressing for days, if not weeks. The challengers are really next to each other this season. They're happening every weekend for 5 weeks in a row. And you know what? Yeah, when the pressure's down, it is something incredible.
And then I think for me, it's such a special moment. Selena Webber, you're talking about pressure, and especially with the injury and the comeback, just that pressure can build up on you for so long. And the degree of relief she must be feeling from that at the moment, winning, I think, her first ever Challenger Series event on the Mont Blanc. One of her favourite mountains, and there we are, confirmation. Selena Webber in first on an 84, followed closely by Sarah Backer on an 81, and even closer behind that, just an 80.33, Michaela Holston in third place.
Yeah, can you believe they're all within 4 points? Beautiful podium today.
Apologies for the choice language you may have heard over the airways there from our winners. We're going to move on to the ski women's category in a moment. Good but sharky.
All right, the three ladies sending really good vibes to the next riders. Yeah, go and have fun is what they say. And apparently they've had a lot of fun. So I guess the next riders, which is the ski women category, are going to be in for some fun. So we've got 14 riders coming up, Will. And those 14 riders, are from about everywhere. We've got France, Denmark, Japan, Austria, France, Spain, Switzerland, Sweden, Australia. Can you believe it?
That's it. Yeah, it's going to be a great show. We got some big names running in this one for you. Of course, Eva Batola, local legend from Verbier, and just one of the strongest riders out there, always sending big lines and adding the freestyle tricks to it. Of course, Mila Delarue needs no introduction. Check out her latest film in Antarctica. Absolutely incredible rider and just young person generally. Powerhouse of a woman.
Zoe Del Zoppo, junior champ as well, definitely is in for some battling.
I'm going to shout out Lou Baran. Last time I saw her, she was winning European Cup Big Air, I think, in La Clusaz. So definitely we got some freestyle riders as well as big mountain riders today. Here comes the start list confirmation for you. Leah Chapuis is going to open it up from France, followed closely by Mia McNabb with Emma Ladette. And as we move further down the list there, Eva Batola is the big name I'm going to make a big fuss about today.
Followed by Clémence Philippard, who did this incredible backflip last week. So she's probably hoping for some freestyle this time. Colleen Mila, Zana Farrell, and Lou ending up. Ooh, this is this is gonna be spicy because the end of the start list is definitely fired up. So it will be a really good suspense until the end of the category.
That's what I'm saying. Lou Baran honestly had one of the most stylish sevens on the European Cup freestyle tour for quite a while. So I'm really excited if she can find somewhere to put that onto the Mont Blanc today.
She's been competing on the Nanda Backcountry Invitational, and she's got her flats in the backcountry are incredible.
Yeah, man.
As well.
It is impressive to see that level of technique they bring from the park, and once you've had that many repetitions in a safe place and you get the skill set to apply it to something as varied as big mountain terrain like we have here, that really is a much higher level of skill for me, and it's great to now see that. I think we've seen it from Ari Tricomi through Hedvig Vessel, just bringing that into the women's game, and the last 5 years or so, the rate of progression has just ramped up, and we're seeing more and more of those freestyle elements, as well as Susanna Wittich blowing my mind with really fast big mountain lines and progressing the sport and that other element and direction as well. So great to see at the moment.
Absolutely. And Will, you're definitely the right person to talk about it because you've been judging and commentating freestyle.
Yeah, a long time now. I think more than a decade of judging freestyle, and I'm on the World Championship slopestyle panel for the end of the year, judging the next Olympic Games for slopestyle as well. So hopefully won't mess up any freestyle trick calls for you today. You can definitely call me out on that. Might have done on the snowboard. I always do. To be
that
fair,
sounds really good. I'm really stoked to see, the youngins just starting to throw things that we have not seen before. And I really feel like it comes from the experience that they gain with trampoline, with summer training, jumping in the pool, just doing all of the crazy stuff that they do.
Yeah, I don't think we can understate how important the inspiration for that is as well. You just, if you don't see yourself in the top of the sport and people are doing those backflips, and there was the moment Hedvig Vessel did that for me, I just kind of see like a million minds open up about how possible that is for anyone in that terrain. And yeah, I think that's been the as well as the facilities are getting better, the skis are getting better, the training's getting better, everybody's getting fitter and stronger and more professional. The sport in all aspects and all categories right now is in a really great moment of growth, as we've just seen from the snowboard women. Let's go
That's
with
right,
Leah
this
Chapuis.
is Leah Chapuis dropping in. Yes. With some really strong turns. Leah's coming from an alpine background. She's got some really strong legs. And as soon as she's started free riding, she just fell in love with the discipline. Yes, beautiful first hit.
Little bit of winding the windows down, but look at the speed from Leah Chapuis, finding features, rapid on the cross-court one there, kind of just in a traverse, so she's using it to add a couple extra points up.
She's so fast on a traverse, knowing exactly where she's going, jumping into this gnarly little bit, aiming for a second big cliff.
And again, the judges absolutely love that, making it a mandatory double, but I think finding rocks on the exit there as she looked pretty balanced over her feet, but immediate front flip there from Leah Chapuis.
Absolutely, yeah, she front punched straight away. What a shame. You know what, it could just be the snow catching her at there, because she did lose control just before the track that she's been around, unfortunately.
And she is also taking off in between. It's a real sniper takeoff between rocks. They might be peppered as well as the big rocks you've got to get between there, so really difficult to time the pop. Maybe she was over the front of them before she even left the floor. She has kind of given us a bit of a wave, and she seems to be okay, but waiting for a ski ninja to get down.
All right, let's see what happened there with the replay.
Let's watch it then. Does she get shocked on the takeoff? Looks good. No, there's something in the landing there. Maybe she finds a little compression.
Her
Looks
right
like
ski.
Yeah, is there a bit of a compression line where the rocks extend on the rider's left at the bottom there. She's very close to that, and I think she's just kind of hit a little bit the face of an upslope.
She has lost a ski, so she will not get a score. She'll get a score between 0 and 1 for today. She's got a ski dude that's coming to help her out, getting her material, her gear.
I always use the analogy, our ski ninjas, as we say, are a bit like a ball boy in tennis. If you need your kit collected, they have the skill to get down the mountain into the places that knocked over some of the best riders in the world and get the ski for them, keep the competition running. So always it's necessary to give a big shout out to all our ski ninjas and all the volunteer team that bring in all the infrastructure for the finish line, for the start gate, for our commentary booth and the judges. Big shout out and thank you to the judges for all their work as well, of course. I don't think that gets said enough. And as you say, they're probably important to communicate. We do operate a system now where we call it a no score in one sense, but you get a score between 0 and 1, and it allows the judges to give you some feedback. If it's at a 0.8, then they're roughly saying it would have been an 80-point line, and instead that's coming out as a crash score. You don't get 80 points, but maybe that's about where it was.
Absolutely, and Leah getting her gear back. She's found her ski. She's got both her poles, and she looks like she's in good shape. So, yeah, apart from she's bombed. She's really bombed.
Of course, there's a bruised ego in that. So it does seem a big shame, as if she was, one foot to the right, maybe 1 meter longer, and she dodges the compression that caused her the front punch. So, as ever, small margins.
Exactly. Leah has podiumed before. She's been at the top, and you know what? When you've been there, you know you can do it. Your confidence is just boosted up, and it's such a pity when you can't make it to where you want to go.
And with our first significant crash of the day, I'm going to steal a quote from legendary racing driver Sterling Moss in saying, if you want to succeed in this game, one must dabble in the boundaries of disaster. And certainly we're starting to see that now from our skiers, finding that boundary, it's only 1 meter away, and if you jump just a tiny bit further, in fact, you'd probably be okay. But if you find the wrong bit of terrain, it's going to trip you up and can be really violent in the way it does so, as was the case for Leah Chapuis.
Absolutely, you're definitely playing with the limits of the sports. In an extreme sports, this is the game.
And we probably won't be waiting too long for the score to come in from the judges, and fairly typical for riders to not really want to stand in front of the sponsor board with a camera in their face when they've just had a bad day at work.
Yeah, that sounds like it, which is a shame when you've traveled for so long, really. But you know what? This is definitely how you learn, because this experience is going to bring Leah to think twice next time. She's definitely gained a lot of experience in the past, but it's definitely a life lifetime experience that you bring, that Freeride brings along.
I've been saying that to a few of the younger riders who've been wild carded in, or indeed my buddy Finn Barris coming up in the end of the men's later today. Just the experience of being here when you've been under pressure and you've had some injuries or whatever, getting those nerves out of the way. Now, when you've got less pressure on your shoulders, you're not necessarily expected to push it to the very, very limits, is a great thing to do no matter what. Always worth turning up, and if you can get a run in a Challenger series as a young athlete, then of course the experience you're going to gain from it and against this level of competitors is huge for you.
Absolutely. Mia McNabb in the start gate. She is 23 years old. She's been training so hard with the Free Ski Academy in Les Arcs. Yeah, she's got such a strong team behind her. There's 10 of them that are showing up at all of the challengers. And yeah, she knows she's got support, and she's going to do everything to show what she can do. Yeah,
I always love that Les Arcs team, generally such a tight unit. It's such an amazing resort, and they've got a great freestyle and free ride culture around the place. So yeah, just the riders that consistently come out of Les Arcs. I say it just about every time I see riders from there, or indeed Le Clusaz. Those two French resorts in particular seem to produce some of the top free ride and freestyle skiers in the world.
Absolutely. Mia's been, she learned how to ski in Sham, so she knows steep, and she's good in steep. All right, let's go, Mia.
Solid technique, exactly as you say, and the snow conditions already looking a little bit like hard work at the top, but really solid. Biggest to take the big trampette at the top yet.
Absolutely. She just hold it really well together. She looked very compact. Yes.
Lovely air. Fastest to take that yet as well. Looks to be boosting across towards the Elon Musk. And nice. Is she going to be four-lining it straight through the Elon Musk in great control? This is fast.
She is doubling it. Yes, flying down the ridge. The powder looks absolutely great out there. Yes, going for another hit.
Opening that one up as well. No one using that yet and taking a really smart line off it. And again, we'll open another new cliff at the bottom. Fantastic line here for Mia McNabb. Oh, no, the back slap at the end.
No, what an incredible hit. That was one of the biggest that we have seen today. This cliff is so long, though, so she's really trying to pop over everything, but she might have been destabilized, unbalanced at the landing. Her back slap made her kind of tumble on the side.
And maybe I should talk a little bit about the judging system and how, as you say, they stack up points throughout the run there. The judges scaling the face at the start and trying to understand what the level of difficulty off each one of those cliffs is and what the multiplier would be for what trick or what style or what the exposure underneath that air is. So generally, you start at about 50 and those points stack up through the run to generate your score. But of course, when you get to a crash like that, if she'd just done the back slap, then maybe she lost the points for the cliff and nothing more, just that one hit. But with the back slap, the roll to a full stop, then the judges are going to start taking points more in the deduction of a 30 or 40 point range. Probably the score has to end up under a 50 or at least close to it now.
Absolutely. She did not call it a defeat fully because she still jumped a really nice slope at the bottom of her cliff. And yeah, making it all the way to the bottom. She knows that she will have lost point, unfortunately. I mean, it's been really interesting in those first few runs to see one person go extreme right, the other go extreme left of the face.
Both of them finding kind of big mountain lines with a lot of hits on them. There she goes. Looked pretty stacked over the feet, maybe a bit behind the balance, but big jump, big compression. And yeah, sometimes the G-force is just more than your quadriceps can deal with, and down goes Mia McNabb. Shame, because that was the very last hit of an otherwise fantastic line, it has to be said. 38.33 it comes in, which is first place for the moment, with, of course, no score, 0.7 coming in for Leah Chapuis.
All right, well, we can see the disappointment in Mia's look because, well, knowing that she has done a 7th place and an 8th place in Montafon, if she would like to go on the World Tour next year, she really needs to start podiuming now, and today is unfortunately not the day. This is the 3rd Challenger of the season. There are 6 in total, so she'll definitely have the opportunity for redemption in Italy and then in both of the Austrian stops. So don't worry, Mia, you're still on.
We're getting back to the top and ready for Emma Ledette. Interesting story. She's wildcarded her way up from the 2 and 3 star this week. The Max Hicksig story, as it was. If you absolutely smash the lower end competitions, and it happens to be a space opens up in the Challenger from injury or someone unable to travel here, the card going to Emma Ledette, who solidly earned it in the competitions earlier on in the week. I think backflipping on the Lamorette's face in the 2 star. Just generally skiing really fast and strong all the time. So super excited to watch Emma Ledette from Denmark out the start gate.
Let's go. She also did podium. She got second in Brisson last week. She is on fire. Let's go, Emma. She's also, yeah, she's been dedicating herself. Yes, beautiful hit. What a bop at the top of this face.
A little bit of a hesitation. A check up on the right foot, though. She didn't find the line through the rocks. Whether the judges will mark that on the fluidity a little bit between the features.
All right, and she's aiming for something big.
Kicks like a mule if you run into that one too fast, and the landing is flat. So, oh, no.
Cliff. Ooh, to tumble. Stop there.
Oh, please stop. Emma Ledette through the rocks then.
Unfortunately, tumbling down slowly.
We'll keep the cameras on Emma. She will come to a stop eventually, but that is a nasty place to fall
into the snow.
She's getting herself up, though. I think she's okay, despite all of that rolling through there.
Exactly. She has lost one ski. She is now sliding down on her butt and ready to stop. Oh, she's actually pushing down to go and grab her ski.
Fair play to her. I mean,
all right.
You might have just taken a moment to have a breathe and a think about whether you were okay or not. But Emma Ledette pretty sure to get up and wave the arms off. Well, one of the gnarliest crashes I've seen in, 12 years now of watching the 4-star and Challenger series on the Mont Blanc.
Absolutely. Sorry, moms. That's not what we aim to do. Sometimes it happens.
I'm consistently amazed within freeride how many times I see crashes like that, and I suppose it does look terrible from our angle. Fortunately, the riders themselves are kind of continuing the momentum down the 4 line rather than coming to a stop with each one of those impacts. Yes, they are into rocks. We're all mandated to wear spine pads. Everybody's carrying a shovel in the backpack. Of course, helmets, ski boots kind of help. Bits of protection definitely helping Emma Ledette out there with, as I say, just I think the gnarliest moment I've experienced in 10 years of watching this contest.
Well, it was definitely one of the gnarliest moments, and she does not even need a ski dude. She's just dealing with it herself. This is very beautiful, autonomous, independent women on the mountain.
Yeah, talk about a strong mindset. I wonder if she'll watch the video back of that and be far more scared than she was, perhaps not knowing so much of that fall.
Yeah. She looked like she was trying to hold on some rocks as she was going down, and she was going quite slow, but still.
Yeah, and I mean, you've got to know she knew that was always a risk taking that line, and if we call that one the small diving board, just to the lookers left there's named the large diving board on the descent line from the big trampette. As we say, the small diving board is really flat, and you've got to be really smart. A lot of riders often choosing to pop it from way before the takeoff so that you transition a bit shorter and flatter on it, because if you take it as we've just seen, just kind of fat to flat like that, then it's really likely to spit you forward, and the exposure behind it is not to be laughed at.
Absolutely. There is definitely more room usually with more snow, but honestly this year it's very narrow. You've got to point it really, really in the right direction.
Yeah. There have been years where people have jumped off that cliff band, but I'm questioning how much snow there really is in those receptions at the moment now.
Exactly.
Starting to see a few of these skiers front punch, and even the threat of it from Selena Webber as well.
Yeah. All right, Danish rider Emma Ledette at the bottom. Well, she wanted to.
I don't feel like I've hurt myself.
To show
That's
her best.
amazing. She says she doesn't feel like she's hurt herself. Definitely on the level of adrenaline where you might not be sure for a solid half an hour after that one. Have a sit down and a cup of tea and think about it for us, Emma.
Yes, please. Emma got 4th yesterday on the 3 stars.
Okay.
And cool. She was definitely coming in confident. It is quite an honor to get invited on the Challengers.
And she'd definitely gone for the more ambitious of the lines. Commonly see that line option in the ski men's category and trying to attack it really hard. But a lot to be figured out with that small diving board and where you can end up landing on it. And just right at the start of the transition there, but it was still flat enough to front punch her out.
Absolutely. La Clusa rider. She came in 2nd last week in silver time on fun at the last Challenger. This is Zoe Delzopo. She is the junior world champ.
Did I mention both those free ski clubs, but certainly La Clusa, something in the water there, and it just seems to produce World Tour and Challenger riders all the time.
Very good production spot indeed. If you're a parent and you want to
Yeah, I'm advertising
making,
for them.
yeah.
That was an unpaid advertisement, folks. I'm just saying how it is. Number 13, Zoe.
Very nice. 19 years old. You know what? It's so interesting to see a range of riders between 19 years old and I think 38 years old today. It's incredible. Experience will pay, but having a very young brain will also pay.
Here we go then for Zoe Del Zoppo. Into the face. Straight away, a steezy rider. Really relaxed in her style. Ollieing off the first little roller.
All of her friends cheering her up at the start gate. Zoe aiming for the central part.
Lovely shifty in control in the air on the first hit. And on to the big diving board then, is it? Taking a sensible line there. You can either take it off the corner and almost all lines any further to the rider's right than that.
Very
really,
nice.
really
Zoe going fast. She knew that the snow is really fast and she would have to
Cool zone.
deal with the speed, and she is doing it again, jumping the cliff straight into the couloir. It's so steep out there. Zoe is just...
Check the fluidity from Zoe Del Zoppo, who finds a transfer over rocks to sniper land and a beautiful transition. And Zoe absolutely stacking up the points now. One more hit left.
Absolutely. Zoe just killing it. She's so fast in between
massive.
all of these rocks. And
Yes, Zoe, hold on to it. Zoe Del Zoppo staking her claim to the top of the podium. What a run.
Wow. Will, I can't believe what just happened. Incredible run from the 19 years old Zoe Del Zoppo, just firing it down.
And it was like I was saying earlier, that other aspect of the progression in women's riding right now, the degree of fluidity on a line with that much exposure, that steep, skied that well. Zoe absolutely pushing the limits with that one, stomping every landing, very nearly front punching over the last one, but again, the core strength, the push through with the shins, making sure she gets it done.
Totally, I can't believe she holds this. We can see the massive rocks in her landing at the bottom hit out there, and yeah, that would have been catchy.
I think it's just super sensible line scoping and execution. This last one from Zoe is massive.
Yes, it is a first place. Actually, first real score of the day, 81.33.
Perhaps judges hedging their bets a bit. I'm thinking in the category that could be right up there with the winning score of the day. So maybe things will get trapped now a little bit between that 75 or 80, 81.33 and a 70-point score. We might end up with quite a few riders slotting into that.
All right, yeah. Zoe mentioning that the snow makes you go really forward. And I did feel that this morning, indeed. It was, yeah, it's pretty hard to balance.
I decided not to play with the snow. It was safer in the air.
Fair enough, it was a really good flight.
Here we go. Then back to the top for Chisato Sasada from Japan, and also riding out of Innsbruck with the Innsbruck Free Ski Academy. And two monikers there that probably define style for me, places that have always produced stylish riders. And Chisato, no stranger to a clean turn.
Absolutely. Chisato has been competing for 6 years now. She's definitely has some experience on those faces. Oh, you know what she's missing? The famous Japanese onsen.
Oh, bless.
What else than a good hot spring after a day of skiing?
We do have lovely hot tubs in the Four Valleys Nanda, of course. But
that's right, Chisato. Just get in touch, you know.
Into it then. Chisato Sasada en route. And as I say, stylish rider, wasting no time with this top section, which is continuously going to chop up and get harder to ride as the day goes on. It's not too steep there. Coming
Exactly. This is where you can be playful. Keep your energy for the parts below. Although Chisato's full of energy, so coming in with, yes, a second hit.
This one works nicely. Sensibly taking it off the side. Yeah, kind of airplane turn to get control on the left foot immediately. And sorry, we're getting a bit distracted because we're going to have a special guest for you in a minute, but we are still on course with Chisato Sasada. Two lovely actions so far, and perhaps a little bit less fluid inside the features than other riders we've seen. Here's the big cliff then for Chisato. And a little bit of a front punch to a heavy take on the left shoulder, I think. Hope she's okay after that one. Yeah, indeed, straight into a bit of a wave for us.
Quite unfortunate. And again, you know what? It looks like the snow is front punchy.
Yeah, and it's definitely going to be a really, really narrow margin for error on all these different cliff options. Choosing to take, was it the same hit as we saw someone transfer over that one, but very much slower on it, and sensibly just making a safe finish now, I think, for Chisato.
Exactly. She might know that this mistake will cost her a bunch, so she's just taking it easy all the way down. Well, what about her, Chisato? It started off really well. The bottom part of the face is definitely less tricky, and you can kind of tell by looking at it. The snow has been less touched by the wind, so it is the right moment to end up full speed. I wonder if we're going to see some straight lining there at the bottom.
You hear her breathing then. It's funny compromise. The moment you try and go slow and controlled, you have to do so many turns on this massive mountain that you're going to be huffing and puffing by the bottom of it. Lovely entry there, and again, solid skiing on the right foot. But is this going to be the front punch from Chisato? Yeah, a little snow snake crossing her track from left to right. And bam, over she goes.
Absolutely. I believe this is the first, it might be the first time for Chisato on this face. There she goes, coming in with 24 points, stacking her on the third place for now.
24 and third, as you say, probably won't hold in that ranking for too long. Keeping a kit, getting a score, so ranking ahead of just the people who've lost skis so far today.
Exactly. So, you know what? This is the exact feeling that I had this morning when Flo and I came down the face. Flo on the snowboard had a pretty nice and easy run. On skis, my feeling was a little bit more tuned, you know. It was hard to stay very balanced, and it looks like in the women's field, in the ski field today, might be a little bit more complicated. Having 2 planks instead of 1, got to choose.
Yeah, right. I keep thinking it's easier to land on 2 of them, but man, I've actually taken more crashes on skis than I have a snowboard, if you do the stats.
All right, Ula Gilo, 25 years old, dropping in. The Austrian rider from Innsbruck. She's part of the Freeride Academy in Innsbruck.
Super solid technique, perhaps a little mogul inspired over the outside foot into the small trampette then. In fact, the big trampette, sorry, I'm getting lost with my own cliff naming now, but boosting out to the rider's right. 2 hits already, into a third with speed, and I always love that as a judge when there's no speed check or separation from the turning performance above the cliff, taking it straight into the action. Here we go then on the Elon Musk. Shout out to Judge Claude Rebord for naming the new naming system on the cliffs this year, but lovely control onto the left foot.
Very nice, and she's directing herself into the couloir. With a beautiful drop, yes, whoa, flying straight with some nice turns.
And in the steep, gnarly zone now, this is the place the judges love to see the air, and if she can control small control issue, maybe she'll get a back slap 1 for the shark out of the left foot. It does super well to control and get back across.
And she's definitely aiming for the snowboarding women's cliff. Yes, that is a really beautiful drop.
Nicely done in the end. Pretty smart line. Just a tiny, tiny execution error. Fluidity super high between the features. Big airs. It's in the question, isn't it, for the top 3 as we stand at the moment, since one of them's on a 24.
Absolutely. Well, Ula, yep, could happily finish this run. I think she's going to be stoked. She's not had one hesitation on the top of this mountain, just aimed for all of her drops. Which is, full commitment.
Yeah, I really do want to re-mention that, just the difference between having to change up the shape of the turn, come to a stop in any sense before a cliff, obviously, but when the shape of your turn is the speed you need and it aligns you with the direction and speed you need off a cliff, that really impresses me as a judge every time. See that from the Freeride World Tour riders, it's quite a big separation down to that 3-star level where people are kind of nervous and using a lot of rotation to slow themselves down before hits. But yeah, Ula all the way through that run, kind of showing that, just one turn linking very cleanly to the next, and then it's straight into the next hit. So.
Absolutely. It is one thing, once you have chosen your line, one thing to stick to it. And having the confidence to know that you're going to just stomp everything makes you able to actually, not turn before, no speed check, and have it real clean. 65 points for Ula.
Going in second place for the moment. Lots of riders left to come, but a solid performance from Ula Guillot. Guillot, that was a very French pronunciation for
Indeed, for an Austrian. How's your German, Will?
Non-existent now. I did my first ever season back in Marhof in Austria, but I've forgotten it all since I moved here.
Fair enough. And I mean, your French became on top. Hey, Flo, just having a time out there.
A long-time head judge and legend of the game, Flo. Of course, shout out to our contest director, Ben Carmel, an active head judge on the pencils at the moment. Siobhan Chalice has given us a wave.
All right, and we are back at the top of the Mongong. Here with the riders, the drone is coming back up. Yep, this is who is waiting. Yay! It is a party up there.
Going to be Kelly Berton from Val Thorens, France, the next rider in the gate, number 16.
All right, it's so much fun to have all of the riders who basically are your competitors. They're your adversary, but they're also your friends and sometimes your best friends.
Kelly Berton mentioning a propensity to chuck a backflip in her rider note, so not to put any pressure on the young lady, but I think the crowd is ready for the first backflip of the day.
Absolutely. And man, at Frisky de Belleville, this is how they train. So it's definitely got them dialed.
There's some great wind lips all over Val Thorens. Not always the steepest of resorts, but yeah, some great terrain to learn to backflip and free ride in Val Thorens.
Absolutely. We've got a proud couch, Victor and Kevin Gary. They're probably watching now. So let's see if their job is paying off.
That you see there, currently ranked third in the Challengers, and I believe it's 4 going through. Is it from the women's category to the World Tour off the Challenger Series each year? We'll get confirmation of that, but third place right now for Kelly Berton.
Yeah, exactly. So the 4 first women of the Challengers will go up to the Tour. Well, that is including, so that's 2 Europeans and 2 Americans. So that's only the 2 best ones of today.
Aha! From this Regions Challenger Series, we're only taking 2 through, so
nice
needing to improve for
hit.
Kelly. But yeah, lovely start to the run. Solid technique. A little bit over the inside foot here and there in the deeper snow.
All right, taking the cliff to the right because she knows that she will need to control her speed in order to grab this traverse. Because if she can't make it to this traverse, then all of her line is screwed. Kelly choosing the lookers left of the face. All right, and now she is coming in, the extreme right. First skier to go that far today, I believe.
It's a bit of a classic feedback from the judges. If you're going to traverse, you better find something worth traversing for. So here comes Kelly Berton onto a big nose. Perhaps not getting the air she quite thought off it, but really cool line to come back on the right foot. And here's the big exit of that line, building the speed. And Kelly nailing a cool line, opening a new line. Way out on the rider's right side of the face there.
Beautiful. She was going really, really fast out of it. We could see her arm doing something. It looks like the snow is not that easy to deal with. But man, she's definitely flying down at the bottom out there.
Might call that last cliff she's hit there. The Keir Starmer is its way on the far left of the face and doesn't get much done on it.
All right,
big
Kelly
question
Berton.
then, sorry to interrupt. Yeah, just a big question for the judges. Is the traverse at the top worth it for the very cool line? Pretty speedy exit off the nose, but not massive airs as she kind of used the ridge section on the far rider's right. Just a big cliff at the bottom. So what are the judges going to think of that one?
Beautiful riding. She's giving some feedback.
Does squeeze into third place on a 61.67 for the moment. I believe we got another rider just in the bottom of the 60s there, do we? So tighten it up. It's in third place for now. Judges hedging their bets with its solid run, but the traverse not proving to be worth the top points of the day.
She's calling this part of the face not bad. So apparently the snow was fine.
Drones making its way back to the top of the face then as we get ready for Elisabet Marina from Spain. So the first of our Spanish riders for the day it is.
Vamos!
Maybe you can commentate with your very fluent Spanish, always impresses me.
It's always useful, you know. Summer skiing,
Yeah,
South America.
you love it down there, don't you?
Is a pretty good spot. So if you've got a few Spanish words, it's always very useful.
Say my 10 meters of skiing in South America was from the top of Aconcagua and was a very difficult day out, so you've had a way better experience
I
down there than I
believe.
have.
So this is part of your project. Indeed, Will. How many summits you've got to climb?
We've done 4 out of 7 if we're trying to climb the highest one on each continent, 3 to go, and hoping with the Last Ride project, lads, check us out on Instagram to be on Puncak Jaya in April, if we can pull that off in Indonesia.
How can we follow you?
Always on the Last Ride project on Instagram, and we've got a lovely website, and check out sponsors Montaigne and
The Last Ride.
Here we go. We should be talking about Elisabet
Sweet!
now dropping in.
Vamos, Elisabet Marina.
Straight into it then. Solid technique. I'm always impressed by the Spanish riders. Again, the atmosphere coming out of there, and the culture just seems to produce really sometimes crazy riders, but often really, really solid ones too.
Very nicely at the top out there. She did get a little thrown back in the front, but her core is definitely taking her away from a fall. She is such a strong gymnast. This is what she grew up doing, and all of her skills are just transferred into skiing. Look how fast she is going through this beautiful narrow part. Very strong ride and fluid riding for Elisabeth. Beautiful jump out there.
Staying smooth and fast all the way through it.
Exactly. She's definitely got some 360s and backflips in her game, and she is aiming for the lip. She did not decide to go off her mind today. She's just taking it straight. And this is a beautiful run for Elisabet Marina.
Yeah, nice speed and taking the Heartbreak Hotel off the rider's left corner, really sensible on it. I wonder if the airs cumulatively are as big as we've seen at the very top of the women's category for the moment. Fluidity's definitely up there, control was great. It's just going to be there for line and air and style. Does she stack up enough large features to contend with Zoe at the top of the standings for the moment?
Absolutely. She's definitely made the most of the face. That is for sure. Is that going to be enough? That is a judge question. Ahí se ve Elisabet con unas piernas muy, muy sólidas. Una línea increíble.
On est tous arrivants. En plus, la montée, c'était... Ouais, en fait, la montée, ça nous a flingué. Et t'as l'impression d'être bien. Ouais. Mais au bout du premier virage...
Une petite traduction, s'il te plaît, Elise.
Yeah, so the girls are actually... Oh, it says it's 55 points for Elisabeth. She comes in 4th place at the moment. So those are very few points. I feel like it's hard to give points for the line, really. But she definitely did go into one of the steepest bit and had to use all of her skills of riding. Unfortunately, not paying it off so well. Well, Elisabeth was, just saying to another competitor that how the way up, so the hour of walking up this Mongon was actually really tiring.
Oh, yeah.
And so they basically both came up, and after the first turn, they could feel their legs already. And so it definitely turns, your run down into another experience if you've had to hike for an hour before.
But to that point, Eva Batola has never skipped leg day, and no stranger to climbing the mountains of the 4 valleys here. Focus water athlete, ready to drop in, and as I mentioned in the pre-show, just one of the most exciting athletes in this field in my mind. Building all those freestyle elements, stomping flat 3s at the start of this season, yet to bring that into competition. But kind of the main thing is she's also just got so much experience in the steep, and what I love watching is she's always aggressive and fast. And one of the greatest stats about Eva Batola is we cancelled the Jasna Challenger Series one year, and she was also the fastest in a go-kart of the entire Challenger Series. So Eva Batola on course.
Fastest goat on the mountain. mountain. Eva Batola, let's go. Eva ended up third on the podium last week in Silverton-on-Fon. So yeah, she's hyped. She's been so close to getting on the World Tour in all of those past years. That time will come.
As you say, straight away with the aggressive style, and you see the technique, just super 4-point and square on that first landing. 2 hits already. Making her way out to the rider's right.
The snow looks pretty hard where she was turning at there. So yep, she is choosing the traverse as well. Woo!
And onto a big one then. Sensibly taking it into the couloir and finding a really good transition. Lovely control on the left foot to set up the double. Come on, Ava.
Not stopping. It's aiming straight for the bottom hit. What a cliff. Eva Batola just dealing with speed so nicely afterwards.
Let's go! Eva Batola with speed and control.
She's barely turning in between features, and the space is steep as well.
Come on, Ava. One more hit then as she lines up above the Heartbreak Hotel through the trees. Another boosty one with a sniper landing. Eva Batola with a full pull. Like I say, did not disappoint in terms of aggression. Big mountain riding, skied it fast, using a jump above the exposed zone. The judges have always got to have a think about the risk of that, and therefore how much better control it really is to shut the speed down and line up another hit.
Première fois que ça arrive, ça.
And as ever, our apologies for the choice landing as Eva Batola arrives in the finish area there. Keeping a clean family show as always here at the Nendaz Freeride.
Absolutely, Eva is absolutely stoked. Yeah, she has put down this run and very strongly. This is her style. This is exactly her. This is what she knows how to do. How nice to see her perform this way today.
Oh, I love the technique. What a rider. Great performance, Eva Batola. Questions challenge to the judges then. Zoe with the massive big mountain line as well. Different option here for Eva. Ski just as fast for short.
Non. Juste en bas, les 3 virages. Ouais, on t'a vu faire la course. Ils ont tout le temps en fin des virages. Ouais, je me suis en fait, c'était assez cool.
Encore une traduction, s'il vous plaît.
The ladies are, yeah, indeed, just saying how there were barely any turns in the space. Like she was just hopping from a rock to another, and she spent almost more time in the air than turning on the snow.
We could shout out Focus Water, Eva Batola sponsor, also a sponsor of the Nendaz Freeride for many years now. Thanks for all the support over the years, guys.
Really, yeah, really impressive. You know, like, yeah, how Eva just stomps every cliff is so impressive.
Here it comes, it squeezes into second place on an 80-point finish for now, behind Zoe, but certainly right up there. And the gauntlet is thrown down now for the rest of the ladies. Need to get themselves up beyond an 80-point score to get on the podium today for sure.
80 points against 81.33. This is so close. The judging are having a tough time right now, let me tell you.
Yeah, and it's always a tricky job as a judge. Sometimes I use the analogy, it's like comparing apples to oranges to rocks, but the apple's really shiny and the rock flew a really long way. And just trying to, come between two completely different concepts of lines and understand how they stack up next to each other in the grand scheme of free riding takes a lot of experience.
Do you prefer pears or apples?
I think I like rocks going massive in free ride. I don't know. Yeah, sometimes I'm prepared to let a little bit less shininess on the apple in order for the rock to fly.
I think Ellie Olsen also loves rocks, and she's out of the gate. Let's go, Sweden on course. She's training in Engelberg at the moment in Switzerland.
I think her 4th year now coming out on the Challenger, so loads of experience for Ellie, and always ambitious line left 3, first one of the day. Perfect execution.
Yes, let's go. Freestyle coming in into the women's category today.
And it's kind of just a bonus rock, that one, where everybody's used it pretty much to enter the line in one sense or another, and Ellie just stacking up more of the bonuses, and then using the small diving board on the far left. Really sensible line, not attacking the 4 line too much.
Yeah, she probably feels like job's done for the day, but no, definitely not. She's only starting to get into the Nar out there. She's aiming for this
steep
big
couloir,
cliff, yeah.
Smart stuff on the left foot. Different entry to Ava, not choosing to double it in a sense, but now she has to dodge the rocks on the rider's left at the bottom of this.
No choice. There's only one way out from where she is.
The hesitation's going to count, and she's gone down on top of the rocks, unfortunately.
Oh. Oh, unfortunately, she is choosing...
A fantastic save in one sense from Ellie, but I think frustrated she didn't commit to it earlier.
Exactly. Yeah, it was either facing and going straight down.
Yeah, and she lost the ski rating. I think she's still mounted up and will be skiing out of there, just taking a moment to compose herself.
I think her pole is up there.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Which really, there's only 2 options.
Confirms as we get a better look at the bottom of the cliff, as it did front punch one of the riders at the start of the women's category there. On the rider's left as you exit that rock
Check out
band.
this beautiful 360.
But that's perfect, is it? Yeah,
yes.
Come on. Lovely job. Keep the
What
eyes
a
ahead of the spin. Stomp it.
The line. Really, really nice. In order to choose to start with the 360 at the top of the Mongon face, which is basically gonna play a big role. You can't fuck up there. Then that is commitment. And it was a really, really good job from Ellie Olsen. What happened there? She was trying to find her entrance to jump this cliff, and then...
Something snakes her right foot.
Yeah, she's on the rocks. Exactly, unfortunately.
It does well. Her pole's below her, is it, if she's got one in her hand? Maybe we can radio that to a ski-doo, but she's on her way out, as is.
Yeah, there was no way that she was going to climb back up those cliffs, so the ski-doo is just going to go and grab her pole. And hopefully going to be able to make his way down as well.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about how he's going to go down with.
Yeah, I've definitely
3
been
poles.
that incompetent ski ninja in the past who almost flatly refused to hit something that one of the French riders in the middle of Mongon had taken. And I did eventually get his gear back, but I was so slow we had to wait in the middle of the face for like an hour till we found another space in the contest to leave, and I felt so bad for the guy.
Did you?
Ski ninjaing is honestly, yeah, just shout out to these guys, because look at the gnar the ski ninja's now in. Ellie Olsen through the finish area.
I pushed it out. You pushed it out? Yeah. Fuck.
Of course, we prefer to use non-gendered words for being a wimp on the mountain there. Ellie Olsen saying too much gnar below her to commit to it.
That's nasty.
All right, so yeah, even though she did not lose her skis, Ellie is coming to the very lower score with 4 points.
I think the rules, in fact, if you lose essential equipment, so you'd also lose a score if you lost your helmet or your backpack, but not a ski pole. You're just going to get a really bad score because you probably did something silly if you've not crossed the finish line with your pole in your hand.
All right, the ski dude has just recovered the pole, but
Great
now he
job.
is stuck above the cliff.
Now
So-
he's got to take the same tumble that Ellie did if he's got any hope of getting home.
Exactly. He's either going to send it or he's going to climb back up.
I've got to shout out. Yeah, we're watching him. Oh, he's made it. He's made the exit. The ski dude is an absolute hero. I was going to take a moment to tell a story of old video judge Gail Ribordi for the day. We had a rider stuck on a cliff last year, and he tried to throw a rope, but nearly knocked her off the cliff with the full bundle of rope hitting her square in the chest, failing to flake and unfurl it as a good guide might do. But this ski ninja performing much better than that today. And Gail Ribordi is giggling away as I continue to take the mick out of the man who's doing a great job today.
Absolutely. Here we go, and we've got the drones going back up to the start gate to be ready for the next rider. This is Clémence Philippard. Clémence is the rider that sent a huge backflip last weekend at Silverton-Montfaucon. Unfortunately, could not stump it, so she ended up in 9th place. She is definitely, looking for redemption. She is part of the Free Ski Academy from Les Arcs.
And we'll shout it out one more time, that Free Ski Academy. More than 10 riders here across the week, just performing at a super high level. And I love to see that style of team that's a really nice, tight unit. And they get on really well, really hype each other up. Great performances out of each other week in, week out.
Absolutely. Clémence, she loves flying, so she loves backflips, but she also actually loves paragliding. And
Rider
man,
after my own
that
heart.
feeling of being in the air is just something that can be very useful for you in the mountains in general.
I love that about so many French riders that take a really holistic attitude to the whole mountain, and they're ski racing when they're younger, learning all the skills of rock climbing and alpinism. And Clémence Philippard, fantastic pilot, skier, and look at the technique as a free rider. And I'm sure we're about to see an absolute clinic on line selection and execution too. Into the small trampette to start. Lovely line.
Yeah, coming in straight and out straight.
Look at the fluidity from it as well. Sending it straight into a second action. New line off that one. Really nicely done.
Very nice. And she is taking the traverse as well. Yeah, cutting it short. Aiming for the little transfer hop. Nice drone shot. We can see exactly what's going on out there now.
And
Beautiful
copying
hit.
Ava Batola's line, really smart through the middle of that double, really nicely done. Here we go then, another huge air, same line as Ava Batola at the bottom of that, but a little smaller on that one perhaps.
Exactly, man. This is incomparable. Those are really, really beautiful nines. Some nice turns out there as she's aiming for maybe a last little hit. Yes, beautiful.
Super boosty skiing to exit the face from Clémence Philippart. Fantastically fluid line, perhaps not attacking the double as much as some people up in the top 3 at the moment on that same line. The judges do hate to see, they're not going to see it as a skip because it is that couloir entry that's super difficult, but and I guess adding one cliff above it as well. So it really is right in the question with Ava Batola for the moment, I think.
Absolutely. And, well, yeah, that makes me think that every little hit might count.
Right.
Because if you end up like this, being inspired by the same line, and actually, yeah, doing the pretty much same line,
which, as you say,
really need something to make the difference.
And that was what was smart from Ellie Olsen, chucking the 3 into the top of that same line. Kind of genius, but let's carry on. Clémence Philippart loved the option into here, and it kind of is a sort of double setup. Jumping into the couloir, left foot, right foot turn. Here's the line. Got to pop it early, pop it long. Little bit of a wheelie, but the control from
See how
Clémence.
she almost lands in the traverse, but really, really holds on to her skis? Beautiful. Really, really strong riding.
Hugs in the finish area then from Zoe, Clémence, Ava on the podium for the moment. It's got to be in the question for that.
Clémence had a 4th place at the first Challenger, a 9th last weekend, sorry, and yeah, so I guess she was looking for some really strong and stumped line to remain at the top for the rest. You know, there's some strategy that's starting to be useful now at the 3rd stop of the Challenger. So if you wanted to just try everything in the beginning, it was time for backflips before, but now she might be looking for
into 3rd place it goes. 77 is the score from Clémence Philippart, so ranking behind Ava Batola on the 80 is it. Yeah, as you say, the tactics do start to come into play now, taking 5 challenges for the season, 3 results to qualify for the World Tour. So you've got to stack 3 in there. For those that have crashed 2 of them, the pressure's on.
Absolutely. We've got a Verbier rider coming in next. This is Colleen Pernet. And with her 22 years old, she's been competing for 3 years now. I've seen her on many podiums. So, yeah, she's definitely used to giving the best of her. Colleen's done in 11th place and a 6th place on the 2 past events. So I feel like she would want to get something, something really steady and serious on the Mongon today. She's probably been around, coming from Verbier. We're about like 45 minutes on skis from Verbier, so this is a really nice place to come and hang out in Nanda. Although don't say it to everybody.
Yeah, it's our secret gold stash, Nanda itself. Don't tell everybody in the 4 valleys.
Exactly, Colleen Pernet on course.
And again, I keep commenting it, but the ladies are boosting through the chunky snow at the top and solid turns to find a first action. For Colleen Pernet, appears to be heading down to one of the diving boards.
All right, she's aiming for a nice, just getting in the middle of the rocks. It's steep out there.
Yeah, lovely entry, solid riding, fluid. Did we see 2 actions at the top from some people on this same line, though? And again, we did see people air into that couloir to set up on top of the double now, so the judges will have to consider that.
Aiming for something.
But that, I was going to say it's a crazy cool option for a line if you can air over the rocks, but not getting enough speed and basically taking the rocks straight to the hip. I see some arm movement
there from Colleen.
She was definitely aiming
Yeah,
onto
she's
the left.
okay.
She's moving.
Has to be a bruise for sure, but
Or what a... All right, she's walking back up
Legendary.
to get her skis back. She's got to be really bummed. Man, that was scary.
yeah, I mean, continually, I've said it earlier today, it amazes me how often I see free riders take massive air, maybe fly 10 meters through the air there and arrive at rocks. But I guess to our perspective, though she did then get pushed into a front flip, it looks like she's taken a huge hit. In fact, most of her momentum has continued through the rock and transferred down the hill. She's ended up coming to a stop through several rolls in snow. And the classic phrase go, it's never going fast that actually hurts you. It's coming to a complete stop very quickly that does.
Absolutely, your body would remember that. Yeah, man, there's definitely a lot of inspection, a big inspection aspect here, because the way, the angle you want to jump out of the cliff is so important, and you want to make sure you got it perfectly dialed. Although here, you know what, she probably could not see anything from the top.
That's the tricky bit. Yeah, I think with that particular takeoff, it's a bit of a rolling convexity, so it doesn't have a defined lip where you know you're going to leave the snow. You've got to choose when to put the pop in, when to drive off the snow and try and get as far down it as you can. I think then she would have been unsighted to the rock below it. I wonder whether she thought she was on the same line as Eva and the other rider before that. And indeed, yeah, just popping almost directly at rocks. And it was about as scared as the last time I saw something like that was Johan Arasil getting the wild card into that Andorra World Tour going back in a while. He's come back strong since that one, but similar crash to that, downward takeoff directly into rocks.
Exactly. We usually try to not do that.
Yeah, it's...
We don't fight against rocks. We fight against apples, remember?
Right, yeah. It's a classic free rider phrase in French, and if you have an argument with the tree's got the reason. As they say, l'arbre a de raison, but don't have an argument with the tree, it's going to win. Same with rocks.
Exactly. All right, we can see Colleen skiing down. She is definitely all right. I am glad. Thanks for the ski dude.
Amazing job again from the ski ninja to come in and get the kit, and from Colleen to just be a strong enough athlete to have done the work in the gym that you can take an impact like that and ski solidly out. Scary moment there. Again, we'll apologise to the various mums watching our live stream today.
Exactly. Her coach, David Perneversol, might be a family member, probably. And yeah, hopefully you guys will be able to use this experience to work on the skills and just become a better rider in the future. All right, Colleen at the bottom. All right, well, big smile on her face, so I guess she's all fine.
Again, should be a fairly quick scoring process from the judges on that one. Don't scare the judges.
Oh my God, she has
destroyed the edge of her ski. Oh my God.
She's flew her ski.
Holy. That's not a great advert, but I guess if you hit rocks hard enough, even the best of equipment is going to blow up and the edge separated from the core of the ski there.
100%. You can try warranty on this, but yeah, I'm not sure how this is going to work.
Yeah, if they find that video, I'm not sure that's a fair warranty, man. All right, we're back at the top, and I'm always really proud to introduce last one, Mila Delarue. I think I watched in her first junior freeride comp back when she was just 13 years old. It was clear at that point that this young lady's cut from a different cloth. Massively has the freestyle elements. We saw her landing double backflip and winning the non-backcountry invitational early in the year. She's got the sense of riding those big steep lines, huge experience in that now. You have to check out her film from Antarctica last winter. Just absolutely great experience coming to the top of the game. Has finished 10th and 8th so far this season, so a little bit left to prove. But Mila Delarue, I have to admit, is absolutely one of the most talented young riders on the planet right now. I'm very excited to watch the future of this career.
Absolutely. She says her favorite animal is a slug. This is the opposite animal.
Interesting.
Mila is a lion.
I'll shout out Coach Robin Deballet and the whole Verbier Freeride Academy setup. So many great riders coming out of Verbier, but Mila, perhaps Martin Bender proving themselves to be the future of that club, perhaps the future of the sport.
Absolutely. And I wonder what they feed them at the Freeride Club in Verbier, because honestly...
I mean, there's obviously, this valley is pretty special for the number of high-end free riders that there are that you can learn from every day. You're never without a good crew here. But it's specifically with Mila from like a really young age, having incredibly professional guidance, having some of the best in the world, always kind of overseeing that progression. And of course, like, I don't want to take anything away from the character that Mila is to absorb all of that professionalism, all of that advice above her, become such a strong-minded individual. She's genuinely, I'm going to say the word cool, it's a bit of a vacuous description of a person, but she genuinely is just cool. She's out there, she's strong-minded, she's young, she's great to watch on stage, live speaking as much as we're going to enjoy watching her ski a huge big mountain line anytime now.
Absolutely, and honestly, check out the mountains around her right now. This is all of the valleys. This is her training terrain and her playground, really. So honestly, there's definitely enough for her to bring her to the very top.
So excited for this then. Let's get underway. Mila Delarue. Straight into it then. As I said, there was going to be a lot of aggression in the start. She's always smooth, but she's always fast.
Check out the style. It's easy.
Left 3 as well, is it now? Straight air on there.
Yeah, although I had a doubt as well.
Yeah, she did kind of look like she's winding up for it, but no, just really sensibly playing some cross-court airs to get set up on the main part of a line.
Sometimes when you get to the takeoff, then you make your final call on what's doable.
Perfect
nice.
right foot turn to set that one up. Look how solid she is in every landing, and the speed in between the features. Textbook free riding so far.
Definitely, and Mila aiming for the big part of the line. All right, so she is going towards the end, towards like the very looker's left of the face. Nice little hit. Nobody's been skiing out there.
This is lovely then. Bit of a whip on the top of this cliff, and it is a sniper landing. She'll have to control. Lovely job onto the left foot through the gap in the couloir.
Beautiful. There's only like 3 meters to be able to land, and she's doing it.
And there's that chat again. When you link those turns perfectly, landing onto the right foot, left foot, the speed was perfect when she then arrives at another complicated technical cliff, boosting into another big mountain zone. Could be a winning line here.
Speed.
Come on, Mila Delarue, super sensible exit from a brilliant line. Line choice at the very top of the bar. Air and style, 4 days, control, not even a question. Fluidity has to be at the top of the category for me. Mila Delarue staking a claim. It's up to the judges. It's definitely in the top 3 for me.
Could not agree more, Will. How aggressive was this line? There were barely any turns in that steep bit. There, she knew exactly where she was going. Beautiful riding.
Oh, what are they saying in the finish area? They must be absolute full of energy and adrenaline after a line like that.
She's been taking so many hits, basically everything that she's found on her way.
It is the sort of run that Coach Robin is going to be playing videos of this for years to the younger folks in the club. This is how it's done, how you read a line, how you find your line. No time wasted anywhere. Perfect execution on every cliff. Cheeky, heavy head to emphasize the style on the last landing.
Check this out. She is slightly transferred in order to find the perfect slope for her to have like the smoothest landing. How well done.
I think she's maybe recognized there's now rocks exposed in the landing from the previous rider who's been off that one and taking it just a little bit further to the right or left, just as big. You can see they're at the same depth in the landing.
Exactly, although she would only know if she had watched the streaming from the top.
Here we go then, nervous moments. We wait for the score. I'm looking to the judges. Siobhan Chalice is still deep in conversation. We could be a moment here.
Absolutely. I mean, what a run, what a run. We've seen definitely some women hitting the space really hard today.
And I send the request to all contest directors over the world. When we get to this moment, let the judges have their time. If they've got to have the conversation, this is where we really need to work it out.
Together, ladies. This is how close. This is how close they are. Yeah, this is a really good way to become best friends. You know, if you're spending all of your weekends together, might as well stick your fingers in your nose. Mila coming in hot, 77 points, putting her on the 3rd spot of the podium today. All right.
So interesting, the judges perhaps deciding that it's not quite enough difficulty in the line with the traverse into not the steepest part, as we maybe saw Eva just ranking above Mila Delarue on that one. So yeah, it's right up there. I maybe expected a little bit more to come out of it just because the exit was so exciting. She skied it so fluidly. But yeah, I'm not on the pencils today and not necessarily adding up the size of every one of those airs directly and comparing them.
Absolutely, and yeah, the general idea that we have of the line is sometimes different than if you actually score every hit and every second of the run.
Here we go then, folks. Rattle your dags back to your screens, because the young lady from Australia, Zana Farrell, is not here to fornicate with arachnids. Dropping in from Australia. 5th in the first one, 12th in the last Challenger out.
All right, and flying out of this first lip at the top. Zana Farrell, 25 years old. She's been competing. She loved to hang out in Europe.
It started to look like there's some rocks on that takeoff there. But what happened to Zana? She looked like she landed all right, then went to put in the right foot speed check, and the bindings let her down.
What a shame. It looks like a snow legator. Yeah, literally just decided to bite her ski.
Hungry snow badger.
Yeah.
Out there, just, chomped it straight off the foot because she looked solid to me, and then all of a sudden it was gone.
She absolutely did. She popped really nicely, and you know that if you pop it, usually you land it.
Right.
If you decide of the position that you're going to have in the air, that's really helpful for you to actually be able to stump.
That's great coaching, Elise. If you can get the takeoff right so that your mass is transferring correctly over your feet to arrive stacked above your feet in that landing, you're obviously going to do better than if you take off on your heels and you've got to recover that with your muscle strength when you get into the floor with all that energy of the reception.
Exactly. Zana did fly quite far, and you know what? I wonder if she didn't hit a traverse. There's definitely some tracks at the landing of this cliff, so maybe it was just too hard and her skis popped out. Oh, both of her skis. Oh, wow, double ejection.
Deep and now
that is quite unfortunate. Zana is such a crazy human being. I really want to see her put down a solid run because she's creative. She's got the technical background. Yeah. All right. Well, we'll just stay tuned and watch the show on the next challengers for her to prove us.
Quick work from the Ski Ninjas. We'll get Zana Farrell mounted back up, and just one rider left in the ski women's category this morning is going to be Lou Baran. Again, excited to introduce another freestyle-orientated rider who's made that transition from European Cup freestyle competition into free riding and already making it up to the Challenger Series.
All right. So, well, in the meantime, we've got Zoe definitely staying at the top of the ranking today, followed by Eva Batola and Mila Deroy. Clémence Philippard just hopped out of the podium. She's now 4th.
Just one rider left to go. Guarantees Eva Batola the podium.
One last but not least. Well, this is Lou Baran that we've been talking about before. She's on both podiums in the past. So she is 3rd in La Rosière. She wins last weekend in Montafon. Yep, as you were saying, Lou's coming from freestyle. She's used to competition. She's used to big mountain now. Her progression has been absolutely incredible. She's won together with her brother last weekend, which was really, really cool to see. Actually, both of them just first place. You know, the Baran family on top of things, and yeah, so she's got to be hyped.
Super cool, and 3rd place and a 1st place finish so far for Lou. So we're mentioning the shape of the season. 5 challenges is it in total, with 3 results counting to score to take you through to the Freeride World Tour. So Lou Baran with a 3rd and a 1st already has the interesting tactic now. We probably should play it safe. If she gets another sort of top 5, top 10 finish, then she might be guaranteeing her way to the World Tour, with a lot of people already falling over in this finish. But
absolutely will. And you know what? So the way the challengers actually work is the 3 best results will count for your final ranking. So where Lou is at the moment, if she does podium today, honestly, that would be
pretty hard to beat, right? Only
her ticket to the World
Zoe
Tour.
Del Zoppo with 1 podium already and guaranteed 1 now. So the 2 French riders looking pretty at the top of the women's ski category standings.
Absolutely, and there's not much room. You're going to be first 2 in Europe in order to get to the World Tour next year.
Yeah, and so therefore Kelly Berton won the first one of the season, but 11th place at the second one out. So yeah, looking like it's between the French riders for a claim to the 2 World Tour spots coming from Region 1.
Absolutely, and Lou is from Val Thorens. She is training with Kevin Gurry and Victoria, I believe. Yeah, she has been competing on the Mont Blanc before, so she knows the pace. She knows how steep it is. She knows that it's not easy to find your line, but I fully trust her to actually make it. There we go. We've got Zana making it to the bottom. She looks all right. Just, yeah.
Getting the score will already be in from the judges, so we'll just flick through the graphics and get our way back to the top any moment now for Lou Baran.
All right, Eva, just asking, yeah, how are things with Sana? They're all mates. It's so nice to see the chicks riding together before the comp, after the comp, and pushing each other through the riding. There's definitely friends to be made. Lou Baran in the gate. Yes.
Wow, building the breaths, powering through yoga techniques to get her absolutely hyped and dropping in then. Former European Big Air winner.
The Dragoon is on course.
Lovely little shifty in style just to make a point to the judges as she cruises into the face. Smooth, small straight air. 2 actions to start off and finding a third already. Bigger on that one, but Lou Baran, ballet dancer, catches it and saves the fall there.
Very nice score. She is saving it, indeed. It looks like the snow is quite catchy. Aiming for 4th, little hit at there. All right, and Lou is coming down. She is also aiming for the traverse. All right. Well, this is a very attractive part of the mountain today in the ladies' ski field.
Yeah, smart line. Lou getting into similar line then to Eva Batola. For my money, a touch more hesitation and more off the side of it. And more of a control error in between, if we can call it that, at least shutting the speed down well.
Yes!
Nice.
Stumping the biggest flip. Honestly, it looks so hard in the landing now, but Lou definitely has the legs for it.
Yeah, now we've had the ski 2 and 2 or 3 falls through there. It is right on the line that's ranking towards the top of the podium for the moment, Lou Baran. Is she going to use this section?
She's
this is
full
Fulmar. Lou Baran with a really cool line, exiting through the middle of those tombstones there onto the left foot.
Beautiful.
Will she exit the same way Mila Delarue did as well? And if she does...
She is. She's being very, very creative, more than we've seen any of the other women today. Lou, she is stumping it through Mila Delarue's tracks down there. Beautiful run. Wow.
They definitely squatted it out through the bomb hole at the end, but fantastic run. I wonder if a bit more hesitation just into the double section, which I won't criticise personally, because obviously the snow condition now behind that double with the ski-doos and the falls in there, pretty sensible option in one sense as well, but it has to be compared against Eva Bartolo, went through the same section, perhaps didn't use the big cliff like Mila Delarue did at the bottom. So it's up to, yeah, it's right there in 2nd or 3rd place, is it?
Exactly. I mean, it's such a good mix. We've got, yeah, really good runs on both sides.
And then maybe they're going to mark a dang for the little error at the top there. It's a great recovery, but there is a shark of the foot. Here we go then, big hugs in the finish area between Eva, Lou Baran, passing the focus water.
Thirsty and breathing hard. Well, it is a very, very long line to come down, more than 400 meters, and yeah, you got to be strong all the way to the bottom. There's no room for error.
Looking over to Siobhan and the judges, where are we? Are they still deep in conversation? They've got to get this one right. Last one coming out, goes into 5th place on a 71.33. So yeah, saying it's about the same line as people in 2nd and 3rd, but skied with less fluidity, a little bit more hesitation, and perhaps a control error above exposure on the double pad. So Lou Baran will come in 5th place, but that does give her 3rd, 1st and 5th. Like I said, that was probably about the run she needed to aim for to really make her comfortable going into those last 2 challenges of the season. Eva Batola and Kelly Bertrand. And maybe who else? And Zoe Del Zoppo were the other people in the question for the Challenger wins, Challenger cards going through to the World Tour this season.
Exactly, and well, what a way to finish with this ski women category today on the Mont Blanc on this 2025 Nendaz Freeride Challenger, the 3rd stop.
Exactly, kind of.
And this is it.
It's a perfect confirmation of what I thought at the top of the zone. There it is, confirmation. Zoe Del Zoppo in 1st place, ahead of Eva Batola from Switzerland in 2nd. Mila Delarue onto the podium in 3rd place. Clémence Philippot and Lou Baran going 4th and 5th. And then we're down to 6th place. Ola Guillot, Kelly Bertrand in 7th. Elisabeth Marina below that, and then after that we've had a few crashes and no scores as well. Ellie Olsen, the last of the, can we say, landed runs, or at least she didn't lose her skis in 11th place there.
And this is 4 riders that have lost skis today.
Nondart legend Ludo on the live stream, everybody. What a guy.
All right, let's check out the highlights of the day. And man, there was some. Right down, and we've got the podium of the day out there with Zoe as first in the middle. Eva Batola really stoked with her 80 points on second, and Mila Derlu. What a gang to be at the very top, and yeah, definitely battling up for the World Tour now.
Cool. One more huge shout out for Mila Delarue and Eva Batola, the local legends. Of course, Zoe Delzop, our winner there. I am hugely stoked to introduce folks as we just get her set up on her headset. She's still wearing a helmet, so I'm going to be a minute before I get you. Selena Webber, the winner of today's snowboard women's category. And hopefully you can hear me in that, Selena. And if you speak, it doesn't blow your ears out. So welcome, we've got Selena Webber, today's winner of the snowboard women's category. So proud to call this woman my friend. We've had some great times in the mountains around here, hiking and climbing. And you and I have been through a pretty heavy conversation over the last 2 years about post-traumatic stress disorder. And for me, you are now the living embodiment of embracing the process, going through it properly, going full circle from a pretty dark space because of a horrible accident you didn't have control over. And now you're in control of your life, winning a Challenger Series event here at Nendaz.
You're
Talk us
so
through
kind. Thank you so much for those words. That means a lot. Really.
But yeah, I mean, how does it actually feel in terms of weight off your shoulders? I mentioned it in commentary. You've gone from kind of the pressure of wanting to get back to contest and feeling good about it. You can even talk us through the emotion of doing it right now. You must be scared in the start gate.
Yeah, honestly, like today I felt pretty good. I was excited to get going. I just wanted to go, you know. Of course, there was some nervousness, definitely, but like as soon as I could feel that the snow was kind of good, I was like, okay, let's go, let's do it. So I was there, yeah, searching for my first hit.
Nice control there, little sharks. It's not perfect conditions in it, and there's rocks in that takeoff. You did
Yeah.
really well to power through that, man. The core strength.
That one was a bit rough, yeah. For
There's
sure.
the hours on the trail and all the running you do stacking up. Otherwise, your legs did not have that one, bud.
Yeah, and then I was just searching for the traverse and to enter the next part of my run.
I always mention just like how difficult it is to find your line as you traverse out towards this rider right. It's kind of a constant convexity. Everything keeps rolling away from you into the steepness. So to kind of scope well enough that you know you're exactly where you want to be for this cool one now, and the jump. Nice job.
That was a chill one, and then just like looking for the last hit. I actually haven't seen my run, so it's nice.
Sick, man. Like, yeah, in terms
nice
of
to
like,
see it.
like we've been trying to say for so long, like line difficulty, you went for some steep exposed stuff, you hit it with great fluidity, no control issue throughout. I know it was great to see in the women's snowboarding today. There was like one fall
Honestly,
from getting sloughed. Everybody landed a run, you know?
I was so proud of the whole team of girls. Everybody put down such sick runs. It was so nice to watch, because I watched the live stream for a little bit before. I was like, oh yeah, like the girls are crushing it.
I mean, just an awesome job amongst such a great crowd, and when 4 or 5 others of the best in the world have the best day of their life, and you still come out and put a run that's today on an 84.33 in first place. And is that your first win at Challenger as well?
Yeah, actually. So this one means really a lot.
Yeah.
And I just want to thank you, my friends, everybody that helped me get here, doctors, physios, everybody.
And I want to
family,
thank Selena
friends.
Weber, just so much. Thanks for coming and joining us in the live stream and on the show today.
Yeah.
For me to be part of that moment with you and making the recovery you have done from 2 years ago, just fantastic job. Really, really proud of you. And yeah, go party. I'll see you in the bar later on. It's going to be a good night as well.
Oh, and also thank you so much to all the sponsors that are supporting me on that whole journey. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, legend. Thanks so much. We'll see you next time. Right? Awesome. And as we swap Elise back into the booth, we're going to get ready for the snowboard men's category. Super excited for the first rider out today. French man, but riding for the Verbier Freeride Club, one of the coaches in the snowboard club in Verbier, Hugo Serra. Absolute legend of the game. And I always love telling a nice story of one of the years on the Nendaz Backcountry Invitational where maybe the conditions were questionable. And indeed, all the skiers were telling Cyril, I'm not sure we can drop, man. It's too firm in the landings. And out of nowhere, Hugo Serra just dropped in behind everyone, backside 720 to the bottom. And that's the kind of attitude that puts him in the Challenger Series and at the top of the start list today. Number 26, Asado Yoshida. 27, Marc Robert. Florian Hanschu, I believe, is going to be a DNS on the start list for today. The big shout-out has to go to the local legend and Freeride World Junior Champion, number 30, Elliot Dancer, one of my favourite riders round here. Be him a skier, snowboarder, paraglider, alpinist, generally just that guy should be a guide in his future. I think he's a really, really all-round athlete and great, great climber. Gabriel Bleton, always worth a mention at the bottom of the list there. And of course, I'm going to shout out the British rider, number 38, James Veach, who's been killing it lately.
All right. What a good start list. Sorry, well, I had written DNS dad in Florian's line just because he was DNS last week because he literally became a dad the day of the Silvertime on
No way.
comp.
That's the story?
That is the story.
Okay, most reasonable reason for a Challenger Series DNS I've ever heard. Man, it's just become a dad, Florian Hanschu. Congratulations,
Absolutely.
man.
But be sure that he is here today with a 1-week-old child.
Wow. Wow, that's super cool.
Definitely keen, to go full on snowboarding and to show the example to the child now.
You can maybe hear across my microphone as the drone rips its way to the top of the face. We're going to be ready for Hugo Serra any moment.
In about 10 seconds.
Trying to make his way.
Right. Oh, hey, guys.
Hey, we're
Long
on
time
TV.
no seen.
It's citrus green, citrus spring is the colour, if you like it. Yeah, it's a bit bright on there, isn't
Absolutely. So we're actually facing the Mont Blanc right here in the sun on a bluebird day with powder. What a day.
I know. I mean, it's the ginger man should shush his creme de soleil for sure. I'm looking straight into the sunshine and trying to cover up with my hat as best as I can.
Love a creme de soleil for dessert. Incredible. Hey, do you want sunscreen?
Oh, you've got it on you actively.
Here
That's
you go.
a medical emergency right now. Let's make sure sun safety never takes a day off, folks,
Absolutely.
for the ginger man in the
All right,
booth.
we're back at the top of the face at the Mont Blanc. Hugo Serra getting ready. He's been having so much fun on the qualifiers. You know what? Hugo has always so much fun on the world tour, everywhere he goes, traveling. He is such a nice guy to be around. And dropping in, Hugo, the style legend, is on course.
Another rider we can call local, and therefore the depth of knowledge he's got about this particular face is an advantage over some of the riders in the field for sure. Hugo Serra, no stranger to the Challenger Series either. Lots of experience at this level of competition.
Absolutely. I mean, he's like probably my tallest favorite. Stylish, yes,
Perfect.
360 out of this first cliff. Something going on.
Sets the backside 360, but seems to be landing over the front foot a little bit and taking a pretty horrible slam. Just taking a moment to get up there, but he is okay. Hugo Serra, I think, taking something to the backside during that crash there. Perhaps that rock on the exit.
All right. And probably, yeah, heavily bumped. He was coming in with some style, and yes, all right. He's definitely okay to make his way down, and he's probably going to...
Still playing with the line, finding a sniper entry into a cool while landing.
Full
full speed, just jumping into the couloir, getting white room on the face with 15 centimeters of powder.
Another back 3,
360-ing.
almost back 270 to hold on to that one, but gets the rotation done.
Absolutely, he loves the Mongon, and yeah, there's no way he's not going to do what he had planned to do.
New line off the edge of that one, transferring onto the back of it though. I wager it might be worth less points than Mila Delarue's line through there, but there's the butter 360 for a full 20 meters down the face from Hugo Serra.
Incredible. Hugo has been filming so much for his own project recently, and this is what he's showcasing. Beautiful lines, making the most of the mountain. Let's see what he thinks. Yep.
He hit his butt on a rock. Is that what I'm translating there?
No,
He broke his butt.
just like shit. But with different words that we can use for this. Oh, he did front punch.
Like another replay of that, just seemed to get off axis on the set of the 3 and then get pitched forward by it. Lovely air into that though, that's a cool line. Another backside, as I called it, a bit 270, but a great redirect on the landing. Cool air here, and this is going to be the highlight of the run style-wise, isn't it? The butter 3 to the finish area pretty much. Oh, come on, director.
Check out the powder at the bottom. He looked like he had really, really good turns.
Yeah, as we say, over on that rider right side in the shade, tends to get a little bit less of the wind effect on that side of the mountain as well, so you often get the better of the powder on that shoulder, but perhaps not as steeper or stronger line option out that way as we have in the middle of the face. So we're going to start to see that now in the men's snowboarding. Those line difficulty scores are going to really matter. How much exposure do they take on those air and style elements?
Absolutely. It's really a matter of calculating what you can do on one side, on the other side, and making sure that the line fits your style. Because you want to please the judges, that's for sure. 34 points for Hugo.
A really cool
but
point
not only the judges. You want to, I mean, we're in the sport, you do it for your soul. You do it for much more than competing. And you need to choose a line that really looks like you.
I was going to say that I had a lovely moment as Steve Clarkson joined me in commentary for the juniors, and he said exactly that point as I tried to challenge him on line choice and whether the Pac-Man lines are kind of cool, or do we miss kind of the Doug Coombs really steep way of skiing. He's like, you got to follow your heart, man. Design a line not for judges but for yourself. Dude, that's what free riding's about. The word free's in the title for a reason.
Absolutely, and this is definitely international. This is a feeling that we all have, and this is Asato Yoshida getting ready in the start gate. 38 years old, a lot of experience.
Didn't you say that's the oldest rider in today's field? But
yep.
As ever, the Japanese live a youthful life, and the lifestyle down there means he's going to move like a man half his age, no doubt. Asato Yoshida then.
Absolutely, and man, there's no age to be having fun.
Right, yeah. I think that was the great example of Steve Clarson's, not to mention him during someone else's run, but at 60 years old, he came in and won the 2-star this week, and just an inspiration to the youngsters around him for sure.
Nice shifting, aiming to the big
Holy
cliff.
moly, here we go, Yasada.
No hesitation.
The front punch, though, as I say with that one, it is really fat to flat. You need to be really smart about where you pop it. Perhaps he's gone a little too slow, almost dobbled into the shortest end of it.
He did speed check in order to see the landing and get closer to make sure of his line. Unfortunately, got kind of caught in the landing. Nice entry. He is aiming for another beautiful cliff.
Well, the sniper entry into that and getting past that uphill compression, but then having a little issue on the heel edge control. It really is chopped up in that landing now.
It's really, really chopped up now. You know what? There's been too much happening out there to be able to stump it properly. Looks
Backside 3 though, holy moly!
Huge air out there for Asato as he's flying out of it, straight lining down to the bottom. Wow.
I think that's the Max Hitzig nose, isn't it? The backflip that took him to the World Tour, and Asato Yoshida going for a massive backside 360 off there.
Absolutely. I'm so stoked he had a beautiful and clean landing after the one that he had up top that wasn't up to his expectation. This one was definitely fine.
Yeah, I mean, it actually does look like it's kind of on today. I sort of thought those bigger cliff options might not have enough snow in the landing, but was he just over the nose of it when he crashed anyway? Was the compression too much, even if he was perfectly positioned? Let's have a look at the replay for Asato Yoshida. Here's that first one.
Speed check. Ooh, over the rocks.
So my assertion is you probably need to take that one by coming in just a tiny bit hotter than that, but jumping from further back, so you kind of cut the lip of the of it off and you end up landing from a flatter trajectory on a slightly shorter takeoff. That is huge, but
man, your 3.6 was insane.
and quite rightly, the people at the bottom just saying that Yoshida's back three was genuinely on the oof scale, as we say around here.
Absolutely. Il est fou! Absolutely, yeah. This is some very crazy Japanese move that we've just witnessed. And man, we all really, really wanted to see him stump this. I almost want them to go for a second run.
Yeah, right. Kind of do love that about free riding, and especially our European style of it, where everybody has just inspected this from the front end and generally just flipped that map in their mind and then gone and executed a run with one opportunity. Sees everything you ever wanted.
Absolutely. So the phase is being projected for from the riders as soon as there's been a last dump of snow in order to keep it as best as it is and in order to make it safer as well. But after this comp, make sure that a lot of people are going to go and ride this phase because it's just such a jewel. So maybe some riders will actually go back up for redemption.
Although I'll always remind you, manage your avalanche safety if you're going to come back up on the Mongon. Might look after a day like today that there's enough lines and it could never avalanche again. There could be a change of conditions, very unlikely, but just make sure you know what you're doing before you ever choose to come up on the Mongon. We've of course got a lot of guides securing the face for today. All the riders riding with transceiver, shovel, probe, back protector, helmet. On goes then Marc Robert, the next of our riders and the first of the Swiss in the snowboard men's category.
Local legend Marc Robert has been showing some really, really solid runs up to now.
Snow condition, of course, having had the two categories run through it already, landing, starting to have less snow in them and more tracks across them.
Very nice cliff up top. He did find a pretty clean landing.
Yeah, Marc Robert looking like a really solid rider, isn't he? And knowing for the moment, oh, there it is, kind of Weddle grab. They've changed the name of Mute, and that front side hand coming back across the front of the board and between the feet.
Really nice style as he is aiming towards the traverse on the lookers left of the face. Entering the steep zone with some sharp turns.
Which way is he going to take the exit cliff then? New line off that almost. A little smaller in some senses, but really sensible with the landing below it now. Cut to ribbons.
Definitely the best choice, you know what? Making sure you've got, a fresh landing. Ooh, and well, he's the first one around here today, aiming for a beautiful nose.
Not taking it totally off the fall line, but again, I think with the shallow snow today, a really sensible option. And you will get one more hit out of this face. And with two crashes already, Marc Robert definitely playing it really sensible on this run.
Absolutely, he is adapting to the snow conditions, and this is a prior skills for the riders today.
Here he comes then, finding a new transition on the very foreline of Mila Delarue's exit cliff, if I call it that.
Beautiful. Yeah, we can. All right. Well, I mean, this one was full of surprises. It was really, really cool to watch.
We hear Marc Robert punch in the air, cheering as he crosses the finish line from a full pull of a run. Definitely no hint of a control issue throughout it. Just about in terms of line difficulty versus what we might see in the category.
Sweet. Well, this is a really, really happy rider coming at the bottom of the base. Check this out. Nice grab. This cliff is so pretty. This is one of the nicest takeoffs.
It does really well to find a transition as short as he can at the bottom of that cliff, just beating the rocks. Finding the steepest part of the landing. Smashed it, Marc Robert, what a performance.
Un cul monte à fond. Là, j'espère que c'est assez. J'ai trop kiffé.
I hope it's enough, he says. Well, it's enough for 73 points for today.
And that is out of the judging textbook. Hedge your bets, put it on a 75. Maximum distance in both directions for the first landed run of the day. Siobhan Chalice, no slouch to the head judging job.
Ouais, peu importe maintenant.
All right. Well, there's no such feeling as being proud of the run that you just did.
no matter the points really, and there's no comparison. As soon as you're down and happy about what you did, you've won.
Yeah, exactly. I always try to separate that. No judge can tell you whether you had a good day skiing or not. In the end, like if you were happy with it and you stomped your run, then you should always go away from a free ride performance with a smile on your face. Sometimes the judges might not agree with your perspective on where it should have ranked. For the moment, first place for Marc Robert on that 73 right in the middle of the range, so maybe the judges expecting to see more in terms of fluidity and line difficulty, I think. Maybe expecting to see more in terms of air and style as well with the 360s on the massive cliffs we've already seen not controlled. So yeah, judges hedging their bets for the moment, but Marc Robert, you might be surprised, we'll see how hard everybody else tries, but it's pretty classic in the men's categories for people not quite to respect the send appropriately, go too hard too early. We might see a few more crashes yet. So is this in fact Sasha Balico?
It actually looks like Florian.
Florian is going to take the run then. Right, you told me he's had kids just 2 weeks ago, and we assumed it might be a DNS.
That kind of looks like Sasha's jacket. Would be nice
Can we pick a number?
Okay, drone and live ready. Okay, Sasha, tu te fais plaisir. Bib number 29, snowboard man.
All right, the graphics are confirming it's Florian Hanchu, bib number 28. Had the discussion that due to recent childbirth, he was back in Germany looking after his kids, but quick work at the top, really aggressive on these first turns. Fantastic snowboarder backside 3, then lovely execution on that one.
Check out this landing, just like jumping out of it like if nothing.
Yeah, just immediately in that 4-point position is probably not quite as appropriate to say on snowboard, but stacked immediately above his feet basically, and never looked like he needed to flex his knees at all. Same again.
Jumping into the Nor, into the steep couloir. Wow.
Really hard to shut the speed down in that particular zone now. Very steep, snow pretty bad. Backside 3 again. Same spot as Hugo Serra, but for my money, taking it a little straighter and perhaps executing it a bit cleaner. And then the front 3 to finish it off, is it?
Incredible! This is Sasha Balico indeed. And yes, this is definitely his style. Wow, what a show today. He's just turned this space into a playground.
Yeah, I mean, that looked like a lot of fun in answering perfectly. He doesn't need to worry about the judges score him now. He's had a great time. 360s is it. Clean execution, strong line, very fluid in the middle. No control issue for me. This may
Definitely
well be
not.
going up to first place and above an 80. What do you reckon?
He made it look so easy. It was like he was in a snow park. Just like, you know.
The first backside 3. Kind of punches the shifty on the set to get his eyes ahead of the rotation. Textbook. Lovely straight air. Little bit of action with the arms there, but there's the second of the backside 3s.
He got the grab.
But did he grab tail on that as well?
Front.
And then small frontside 3, taking the corner of the Heartbreak Hotel to the rider's left. Great execution from Sasha Balico.
Absolutely. Who says steep is scary? Nope. Just steep is fun. Incredible. What a run for Sasha. You know what? With his first place in La Rosière and third place in Montafon, Sasha is definitely aiming for something solid this season. We've got Mark. Yeah, I guess he feels that he could be threatened by Sasha's run, and that's for sure. I'm so happy to see very, very clean runs again after the ski women category. I got a little worried about the conditions, but you know what? Well, this is confirming that this is a snowboard day,
Yeah,
I guess, on the Mongon face.
I think sometimes there's a bit of luck. We do try to randomise the categories as best we can, but the women mostly using different lines to the snowboard men category today. So even if in between each feature it might be starting to get chopped up through a lot of riders, we still do have a lot of fresh landings left to be found out here. And indeed, we're waiting for the judges to confirm a score then for Sasha Balico.
Absolutely. Some of those riders have been able to watch the ladies come down. Sasha Balico's second place was 71 points.
Either way, apparently into second place behind Marc Robert on a 71.33 according to the graphic. for the moment. Balico giving him a fist bump. I'm a little confused with the result for the moment. We're going to go back up to the top because I love to introduce this man, former Freeride World Junior Champion. It's important to remember that the Mongol is more scared of Elliot Dancer than he is of it. This guy has so much experience on this mountain. Wouldn't put him in the category of lunatic. It looks crazy what he does, but honestly, the level of training and experience and expertise he's put into getting to this point is fantastic. One of my favorite guys to hang out with at any event. Elliot Dancer, youngster from Nendaz itself, living just above Le Bob, is dropping in.
Le Bob being your favorite bar in town.
Also my favorite bar. I hang out with Elliot Dancer quite a lot, man. He's a good guy. On face then.
All right, Elliot definitely knows this face. He loves it.
Lovely, solid, straight air in. Does he sit down on the heel edge? Hard to say with the powder flying up there. The judges won't have missed it if it's there. Gail Rebordy on the video judge will bring it back up.
The snow is fast though, and you can tell he's got to brake solidly.
And let me tell you again about the experience of the locals when it comes to this mountain. It has to be an advantage because I tell you, Elliot has ridden this thing more than 100 times. But the snow conditions every day a little different. He has just sharked out on the heel edge, I think, traversing to the third big feature of the face now. Will he take the Matt Hitzig cliff, a little slow off it? An immediate front punch. I think you actually need to take it bigger than that, otherwise you do find a compression, not a transition.
You do need speed, exactly. Otherwise, yeah, gravity just calls you and really plants you down like a tree.
Dancer, first one to take the Heartbreak Hotel off its 4-line today, and he'll cruise home to the finish line with a bit of frustration, I think, because for my money, potentially 2 small control errors and the one obvious one at the bottom.
Frustration, but you know, getting white room, like he knows what he's worth. It was in perfection, but at least it was a quite committed run.
He's frustrated for sure. He knows he's got more to give than that. Former World Junior Champion, always performed in the Backcountry Invitational until this year when we stopped bringing the snowboarders to it. But he's always there for the 4-run. Chucks a double like nothing else. But the key to him is he's always looking for the aggressive, big mountain line. He loves to ride steep and hard and find big drops, and this bottom one proving too much of a compression for him today.
So if you guys are around in Nendaz, feel free to take the gondola of the Plan du Feu, and literally the spectator zone is located. There's one at the restaurant right at the top of the gondola. You've got a spectacular view on the Mont Gon. If you want to traverse a little bit down to us, we're facing the Mont Gon literally straight at the bottom of the face. And yeah, please come and check it out.
I do want to give the organisers a big shout out because we do have the best spot on the mountain this year. Score comes in for Elliot Dancer in third on a 64. It might not stand up in that place for now. And for my money, it's a pretty high score still, considering the 2 big control issues in it. So obviously very impressed with the rest of the line.
Absolutely, and we've got the drone going back up the face. There's so much technique behind this live. And honestly, the amount of batteries, the amount of SD cards that we're using is absolutely crazy. We're on the mountain, in the middle of the snow. It's being cold at night. Like, all of the technical team here has done a fantastic job, I must say, for you guys to be able to watch this show right now.
Yeah, it is one of the best organisations in the world. I've been working with Nendaz Freeride for better part of 10 years now, and Cyril Lanfranchi at the top of it. Great manager and all the passion and a number of people that put huge energy into the huge festival of freeriding that is the Nendaz Freeride, running pretty much from the start of January all the way to the end of March. Lucas Munoz is going to be our next rider, the Spanish 22-year-old.
Absolutely, and Lucas coming from Spain, coming from Valencia, but he is training, he's living in Verbier, because yeah, he just want to do it well, and this is where you learn with the best in big mountains, really.
Straight to work then, and again it's getting choppy at the top. But Lucas Munoz showing his technique. Switch front side 1 on the first cliff, but landing on rocks, I think, and getting spat straight away. It's a half cab, as that traditionally gets called. Not sure how the judges feel when you kind of just set a revert just above the cliff in order to do the front 180, at least on skis. That's generally considered sacrilege. But maybe not so much in a free ride context.
Absolutely. He looked like he's definitely being bounced out of the snow at the top. You really want to consider that the face has been tracked by more than 30 riders now. All right. Very nice entrance in the steep zone.
One lovely line off the broken nose there, splitting out of it and a really solid landing. Watching the slough now, clever work through that.
Interesting, and Lucas aiming
for the backflip, but under rotating it, just beating the rocks luckily, but kind of wildcat set on the backy, not getting the nose of the board past the rocks and taking another face plant.
Yeah, what a shame. He popped it so hard, and he usually really has his backflips dialed. Unfortunately, yeah, Lucas not bothering to take a bottom hit after this and just making, some pretty turns all the way to the bottom and the finish line.
So a little frustrated, but again, the judges already sort of making the point that with some sort of tumble, as long as the line's really extreme, still get scores in the 60s today. So could be in a question with Elliot Dancer. I think, to be honest, he's a lot further away from landing that backflip than Elliot was from landing his big cliff at the bottom as well. So
that's right. Well, we can see people want to trick.
And of course, I've forgotten the full big control issue on the half cab switch front side one at the top.
Sasha has definitely proved. Oh, you see that? It looks like he actually hit
Perhaps
the
he
takeoff.
genuinely, he caught something of the rocks as he set the back flip. Something else created friction under his feet and stopped that rotation for him, as you say. Loads of power in it.
So from the takeoff, really, he already probably knew that he was not going to land it.
And that's going to come out just 8 points for 6th place for Lucas Munoz. So a big gap in the crash scores already between Elliot Dancer and Lucas.
Oh, wow, yeah. That is
If that's
massive.
Yeah, we'll talk that one through.
I mean, when your back touches, the
I don't know.
ground
Both of
really
them have taken full. I mean, Elliot had a
Full
double tomahawk.
But the
front
more
punch.
time that it takes,
I guess he kept
the
his
more points you
momentum
lose.
going. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, and never scare the judges, and for sure the catch of the rock on the takeoff of that backflip then left them thinking he was about to face plant rocks, and that kind of it's overall impression judging. And if you have that moment of gasping for someone's life, then you probably don't have a great overall impression of the run.
That's right.
And we are heading back to the top. It's going to be Arvid Gustafsson from Sweden. 12th and 9th so far this year, sorry.
Exactly. And he learned how to snowboard in Cernösta, but now lives and trains in Verbier. He's been competing for 3 years, being coached by Luisa Brunetti. And Arvid's been showcasing some really nice runs over the last few years. And he's definitely, he could do a bit better than the 2 last stops. And he's definitely able to do this. All right.
Of course, the Swedes have generated for themselves a fairly legendary status in the Four Valleys for their free riding ambition, should we say.
Absolutely. Incredible. Check out the mountains in the back. I mean, look at Arvid, but...
And Arvid onto his first feature, then back flipping, really well set, but for my money, he just got the rotation done, but finding the upslope of a bomb hole and a perfect front punch. Back flip to front flip then for Arvid Gustafsson.
Yep. Almost couldn't see it. Very good save. You got to have a really good core to save it. Nice hit, and he got to grab.
Grabbing Indy off that one to the backhand coming in now. He's taken a snow snake to another front punch tumble there. So,
wow.
2 crashes so far for Arvid. One more air. Winding the windows down. Someone has let some wind go in the car. Get the windows down as quick as you can.
All right, and Arvid can definitely see the bottom of the face now, which makes it much easier to fly down it.
Boosting to the finish line then. Arvid Gustafsson perhaps going to be a little frustrated. Yeah, he's not. He's throwing his arms in the air. Just as we said, he enjoyed his day out on the Mont Gant. Regardless, those crashes didn't hurt. He had a great time setting the backflip, and there we are. Doesn't always come together for you.
Like this little head shake. Check out this backflip. It was a really good sand.
Yeah, maybe with a fresh landing, he might have just had enough rotation done, but he was a bit under it.
Absolutely. The timing needs to be so perfect. 45 points for Arvid. So he is losing points, but not as much as, Lucas, who's spent more time in the snow, really.
And with the scarier crash altogether, at least he's super close to landing those and keeps his speed running through those front punches. If that's a reasonable way to start ranking crashes, you've got to rank him at some point. We're going to get ready back at the top. Number 33, and next out is winner of the last Challenger event, Cesar Baran. Seen his sister competing earlier today. So far, 7th place and a win for the Val Thorens legend. So Cesar Baran looking pretty. Just needs one more result maybe to start feeling fairly comfortable about a World Tour spot for next year.
Exactly. His favorite spot to ride in Val Thorens is the Lac Noir and Caron. For all of the Frenchies that are looking at us, those are definitely, pretty substantial freeride areas. Cesar getting ready. He is such a funny rider to watch. Honestly, he spends a lot of time in the air.
Is there any science in that leg smack? I see so many athletes doing that. It just feels good to warm the quads up with a big slap. I don't know if anybody's ever discovered if that makes it better.
I hope this is not coming from, the coaches at the top of an alpine race. They tend to do this.
Yeah, I've sometimes seen that done too much, I would say.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. I mean, getting a little bit of movement, getting your breath a little bit,
Yeah. And I think for Cesar, and we saw it with Lou as well, just controlling the breath and powering through, trying to get the head in the zone, as we say.
You need to get your body ready. I mean, you don't want to have your body ready after the 10th turn. You need to be ready straight away, from top to bottom. This is what's going to make the difference at this level on the Challengers.
Lucky it's nice and warm today. That can be a real challenge when you're varying start times and waiting for your start, knowing when to get your gear on. Cesar Baran is ready, though, and as you say, he always puts on a clinic of air and style. No stranger to a steep and exposed line either. Boosty, love the style on these turns at the top.
Nice.
Whipping the back foot out and slashing the snow.
Yeah, check out those turns. Aiming for the first hit. With
Nice
a
indie.
nice indie grab, and unfortunately getting caught. Front flipping into the snow.
Great recovery to grab another
air.
indie. Shame, it probably is just the quality of that landing now. It's worth them getting on the live stream and realising that they could take a different angle off that hit, or perhaps just skip it for the sake of it at this point in the day.
Absolutely. Riding really fast in the middle of the rocks out there, staying in the powder, avoiding the tracks.
New line here, which will double through, could turn into a triple. Very close to rocks on the exit again. Great punch front recovery from Cesar Baran, but my colleague to the left there fully tensing up and worrying about his health as he left the takeoff.
All right, and now opening a beautiful new line in the middle of this space, getting on this shoulder, which looks quite sharky, but for now, he's doing incredible, aiming for that beautiful cliff, Cesar
Come
Baran.
on, yes, what an exit from Cesar Baran. Now a great shame the falls at the top, because the line concept, wow.
Absolutely stomping it. He just came in so fast, knew exactly what he was up to, and stomped it like it's nothing. What a beautiful rock that he's chosen that nobody had seen earlier on this phase before.
The question has to be asked which side of Elliot Dancer it's going to rank, because they both have various control issues in the run. They both have really cool lines.
Well, this was a little mistake in the angle getting up there, but man, how good is this stuff? He's got the indie grab.
Yeah, I mean,
He's got the style.
awesome exit, and it's like to the bar, straight to the finish line he goes.
Boom.
Yeah,
Running out of it.
48, so it does rank underneath Elliot Dancer by almost 16 points or so.
All right, well, this is really too bad. Unfortunately, the two crashes definitely are taking him down, and it's hard to make it above 50 when your head touches the snow twice.
Yeah, I sometimes enjoy being harsh as a judge. It's nasty on lines like that are otherwise awesome, but small errors, and it's your job to rank people correctly and take the points away where it's due. And yeah, landed performances are better than crash ones. That's a fact.
Absolutely. We've got still some 5 riders to come, and they're all threats to Mark. But man, I guess Mark is getting pretty settled out there.
Starting to chill out if they all keep trying this hard. And I mean, everybody's kind of going for a line that could challenge Mark, but at the moment he's the only one that really truly executed cleanly throughout. So maybe Sasha Baliko should be right up there with him. Judges deciding that ranked behind today, maybe seeing something in the 360 landings that I missed. But.
Absolutely. One of a kind of a rider today. Gabrielle Bleton is the only rider competing snowboarding and skiing today.
Wow. Wow, how is that even possible? He's going to drop last in the men's skiing. Wow, I've never seen it before.
Absolutely. Yeah, Gabrielle is coming back from the World Tour and definitely trying to requalify.
Front side 3 then to open up the face. Nice and small, but really, really snappy and controlled. Cool to watch.
Absolutely, he is in for the play. Woo, just, avoiding some rocks out there in the landing.
Here we go, backside 360 then. I love that kind of carved setup, linking the speed from the line before and the shape of the turn generating the rotation of the 360 off the cliff.
Nice laying down on his back heel edge.
Huge air into the couloir, but did he land on rocks? It sounds like it. Huge flip from Gabrielle.
It looked like it.
In the steepest part of the face, you absolutely have to get the speed and the line right if you're going to jump off one of those ones. Is he good?
Oh, no.
No, his thumbs down, so perhaps we'll be waiting here just to get security out to Gabrielle Bleton. Seen that flow?
Oh, unfortunately, Gabrielle is going to need assistance.
You got that, Ben? He's calling for assistance.
All right, so Gabriel is going to have medical assistance as he's holding his leg. He might need a hand from the ski dudes, maybe from the doctor. Would definitely have...
There's already a guide en route from the top of the Mongon. He'll be with Gabrielle in around about a minute or so, I would say. So we do have plenty of medical care at the top. And of course, the facility to utilize helicopters if we need to get people out of here. Thankfully, we've been running competitions on the Mongon for so long now that medical protocol, if you like, is pretty well stacked up, and the guys at Nendaz Freeride do know what they're doing. And I think a great example from Gabrielle Bleton to all the younger free riders. He immediately knew he was on camera and made a point that he was going to need assistance and advertised that. So no need to play it hard when you're hurt.
Absolutely. So the riders have it really clear that they need to wave their arms when they're fine, and then they can take the time they want to actually come back to straight and eventually start to ski the face down. Gabriel knows the protocol and yeah, definitely decided to call for help. So he might have hit the rock getting into the couloir, unfortunately.
Indeed, yeah. And if is he holding his left knee, maybe his tibia a little bit more? Clearly in a little bit of pain, but we now have guide service with him. And if he's going to need evacuation, then we'll be prepared to do that in the next 10 minutes or so.
Absolutely. We've got all of the patrol, the highly skilled people, and we've got helicopters that are available to evacuate people in order to take them to a safe spot. The hospital is actually really nearby in the valley.
In the past, I have seen it in lower end contests where people have just tried to get themselves out of the face, even with some minor injury to your knee and you feel like you're right. Very often it is better to wait for support here. We're all well insured, especially when competing. Like Elise says, it's just a short hop to Sion and to get proper medical care here, and some of the best medical care in the world, of course, in Switzerland. So better just to put the thumbs down, make sure you get the help you need, and it'll be a pretty short job now as we long line with a helicopter.
All right, so in order for you guys to understand exactly the safety protocol, we've got a nice video explaining everything that you should be able to watch in a couple of seconds.
Great to explain professionally how we manage an incident like this. Here we go.
Since the beginning of the Freeride World Tour, we haven't seen much difference in terms of safety. Always been working with mountain guides to avoid any sort of avalanche dangers and social thing. But where it really improves, it was with the materials, from back protection, beacon, shovel, probe, and every rider has to wear an avalanche airbag backpack. And we also provide those RECO device, which will help the riders in case an avalanche being found like a lot quicker than without. We also provide all the riders with a mandatory safety workshop. Everyone involved into the Freeride World Tour is doing the clinic. It's really important that all the crew and the riders could be involved into the research.
It's not only safety for the riders, it's also safety for the staff to make sure when they set up everything that staff are well equipped. So we decide for which zones it's mandatory to have a beacon, shovel, probe, and then following that I make sure the staff that is in the zone where we need a beacon, that they do have one.
As a team, we plan where it would be best to position our safety staff throughout the venue. So we have ski patrollers at the top of the venue, we have ski patrollers at the bottom of the venue, and we also have some placed throughout the venue where they're able to respond quickly in the event of an accident.
All right, here are back in beautiful Nanda. And as the safety protocol is being followed right now with an evacuation on the face, well, we've got the riders at the top. They're gonna be waiting for a little bit, and that's gonna give us time to tell you a bit more about what's happening this week.
A lot going on with the Nendaz Freeride always. We've got pretty much a 3-month-long festival if we start that back in January with the Nendaz Backcountry Invitational, one of my absolute favourite events in the world, and becoming fast one of all the riders' favourite events. And I hope you follow us with that one next year, because it's a really rare thing to have natural landings with massive park kickers and that particular field of riders that we bring to it every year.
Absolutely. Actually, Will, this is the only one in Europe, I believe.
I think in one sense it's the only one of its type anywhere in the world. Maybe Natural Selection does something a little bit similar. But I think in terms of it being a true backcountry freestyle event, it's not really a free ride event. You can use free ride options and do some tricks off it, but it's a genuine freestyle event. It's rider judge. We're the only people to bring that rider judge system to such an event. So yeah, Backcountry Invitational, I've been saying it, I get to judge about 5 World Cups a year and travel around to all these events, and it really is my favourite atmosphere, favourite time, one of the best shows you'll ever see. So next year, make sure you're here for it.
Absolutely. And well, I've heard from the athletes that it was as well one of their favorite comp, because the idea behind it is that all of the riders are going to judge each other. And so there's no other judging. People are here to really push the sport and yeah, just go to the very top level. They're not as sharp on the judging as well, and they will push the sand, which is really nice to see on those types of comps.
I mean, I am a really big advocate for the Federation of International Skiing, all the work they've done in formalising the criteria, professionalising the sport when it comes to freestyle skiing. But it's also great to throw that criteria out the window and not worry about difficulty, execution, variety, amplitude, whatever, and just say, you know, this is about fun, about the atmosphere of free riding today. We can literally give it out because we know you tried harder than another person. Yeah, so a chap did a triple front flip and didn't stomp it, but like, you're going to take the points away from him for the idea? No, Jordan Legal, absolute legend.
Absolutely. Yeah, this is the day. It's like a day having fun with your friends, really, but in an environment, in a safe environment, and honestly, the job that is done to build those kickers, because for you to understand, the Backcountry Invitational has a beautiful powder face, and we wait for it. We've got a month of weather window, so we need to wait for the right day, the perfect conditions, really. And in this, some incredible shapers have been, and you will, and all of the volunteers.
I'm not an incredible shaper, but I was there for sure.
But you're a great volunteer. Have been shaping, those massive kickers. They're like snowpark kickers.
Exactly, yeah. Obviously, that weather window is key to the success of that event, because you've got to wait for really full landings if you're going to send people massive into them. But also, a team of roughly 20 to 50 volunteers will be out there for 4 days straight, digging, building the base of the jumps and getting them ready to to be shaped properly and professionally. Then we bring in a team of 6 shapers from Helve Park for the last 2 days to finish cutting those jumps to the real professional level. Maybe we had 12 features in total, plus all the natural features in that face this year. And I suppose the other really special thing about Nendaz Backcountry Invitational, there are almost nowhere else in the world where we can get a crowd skiing clean off a piste into kind of a big mountain face with all of that facility. We've got power, we've got the DJ, the bar. Just we're in the kind of the middle of nowhere, but with all the facilities you could possibly need to have a good time watching a freeride event. And the BC Invitational for me, I'm saying it for the 4th time this show, is my favourite free ski freeride event in the world.
Absolutely. And the way that it makes that it's so nice and easy for the riders is because the snowboard kickers, the takeoffs are so perfect that you can send any freestyle tricks that you want, and you're gonna land in powder, which doesn't hurt as much as the park anyway, so you can really go for it.
Shout out Jordan Ray, I think, maybe by accident, but he did a nose but a single cork 10, which in more than a decade of free ski judging, I'm not sure I've ever seen done in a contest. It's like, just doesn't really work in terms of the takeoff into the axis you'd need to use to get a 1080 done and arrive with sufficiently small amount of rotation to not just wipe out immediately. And he stomped it into powder, massive on a heavy landing. Already shouted out the triple front flip. Timo Rolfshofen did the biggest dub 10 of the day. BC Invitational this year, find the highlight reel, it's amazing.
Absolutely. All right, we're getting some news there from the situation, and Gabriel Bleton is injured. He's got a leg injury, so this is the reason why he's called for assistance. He will be evacuated and will be taken care of. So we're gonna cut the live for about 10 minutes now, and we'll be right back to you.
See you shortly.
All right, good luck, Gabriel. Welcome back, everybody. Here we are at the 2025 Nendaz Freeride Challenger by Orage in beautiful Mongon. And yes, here we are again. We've had this pretty hard stop, and we've been on hold for a while, just making sure that our snowboarder Gabriel Bleton was getting evacuated from the face. He's now in the hospital getting taken care of his leg, and we're about to start again this incredible competition. We still have 4 snowboarders to come down.
Big shout out to Air Glacier. Here's the images of them coming out in the Eurocopter EC135 and making the recovery on the long line for Gabriel, flying him direct to Sion. And then indeed with slight hold whilst we wait to get both the doctor and the guide back to the top of the mountain in a separate Eurocopter AS350. Yeah, I'm a nerd.
Yes, you are. Oh my God, lovely little screen with the best thoughts, Gab. Get better soon. We've got all of the snowboarders at the finish line sending some love to their buddy. That is so nice of you.
Yeah, great to see there, Marc Robert with Sasha Baliko and Elliot Dancer showing the team camaraderie that's just prevalent on the Freeride World Tour and all the qualifiers all the way to the bottom. Freeriding's always had a great community atmosphere and always a shame to see Gabriel go down today. I'm sure he'll come back stronger for the experience in the end.
Absolutely. There's no such thing as witnessing a friend getting injured, but this is part of the game, and everybody knows this. We've got our next rider up there who is getting ready. This is Kia Chrétien. He is the wild card for the Challengers this season. He's been doing so good on the juniors, winning last season. He's only 18 years old. This is his first season on the qualifiers, straight into the Challengers.
And let's not understate what it does to the next rider in the gate's head when you have to have that nearly 45 minute to an hour hold now for the recovery of Gabriel out of his landing. And obviously we were talking earlier about how do you prepare the body, how do you prepare the mind, and it can be really difficult once you get yourself in the zone one time to let that energy relax and then build back up to this point again, ready to drop in Kia Chrétien.
Et c'est parti pour Kia, il nous vient de Courchevel, il fait partie de la Frisky Academy de Moselle. Let's go!
And let's see if it's affected his mindset at all. He looks like he's going straight into it, full attack, full gas across the tricky snow at the top to find a first cliff option then. To the 4-line backside 3, and I think a really smart way of doing it, almost with a hand drag back 3 to take the distance out of it and drop really short in the transition. Little control issue, then into the regular air. And lost him for a second, but beautiful turn on the toe edge to now make his way out to the far rider right.
Absolutely, he's been taking both of those cliffs pretty big and nice. Now he's taken the top traverse, coming down in between the rocks with a little hop and aiming for this big cliff that's got a lot of landing.
Wasn't much of a hesitation at all. Perhaps the judges noting that it was all on the heel edge falling leaf on the pad there between the 2 features before he got pointing again.
Beautiful hit to follow up with this massive cliff at the top. Kia is definitely on fire.
And is he going to take the cliff that I'm now calling the Mila exit? Which way will he take it? Does he come back now to the 4-line? Indeed, yeah. There are some rocks in that landing now. Got to get this right. Yes, perfect. Going past the other landings that now exposing rocks.
Absolutely stomping it. Did you see how he popped it in order to pass all of the bomb holes at the bottom? He knew exactly what he was getting into. Man, Kia's
super like intelligent riding for a really young athlete. Put the pressure on him, having the big weight at the top, and then still keeping hold of all of the information from that scope earlier in the day and executing perfectly, especially with the landing he needed off that last cliff.
Yeah,
great execution.
Check out this 360.
Wanted to see the control issue after it, but yeah, pretty good.
There you go. He was just braking really nicely.
Here's the takeoff from the exit of the double then. Where's that with Marc Robert for your money in first place at the moment? It's got to be in the question for the top 3, and it does go into first place on a 78.
Yes.
Oh my. Judges deciding that one had enough big action features in it, plenty of fluidity. Aaron Starr with the back 3 at the top, overtaking Marc Robert for a first place spot. Still in the 70s for the moment.
Well done. Kia trying to escape the finish line, but no, he's got to stay there. He is the current leader. And yeah, it feels really good to have a beautiful run, a stomped run back in the snowboarding categories.
Yeah, that's so important for the nerves of the three left on the top of the mountain in the snowboard men's category now, just to get a solid run down. We have seen generally quite a lot of crashes in the snowboard men's category, and of course the scary one from Gabrielle. So Kiet Chrétien settling the nerves for everybody on top of the mountain.
Absolutely, and we've got a really experienced rider. Christophe Charlet has been on the qualifiers for a really long time. He's just, so consistent. He's been, he did a 4th place in La Rosière. He knows Mongon very well. He's been competing here. He lives in Chamonix, not afraid of the steepness, that is for sure.
4th and 8th so far, so looking to add a third top 10 score to try and challenge for a World Tour spot next season. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it's also 2 riders going from this region in the men's snowboarding category through to the World Tour, is it?
So there will be 8 ski men total jumping on the World Tour next season.
4
so it
from
will
each
be
region.
4 on each region, absolutely.
Right.
Oh, wait a second, no.
And that's ski men.
Snowboard man, yeah, that's ski man. So there's only 4 snowboard men.
Total, so 2 from this region will go
Absolutely.
through, indeed. There we go. And yeah, Christophe Charlet in with a shout of that at the moment, as César Baran is probably next at the top of that list, next to Sasha Balico with a 1st and a 3rd. So probably in about a 3rd place spot, trying to challenge his way towards the World Tour at the moment. Our current ranking 7th as it comes up on the screen there, as my math is just terrible. Here we go then, Christophe Charlet dropping in a new line altogether. Wow. No one's gone off over the shoulder this way. And
Yay.
he does pop back 3 into the face. Nice option.
Very cool. He is, he's showing that he can have fun just getting into the face.
Discussed with the judges during the break there, though, they're not looking so much to give points for small rotations on small features. They really are looking for big mountain skiing and big cliffs now. And is that Christophe Charlet going for a front punch, was it, after that?
Yeah, it looked like it. Exactly, unfortunately landing. Ooh, beautiful second cliff in there.
They note kind of the deduction for a front punch in the scale today seems to be around about 10 points, and especially as he recovered that one really quickly, he could still challenge into the 70-point scores here, I think.
Definitely, he should very, very much give everything he's got for the rest of this line, because
boosting on the heel edge
lost
right now. Getting into the exposed zone, then we've seen one person take this already, but not off the nose. Here he goes! Huge air and great control from Christophe Charlet.
Massive air as he's landing, and he's going for the Mila exit.
And he takes the Mila exit even bigger again, so 2 huge actions to close out the line, and fantastic control between them to shut down on the heel edge and get back across to the final feature.
Christophe Charlet making up for that very, very small control issue at the top. He's definitely summing points. Those are some of the biggest hits that we've seen in the snowboard category. Well done.
He looks pretty stoked in the finish area. There's that back 3 in then for Christophe Charlet, just to show something to the judges. He's innovative and taking a new line that other people didn't notice. But there's that front roll. Rapid recovery. Perhaps they'd mark a control issue there. He's very quick to shut down on the heel edge. Looked good to me.
He was so fast out there. And that's where...
That's the exit, and there was actually 2 hands down and a bit of a shuffle there. Here we go then, waiting for the score. In the question for the top 3, even with the front punch, maybe, just with the number of crashes we've seen in today's field.
Yeah, they could still score really, really well. It was this beautiful mix of big mountain.
Yeah, cool entry, huge line at the bottom of the face, just the one error of the control at the top. So judges taking their time. I'm looking over to Siobhan, who still seems head down and toiling away on the pencil note. The score is in.
All of the boys just staring at the screen down there to see the score coming up. The guys kind of betting on on who's getting the most point. Have you stomped everything? He says. It's like, yeah.
I got up so quickly the judges did not see the front punch. He's saying they don't know.
That is a good question. Here they are studying really hardly. It's so much focus for the judges.
What are they talking about? Do you reckon how hard to punish the front punch at the top? Does the line otherwise stack up towards those guys in the top 3rd anyway?
the sun on the face is kind of changing already, and we've got some parts that just now are in the shade.
It's photographer's dream in it, the backlight on the rider's left side. Ooh.
It is. Today the difference is not enough that the riders are actually going to change their plans because the visibility is still really, really nice. But sometimes, really, it does make a difference. It does make a difference if the sun is too hot that it's going to melt the snow, and then the quality of the snow really changes during the day.
One of the great joys of the Mont Blanc, though, almost a pure north aspect at 2,600 metres, so tends to keep good snow condition on it. Long time after the snowstorm, and indeed as the temperatures come up through the day, it's much colder on that face than it is where we are over in the judging booth. Judges are ready, so I've heard the score is in, I think. Had a really good long think about that one. Let's go back to the bottom for Christophe Charlet, is it, and see where this will rank. Goes into second place on a 75.67. Christophe Charlet. Is that bumping Sacha Baliko into third for the moment, I believe. Shout out to Stain in the finish area and his mum's sweater there, local legend.
Very nice. And yep, out there at the top of the Mont Blanc, we've got Gabin Bouzan de la France coming from Les Menuires. He rides, yeah, over in Le Menuire in Val d'Au, part of the Frisky Belleville team. And let's go.
You say that these French riders, if I compare my history as a British skier and the level of experience they have in steep terrain on variable snow conditions, I'm always jealous of the likes of Gabin Bouzan. The time he spent in the mountains altogether. Short work at the top bit, but as you say, more rocks exposed up there now. Snow condition poor. Finds a takeoff here. Taking a little bit cross-court, avoiding the rocks on the lip.
Yeah, and the traverse underneath. Nice. Another drop, transferring a little bit just to be able to set his board straight into the traverse that he wants to take.
A fantastic control through rutted terrain there. Lots of people have made that traverse now. An awful lot of changes in angle for the board to deal with, and he's done really well through it. Through the couloir, and we'll set up.
Gabin is aiming for the big cliff out there. Yep, no choice from the top.
Same line as Ava Batola, but then through the gap in the rocks and the crowd behind us.
Incredible commitment from Gabin Bouzan. There was only one straight exit, and he's not messed up with it. Straight lining onto the shoulder out there. He's making his way so fast, so fluid, and he's definitely in the mood for one last big hit.
I felt the shoulders of 1,000 people in the live crowd behind me tense as he goes again. Huge! And this surely, could it be claiming the top spot, because it's definitely one of the most extreme big mountain steep lines. Huge cliffs with really fast exits through narrow sections. So absolutely ramping up the line, the control, the fluidity scores.
So much commitment. So much commitment for the 20 years old. Yes, yes, he is stoked. Well done. Gabin, t'as tout donné, trop beau.
Smart there to get the pop done before the rock that was exposed on the lip. Sort of small airs at the top, but by the time he gets into the meat of this line, this is beautifully done. Exits with so much speed, and the camera from the drone made that look about 1/8 the size it felt like watching it in reality here.
Absolutely. What a clean run. I am stoked to see this happening today. On this pace, he
Gabin indeed will go into first place, 81.33,
Yes.
first one to break the 80s today. Come on, Gabin.
Bravo Gabin, première place avec 81 points. Sweet, he is absolutely stoked. Man, I'm very happy to see that riders who've been, they've been waiting at the top of the space for another hour on hold, and they've managed to stay warm and just to stay fired up.
Gabin spent that full hour engrossed in his phone screen, staring at the picture of the face, trying to remember that line, make sure he was absolutely dialed in, and man, did he find it with fluidity, and then the exit was absolutely massive.
Absolutely. What a nice cliff at the bottom. I wonder if he and Cesar did talk about it, you know?
Plan lines together, you reckon?
Yeah, kind of making assumptions on how many points that would get and what really fits their type of riding.
I'm going to steal it back and go back to the top for the one and only British rider in today's competition on the snowboard. Last of the snowboard men's category, it's James Veach, ladies and gentlemen, dropping in. Where's he off to? Looks to be setting out to the rider right as well.
All right, James is known for his very, very cool style on the mountain. And I'm sure he's going to, yeah. Nice little holly at the just above the top, the little takeoff.
Same takeoff as Gabin, but taking it more four-line with a bit more area. Hear him clip rocks there, but he's carrying on.
All right, 1 or 2 rocks at the top of this face can make the difference, and the riders know this. James getting into the Gnar.
Yeah, nice option here. Is he on Eva Batola's cliff on that same line? Perfect control through the pad. No hesitation to set into another air, but he needs now. Oh, no!
James aiming for the same straight line. Unfortunately, braking so hard on his front edge that he got kind of caught, and now he's not able to go above the shoulder if that's what he wanted to do.
Seemed like he was looking for the same line as Gabin Bozan, doesn't it? And same execution through the gap until he caught the edge and spat out. He will use the Mila Delarue exit.
Definitely, he knew what he had in options at the end of this face, and he's definitely stomped that bottom cliff, whether or not it was in his plan. Well done, James.
Great shame, because it was, without that execution error, he maybe was challenging for first place on that line. Now it's going to be in the question around Elliot Dancer in the 60s, is it?
Bravo.
One last look then. Again, that sensible pop early, and this time taking a more extreme line than the rider before. And yeah, lovely execution off the Eva Batola line, as I'm now calling it. And the Mila Delarue exit. Now hardly any snow left in that landing, but James finding the very last patch in between 2 bomb holes. We'll reposition a couple of cameramen. That is it for the snowboard men's category for today. We'll wait for the score to come in from James Veach and confirm the podium standings for you. Et naturellement, James parle bien français avec le compétiteur aujourd'hui. There we go then. I'm looking back to the judges. They are still head down for the moment and clearly deep in conversation. Need to decide how much to punish. I mean, the fall in exposure is often punished more even than the falls in kind of non-consequential area. And it is a 57.33 to put James Veach in 7th place with a line that well could have challenged for the top spots today. But you've got to execute it. And there we are.
Absolutely. This is it, Will. I think we know. We now know we've got all of the 13 snowboard men that have come down. Yeah, they've all really done a good job. We're going to have the ranking of the day on the screen very, very soon. And yeah, time to wrap up.
Big hugs from these guys taking a claim somewhere at the top of the podium. Was it Sasha Balico in 3rd, or I missed one rider who was slotted in there now? Let's get the confirmation. They're saying 3 Frenchies to the podium. One more time.
Frenchie podium.
Awesome. Here it is then, confirmation.
Indeed, Gabin Bouzan, Kéa Chrétien et Christophe Charlet on the top of the list today. We've got Mark Robert, followed by Sasha Balico and his 360 run. Then Elliot Danzer, James Veach, César Barin, Arvid Hugo. This is it for our top 10. And we've got Asato Lucas at the end of the run today. All of our good thoughts for Gabriel Bleton as he's going to be recovering for the next weeks. Definitely. So this is our podium of the day.
Top 3, fantastic performance throughout with the snowboard men. Perhaps a few pushing the limit right beyond what was possible with today's snow conditions. But fantastic from Gabin Bouzan, choosing the most sensible of the big mountain lines. Judges really scoring heavy on that today, expecting to ride steep and go big rather than to add up lots and lots of little hits in this category. Let's have a quick look at the best action of the day in the snowboard men's category.
There was so many surprises with the 4 last riders that actually, yeah, just stole the podium from the previous riders.
being part of this incredible start of the competition. We've got Andrew Pollard.
We couldn't afford him all day. I'm sorry you had to put up with me for 3 categories, but now you've got Andrew Pollard. Here's a legend for you.
Beautiful. Andrew, I'm so stoked. What are you doing here?
Yeah, I was over in Europe with some friends celebrating the life of my friend who passed away in a slide, and then how could I miss the Nendaz Freeride comp? I've watched this comp for years online, and wow, really cool to be here.
I'm glad. I'm so stoked you're here, part of us. You've been on the Freeride World Tour for 6 years. You know exactly what you're talking about. We're about to start off the ski man category now.
Yeah, so all these comps, when they kind of go down, this is the big show. This is the big category. I like to call it the Thunderdome. Like, we're about to unleash the beast. They've been sitting up there all day. Unfortunately, Gab getting hurt made those guys have to wait a little bit longer, so definitely playing some head games for him up there. But, yeah, really excited to watch the show. Some of these Challenger kids, they obviously ski just as hard as some of the kids on the World Tour now. They all deserve to be here. So, yeah, stoked to be here and watch the show.
That's right. And here we go with the roster of the day. The start list is about to get displayed. It's really interesting. We've got some old and experienced riders. We've got some very new ones. We're going to start with, we've got a good bunch of French, actually, from the Free Ski Academy. Hugo, Nemo, Maxime, Maximilien Michel from Cham, Anthony Cotler-Drouet. And in the middle of this, the Swiss French Paul de Portales, who ended up second last weekend. We've got Paul Danton doing the first place as well last weekend. Leo Drouet, Finn Bart, and Max Zimmerman. Yeah,
and a pretty big stacked field here. People from Norway coming in. Jan from France, Noah from Switzerland. I apologize for my American pronunciation of names. More French people. Even Luke McConnell made it in from New Zealand. And American skier Alex Hackle, big fan, coming in at the end of the day. And last but not least, our final page here, we got Victor Hale Woods. I've definitely been watching him ski for a long time. And unfortunately, Gab will not be joining us because he got injured. And we wish him all the very best from the whole freeride community up here.
Absolutely. I was so looking forward to see Gab on his skis because his style in ski and snowboard is just, I don't know, this beautiful mix of love for POW and snow.
And we are off here. Our first ski man in the start gate. This is Hugo Trubeau. I've been watching this kid ski for a long time. He is from Les Arcs, coming from the academy there. And yeah, really excited for him to open up the face today for ski men. Again, this bar is about to just go through the roof. This crowd's been waiting for this all day. I'm excited to watch this.
Yep, Hugo. T'as une mission aujourd'hui, c'est parti, c'est le premier drop des ski men. Let's go! Do you like to drop first, Andrew?
I hate dropping first. It's good though, because if you come out and you put a heater out, you're going to score really well because you get compared against the rest of the runs of the day. So if you set that speed limit, you can get some good points. But yeah, and you can hear the boys up there cheering their kid on. And here we go. We are underway with ski men.
Alrighty, Hugo, yep, firing it down. Just eating the top piece of this face.
Yeah, and there's a lot of good little features up here to do tricks off. You can see a nice 360 there from him, shutting the speed down. Everything seems to come at you pretty quick on this venue.
Huge air aiming towards the traverse.
And then he's coming over here to this other side, over towards the double stager. We saw a lot of the other competitors hit this. Smooth work of the double, going big. Little bit of a control issue there, landing on his side a bit, but making smooth work of it. Another 360 to the left.
Wow. This is some really, really strong riding out there. I can't believe how he managed to actually
and
double
Heartbreak
the double.
Hotel, here we go. Big backflip. Oh, little back slap, but we are on. What a way to open it up, folks.
Wow, heck yeah. Hugo Trubeau on fire, just, starting the things off in the way that we like to see it.
It's always, I don't like the pressure of going first because if you set the bar and you explode or something, or you make all your friends nervous up there. But if you put down a good run like Hugo just did, I know those boys are up top stoked now to put on a good show for all of us.
Yeah,
and here we go at the replay again. You can see how close together all those features are. They look far apart from the bottom. And then a really cool angle off this, but kind of got washed in the hard pack, so judges looking for that. And then a little back slap on this one, but coming right back up. That cliff is all or nothing. You know, you have a good run, and then we call it the Heartbreak Hotel, because if you come off that, your whole run can be ruined. But yeah, Hugo doing a good job. All the Les Arcs homies are stoked for that.
Totally. He's got snow on his face from getting fitted out there in the landings. And yeah, he's stoked. He unfortunately could not put down his run from last week in Montafon, which was definitely a banger of a run. So this is really, really good redemption for him today. And he's definitely, I mean, strategically, this line definitely has the potential to come up at the very, very top.
Yeah, and we'll see what happens with the rest of the day. And this is the hardest part about going first, is you're kind of the score setter for the rest of the field. So these judges are kind of setting a new scale for this category. So as they start working along with that, he will be that kind of score that everyone else is compared from. So a lot of pressure going first. Hugo making smooth work of that. Nice to see. And just beautiful out here.
Absolutely.
In
the
Nanda.
judges. Yay.
Everyone eating raclette.
75 points for Hugo. All right, interesting, Andrew.
I think they were
some,
keeping it in the middle.
Yeah. There's been some points addition and some points subtraction.
Yep. I think what happened there is just some of those landings weren't perfectly clean, and you got to set that first score low so you have plenty of room for all these other riders to show their stuff. So yeah,
That's
pretty
right.
medium score.
Paul de Portales, second and on the podium last weekend in Montafon, coming from L'Alpe d'Huez. Yeah, shifting out of this first slip up there.
Yeah, I met Paul in New Zealand last year, actually, and one of the happiest, most stoked kids around. So
He is.
good to see him do it. Definitely more of a free ride style rider. Definitely looking at those more Aymar directional lines than doing a bunch of tricks. So
Yeah.
interested to see what he does on this face.
Yes, beautiful job out there, navigating between the rocks and finding his way towards the traverse.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see this line quite a lot today. It's not super high tide here in Verbier this season, so there's not a ton of options.
Wow, taking it from towards the rider's right side. And
Creative new double there. Perfect landing on that.
wow, indeed, very creative line. Just jumping in the middle of the rocks.
And yeah, this feature looks really good. It's had a pretty high success rate. Perfect landing for him on that one.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because not a lot of tricks from Paul, but that was some really strong skiing. Bunch of good, clean features.
Wow, creativity. Yeah, the line choice was probably at the best as well, making the most of every feature he's found on the face, making sure he had good landing wherever he was going.
Yeah, really nice skiing. I think he's going to be happy with that one. Big smile for him coming into the finish line.
Yeah, I reckon.
Giving Hugo a fist bump. That's the best thing about this freeride community. It's not ski racing, you know. You're happy to see your friends do well too. And yeah, kind of the first one to hit that one, getting a little side piece of it, but this was super nice. Off this little creative rock here.
Taking off the rock.
And then this side hit here, I think people should be tricking that later in the day because I think it's one of the best landings on
Definitely.
the whole venue.
Big calls for tricks.
And then,
there.
yeah, just got a little piece of Heartbreak Hotel. Didn't want the full chalet, but just getting a little corner of it.
That's right. And it does kind of call for, yeah, some left side rotation down there. So if you're spinning left, all right, Paul coming up.
Yeah, and your
with
new
80
current
points.
leader.
81 points. Ah!
Loving it.
Very cool indeed. He's got to be stoked about this. And yeah, that's when we understand that two incredible lines will heavily be penalized by the little mistakes that you can make.
Yeah, it's going to be a big day of trying to do it perfect. Like, if you take too much risk, they're definitely not going to like it, especially with watching some people get injured earlier in the day. You want to see these runs be clean and nice. So the judge is obviously rewarding Paul's good, clean skiing there. And he hit some of the better features and bigger features on the venue. So I think that line with some tricks could be an easy contender today.
That's right. And we definitely have some names that could be down for this.
And another,
including Nemo Plan.
yes,
Actually.
another one of that Les Arcs free skiing militia. They are here to take over. And coming out of France, here we go for his run down the Montgon, his attempt to show us what he has got.
Absolutely. Nemo coming in. He's got undoubtedly some of the best style of the Challenger. Yeah, 3x. See how he pops before the end of the takeoff.
Yeah, super smart skiing from him there. Oh no, and just finding the snow snake. Unfortunate little luck there. It's been pretty punchy around here. It hasn't snowed a lot, and there's a bunch of different crusts in the snowpack. So it's going to be challenging for these people to land it really well. But he's back up on his feet, cruising down.
Yeah, with some speed.
See if he's still going to give the rest of his line. It looks like he's going to for the hit sig with a huge backflip.
Huge
Pretty
backflip
sick landing. That was really cool
from
stuff.
Nemo, just bouncing from his back and straight back on his feet, going for more. Yeah, really sleazy in the air on that last air.
Oh, so unfortunate on the punch front. That would have been such a good scoring run.
And unfortunately, in the skiing category, you know that somebody's going to put down a perfect run. And you know you cannot compete as soon as you've made a few mistakes. But thanks for doing the show all the way to the bottom, Nemo. Well done. Merci pour le show, man.
Yeah, the crowd here in Nanda, they're eating raclette over there in the sun, and they just loved that backflip. You can hear the hoots all the way up here in the commentating booth. Really cool.
Totally. Can you smell the raclette from here?
Yeah, right? And yeah, really cool early pop on that 3, making smart work of it, and you can just see the snow just kind of punched in and grabbed that tip there. So really unfortunate luck, but really good skiing for the rest of the run. So he'll be back in the next one, I'm sure, ready to show us what he's got.
Absolutely. Check this out. Head down and flying out of it.
It's such a flat landing, but man, he made good work of that.
Yeah, totally.
Salut tout le monde qui regarde, merci d'être là. On fera mieux à la prochaine.
Thanks everybody for watching. I'll do better next time.
You're good enough for us, man. That was perfect. That was a 60-foot backflip. That was so sick.
We love you already. Don't worry, so this is third place at the moment with 52 points from Nemo. So unfortunately, yeah, basically all of the points that he's scored have been taken down from with that little front punch at the top.
Yeah, and to the crowd out there that's watching online, like if you've never been and watched one of these freeride events before, this is like a perfect one to come to. It's great view here. We're sitting in the sun up here in the Swiss Alps, loving it. And our next competitor is Maxime Pazet from France as well. Different academy though. He's from the Young Riders crew, so that's going to be our Chamonix folks. Also a very good free ski team, and yeah, good people. It's really cool to watch the evolution of the sport and watch how all these teams are starting to come up, and it's starting to become a full-grown event now.
It is making the difference. Do you feel like things would have been different if you had an academy when you were a kid?
I was the beginning of it. I was on one.
You were on one.
Yeah, I was on one at Snowbird, but we have different rules with the off-piste and on-piste, so it's easier to have a freeride academy in America.
Yeah, all right. That sounds good. But man, yeah, having a coach on those events, and I know that there's barely half of the riders that are being coached those days. Is definitely getting better and better with the fact that we're part of the fees now. All right, Maxime Pizet on course.
We are back up to the top, and he's going to come through this first little blind section here. There's all sorts of little features and kickers here. This is kind of the most popular one. We've seen a lot of those. And yeah, just taking it nice and straight off the top, not risking anything up there, because if you crash up there, it's over. And taking this one off the nose, and good clean landing.
Coming out with so much speed.
And another one off the side there.
Beautiful. Man, Maxim is just fusing down. Beautiful, making some turns on this shoulder and opening a new cliff. Yes, jumping in between the rocks.
Yeah, really cool turn in between the two rocks there. And then here we go, Heartbreak Hotel. What's he got for us? Taking a new takeoff. And yeah, pretty flat landing there, but yeah, nice, smart skiing from Maxime.
Yeah, good, strong hit at the bottom. You could see the vibration in his body when he landed.
He's so stoked right now. You can hear him from up here.
He is.
Putain, solide.
Yeah, and I mean, these guys have been standing up there for over an hour now with that injury, and like coming out and having to ski around. Your feet are cold. You got a backpack on. It's tracked out. It's shady. And Maxime just making smooth work of that venue. Seems like he almost got a little lost there and then finally committed right at the very end to get that good landing. Really
absolutely.
Cool
Man,
stuff.
the snow looks so fast now. Now that there's tracks, there's barely any powder to hold you. And yeah, you want to make sure you've got the right speed for the right features. This is very important.
Yeah, if I was skiing on this venue right now, I would not be going where the tracks are.
Yeah, good call. It just becomes like a pisted area.
Yeah.
You go fast on a piste, especially on a 45 degrees face.
Yeah, and we've had a couple lost skis, so there's been some ski men in there too, setting some traverses. Like, it all changes throughout the day, and it's going to be whoever can play that game the smartest.
Exactly, and this is 74 points for Maxime Pezet. 74, place numéro 3 pour le moment. Well done. Just sending some French in for all of the French families watching, and yeah, they love to understand what's going on.
And yeah, Paul's still holding on to that top spot by having that nice big mountain line with those good features. So we'll see how long that holds for, but he's sitting in that hot seat right now.
Exactly. And we've got Maximilien Michel, who's so determined to put down a good run today. And yeah, he's moved from the south of France, from the southern Alps to Chamonix to train, and he's fully dedicated on skiing. Man, it's so good to see somebody who's so passionate.
Yeah, and he's doing it for the 30-year-olds out there. I'm proud of that now, being a 30-year-old myself, you know? Age doesn't matter when you free ride hard.
Absolutely. He's definitely got some really nice backflips in his back tricks, and yeah, his favorite animal is the Milka chocolate marmot. We love a marmot.
Yeah,
all right, Max, there's no time for looking for marmot on this face, though. Mongon is waiting for you.
Yeah, and eyes to the skies. Here we go for Maximilian's run on Mongon. He's coming through this top section there. That's such a good spot to kind of warm up, feel your skis. You know, all the bigger features are right at the bottom. So let's see what he does for his little warm-up feature here.
Exactly, and you're kind of coming in blind at the top. You just need to focus on the features that you've got before getting into the steep bit.
Yeah, and another good air there. Nice link up.
Yeah.
2 good airs. That's kind of what you got to do up there. You just need to get through that top section without bobbling.
Nice and compact in the air.
And here he goes into the double. And he's going to lace it up off the side of the first one, coming into the second, and a nice big air off the second one. Smooth landing.
Wow. And this is a very tracked spot. Fusing down, aiming for another jump. There's no braking in Max World.
Isn't he French?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no braking in any French skiers. And he's going to come in for one more feature here. I think we were calling it the Mila de la Rue cliff. And yeah, nice one last move. Finding the fresh landing. That's how it's supposed to be hit.
Check
Super
this
nice.
out. Yes, beautiful. Totally, yeah. Coming in full line. Wow, what a run. Bravo, Maximilien. Magnifique performance de haut en bas. Oh, this is so nice to watch. And the way he's linked the features with, yeah, no hesitation. There you go, just checking with his good buddy Paul. Really nice position in the air.
Yeah, Smooth did really smooth work of this double here. This is probably the most tracked out, horrible snow on the whole face now. Like you can see as he makes this turn, the snow is not good. And then yeah, probably hitting the Mila the best of the whole day, finding a new fresh landing. Judges love it when you find a nice landing because that's what we all like, you know? No one wants to land in everyone else's hole.
Absolutely, and yeah, having this capacity of adapting, Maximilien definitely had seen where the bum holes were at the bottom cliff, and yeah, that was his plan from the beginning, I believe. 69 points for Max Michel, bringing him to the 4th place. All right, he might be a little bit disappointed by the scoring. I think he had something else in mind, but you never know what the others have done.
I think the reason why they liked Paul's run so much is there was little different variations that he did. Always found fresh landing, and it was the features were a little bit bigger and just linked up so nice.
Yeah.
The skiing in between was good.
The line choice was really interesting.
Yeah, you can't really say anything bad about it, you know?
No, absolutely.
That was always my strategy competing was give the judges a run that they can't say anything bad about. Don't put your hand down. Don't do that. Just make sure they can't say anything bad.
At it.
And here we go. This is one of my favorites. I've been watching him for years. He's been trying for years to get on the tour. Like, I would love to see this kid make it. Coming off a
Paul
win.
Danton definitely deserving a spot with the pros. And yeah, I'm sure he's only on his way, finishing first with a massive backflip last weekend in Montafon. Yeah, Paul's local, definitely a Verbier skier. Yeah, hitting that first drop. Some really strong. Ooh, he is aiming for something big from the top.
Yeah, the big triangle from the top.
And
barely hanging onto the landing. That was super close. but making good work of it. He's going to come into this next set of features here, hitting this one off the side.
Massive hit.
Oh, and another washout on the landing, but still hanging up. You cannot take this kid down, and I've got one thing in mind, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be a backflip.
Yeah.
Yep, the Paul Danton special. The huge backflip. Oh, and unfortunately not coming out of it.
Unfortunately exploding in the landing. Well, that was a tricky situation.
Hopefully he's all good down there.
Yeah, just giving us a little sign. His body definitely stopped straight away from this probably 12, 13 meters drop. That's gonna hurt a bit.
Yeah, I've just been playing the game for a long time. I hope that he's all good because I wish him all the best for the rest of the challengers. But yeah, just the classic Paul Danton. Like every time I've watched him ski, it's like, oh, 30-foot backflip. Here we go. 40-foot backflip. Sure, that's me.
Absolutely. Yeah. That's what he would be looking for. That's what we are looking for as well from him. Man, he is a big cliff jumper. Did you see the hits that he took today? Like biggest one. It's basically a straight line of the 3 biggest hits that we've got on the space. And backflipping from the last one, that's kind of opening to the bottom terrain, was a really good idea.
He's kind of holding his leg. I hope he just knocked the wind out of himself, and he's going to be all good for the next one because, yeah, kid's been trying for so long, puts in more work than most. So
we want to see more of this, that's for sure.
And yeah, huge air off the top, but just hanging on to it. Like this one too, spreads the feet, almost lands on a rock, and fighting for it again.
Exactly. He was a little bit backslided, and then check out this massive backflip. Oh, you know what? He just gets thrown away in the air when he hits the bum hole.
It's not even the bomb hole right now. It's so hard skiing around here right now, like to tell what's soft and what's not. You have a bunch of old snow in the snowpack that's really, really punchy. And then some of the stuff is as hard as this table that we're sitting in front of right now, and you can't tell the difference. There's probably, my centimeters, 10 centimeters of good snow on top of variable bed surface. Some of it's soft underneath and some of it's as hard as a rock. So I think that was just quite a bit harder and flatter than he thought it was and just couldn't really hold on. Very unfortunate luck. I was excited to see him. I'd love to see him win this event here one day or even better, qualify for the tour.
Absolutely. And yeah, I'm sure, well, he still has chances because this is only the 3rd stop out of 6 challengers by Orage that we've got this season. And we've got the next rider in the start gate. Be ready for Antonico. He did end up first in La Rosière. Yep, Anthony has got some something to prove today.
Yeah, so it changes your mentality a lot when you get one of those win spots. You know, you start to realize the dream could be real if you don't have a result. But once these kids, both him and Paul, kind of are realizing the dream, you know, it's right there. You can taste it. So I think these kids have a little more pressure than some of them in the field.
They probably do. It's a, yeah, I mean, you do you. Like, your brain just needs to decide whether you want to put pressure on yourself or keep flying free as a bird.
Yeah, here comes Anthony Cott for his battle with Montgond. Hopefully it goes a little bit better than Paul's battle. And yeah, just going nice off that top air. I've heard that those takeoffs are pretty sharky this year. Normally they're pretty flat and kickery, but and yeah, making smooth work of that landing that took down our fellow French compatriot earlier. And yeah, nice smooth work of that top section, making it nice and easy, giving those judges nothing to talk bad about like I was talking about before. You want to just make it nice and smooth, and then you can show off at the bottom.
Linking up all of the features, taking a massive hit. Just, yeah, man, bombing down just next to the rocks and aiming for the
Heartbreak
last cliff.
Hotel. And a nice, smooth, straight air, playing it smart out there.
Very nice. So it's funny how this kicker is like, it looks so poppy. It almost wants you to backflip, but the riders who've been doing a good job before are kind of willing to play it safe, maybe.
Yeah, but it's a hard one because every highlight reel I see from here, the winning line is a stomped backflip off that bottom cliff there. It's one of the trickiest parts about this venue. So we're going to go back up to Anthony Cote. The replay here, I love this one into the pocket, nice and smooth. You can see that's like some of the worst, hardest snow, and he just made easy work. And then this one was really cool. bringing it way outside of the landing. I think he thought he was getting a little close to that rock there. And then, yeah, just smooth work out the bottom. Really nice, smooth run. No tricks again, though.
No, that's right.
I know that the way that the judging is working nowadays and the way that judging is trending on the World Tour and in these qualifiers, those tricks are going to be really important. So, but you got to land it. If you don't land it, doesn't matter.
That's the thing, and that's when you really need to know yourself. The riders here at this level, the runs that they predict down, it's something that they know how to do. There's not really any room for attempting something, trying out something. It's not the right moment. You want to train, you want to do that with your friends, and then when you're here, you want to be sure 100% of what you're doing. Because the mountain has so many variabilities, so many things that can happen.
70 for Anthony. I think the reason maybe why that got scored a little low is he stayed central in the couloir. The judges seem to be leaning towards liking people who go a little bit outside of that main beaten path.
Which is weird because, you know, like
It's
straight
harder,
lightning
though.
down the face is something that we appreciate.
Yeah. And then this is an interesting story. So last year, Finbar left this venue in a helicopter. Broke his leg almost the same as Gab.
Shit.
So I'm sure that this is a big one for him. And yeah, really special. One of the best people in the freeride community, one of the nicest. Met him in New Zealand a couple years ago, so this is going to be a big redemption run for him.
All right, let's go. Finbar, the Irish skier on course.
And yeah, he told me his game plan today is get a little bit of redemption and not necessarily push too hard. But wow, 360, first one to spin up there of the day, so I don't know what he's talking about.
And it feels really good and playful to start at the face like this. Finbar is skiing Nendaz, so he's definitely used to the Mongol. Yeah, so he's entering the main floor there from the rider's left.
Yeah, thinking some medium-sized features. I mean, it's a huge head game. You get really hurt one season and then you're back in the same exact spot trying to do it again. Like, really, really impressive. And then to watch Gab have the same injury and then still be up here and do it takes some serious cojones.
It does.
And finding the little straight line there.
Nice one. Very fluid, knowing exactly where he was going. Finbar flying down towards probably a last good hit.
Yep, and a little nugget off a Heartbreak Hotel, but really impressive to come back to the scene of the crime where you got lifted away in a helicopter the year before. So big kudos to Finbar.
Absolutely, and not one mistake. How fluid and cool with this run. Just starting the things off with the 360 and then just flying down the face. Beautiful.
Yeah, really excited for Finbar. That is a cool journey, and that's why freeride's so special. It's not necessarily a battle against the other people you're competing against. It's always a battle against yourself. That's what makes it so special.
My leg is not broken.
And you can hear him there saying his leg isn't broken. So yeah, he's back, dude. Finbar's back in the gate. I know this will give him quite a bit of confidence to come back and start pushing it later in the season. So really excited for the kid.
Definitely, that is what he needed to be able to gain his confidence back. And this is 57 points.
That's what he said he was going for today.
Oh,
He
you've
said,
been there for a long time.
I'm like, what's your plan, man? Are you going to go redeem it? And he said, I'm going for 55.
Thank you, everyone.
Just get 5 points from just skiing down the venue.
Check this out. So yeah, that's a stoked rider out there just like doing what he wanted to do. When things go according to plan, that's when you've won. You've won already. And we've got, this is Max Zimmermann from Germany in the start gate. All right.
Oh yeah,
Well,
swinging
usually-
those hips around before he drops in, getting everything warmed up. Max is a part of that Austrian freeride crew, good friends with Valet and Max Hitzig. Got to meet him last year and follow him around Montafon, which was really
Oh, yeah?
special experience. Yeah, super fun. Him and Hitzig. Really sick day.
Fun times,
Max
I
and
bet.
Max.
He loves a Cork 3. His coach, Madeleine Grasbon, has got to be watching. So yeah, let's check out what's Max got in store for us today.
I'd imagine that this run will start to, yep, right away with a 360.
And a big one. Yep, popping it.
Nice, good skiing from him up out of the top. 1-360, one little air, and he's going to go over to this more
Not
more
much
high
space.
scoring double zone. Let's see kind of if he can find a new creative way to hit it or if he goes standard. Looking like he's going pretty traditional off of the thing. Yep, nice smooth work.
Beautiful double air. And you can't see it from the drone shot, but you guys, this is big.
Ooh, and a new direction off that one. Kind of a cool way to hit it. Very direct, super fast. And let's see if he has anything for us off the Heartbreak Hotel. Yeah, the biggest one of the day, maybe.
Absolutely.
Going left, super smooth. Little bit of a hand down on the landing, but yeah, Max should be happy with that one. Really smart skier. I'd say that he skis similar to how I used to play it, where he normally puts a run down.
Oh, no,
you know, yeah. He doesn't speak French.
Chicken wait the physique sur Valle. So bad.
Yeah, and obviously watching Valet's run from back in the day, his good buddy, to get some inspiration. Yeah, nice smooth run. Nothing huge, but that was kind of a nice feature there. Cool, different way to hit it up. When everyone goes a certain direction, like you can see Max is hitting it a little bit to the left, a little bit to the right, finding a new angle, which is really important for these contests. Like,
Absolutely. You've got to keep in mind that the judges see better if you're jumping like over a full rock. If
Yep.
you're jumping over snow, you might take a big jump, but they can see it a little bit less, and it looks less impressive. So you're always gonna, keep this in mind while you're finding some options on the face.
Yeah, and it's all about the show. Like, it's always interesting and an important reminder that the live stream that you guys are watching is a different perspective than these judges have sitting on the side of the slope. So, like,
72 points for Max.
although sometimes something might look really good through the webcam, if it doesn't look fast from the judge's perspective, it's not going to score as high as someone else. Like, these guys are watching it live. You're watching a live stream. It's a different view kind of that you're watching. We obviously have the live stream on so that we can relate back to it if we need to check a landing or something, or if the judges need to check a landing. But
Absolutely. So the judges basically are going through every criteria, but they're also having this general line impression. And even though they've got the video judge to make sure, like, there's some hits that you want to know if there was a hand in the snow, a back, a bottom on the snow.
Ooh, and up next, another good one. I watched this kid last year at Montafon, and it was one of my favorite runs of the day. This is Léo Troubeau.
Léo Drouet, of course.
Horrible French pronunciation. But lovely kid. Saw him and his coach, so I'm really excited to see what he gets done on the face. Just nice, smooth, straight air off the top block. Wasting no time up there, getting to the meat of the venue down here. Oh, and a big backflip. Pretty clean-ish landing, little bit of a washout wheelie, but pretty cool to flip up there. A lot of risk doing that off that thing.
Absolutely, you're still really, really high on the face.
Oh no. I'm gonna call that Consti's corner, one of your Consti Ottner fill right there, and then stomp both backflips below. Very memorable run, and nice smooth work of the double. I wonder how bad these judges will ding him for that little stop right there, but right back where he left off.
Sometimes it's not your fault, but you know.
New feature here, which is good to see.
Yeah, beautiful little side hit.
And last but not least, Heartbreak Hotel. Here we go. Kid's got good backflips on him. I would expect nothing less. And a nice clean landing off it.
Absolutely, you could feel the flattish landing in his landing, but he's absolutely stomping it.
That was stomped. The up top one, the judges might have something to say about how he kind of laid down on his side on that one, but that bottom one was pretty clean.
Wow. Yeah.
But yeah, kind of our first run that we've seen that would be a little bit more of the modern free ride style. 2 big tricks off the biggest feature. Like, with my time on tour, this is what started happening, is you couldn't just do the tiny 3 at the top. You had to backflip the biggest thing if you wanted to get points. And so, yeah, just a little bit of a washout there, kind of looking like he got sunk in the facet layer. And then, yeah, looks like he missed his pop a little bit on that one, and then just still had such good air awareness, he squeaked it around.
He went a little bit sideways. That's funny, but he totally found his way back and straight in order to stump it properly.
So, yeah, happy I'm not a judge today. It's a lot more fun being in the commentating booth talking smack than having to make the hard calls. I'm not jealous of the judges out here ever. They care a lot. They want it to be called right. And, yeah, judging's a lot of pressure. my sister's judging on the World Tour today, and it's
absolutely big up
makes
Jackie.
Makes her just as nervous to judge as compete, I think so.
I mean, it's pretty cool when you've had the experience on tour, when you've got this, you know what it is. You know what it is, you know how important it is for the riders, and you've got to do a good job, because you basically have their professional athlete life in your hands.
So looking like Leo got the call of the day. He got a little bit dinged, I would assume, for the back slap up top off the back flip, and then that lack of hesitation or that stop up there where he got stuck in the snow really dinging him. Unfortunate, because that would have been a pretty high scoring run if those landings were clean and he didn't stop up there.
Totally, and we've got Norway in the gate with Vetle Gangerskar. 21 years old, and yeah, usually riding Roldal and Emsdal, very, very fun places in Norway. He's probably used to pretty firm conditions, you know?
Yeah, this is, you know, when it's like this, the Europeans normally don't do as well, and that's why the Kiwis and Swedes crushed it on tour for so long, as we just skied ice for 3 years.
Yeah.
So maybe the bad snow will actually go into his favor. And yeah, opening up a new one here, kind of off the side, landing on some rock.
Yeah, slightly doubling it.
The shade is good. Yeah, and coming in, actually hitting the same takeoff as we saw Paul earlier in the day, and then, yeah, making smooth work of the double there. If you go and ski a line like that double there, the judges love to see if you take like that little high takeoff up above, and then nice 360 here.
Huge 360 from Vetle. Well, that was one of the biggest 360s we've seen today. He is, yeah, trying to brake, trying to get the right speed for that bottom feature, the Mila's exit. Yep, and finding it perfectly. All right, what a good way out. Keeping that 360 at the bottom to like keep the show going was such a good idea, Andrew.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good jump for a 360. The one thing about it is the outrun was a little bit squirrely. So we'll see what they say about that, but yeah, he should be stoked with that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and you can see just that top takeoff there, somehow not getting worked by the traverse there. Yeah, big 360, but definitely a little bit of a squirrely landing. Good work of him holding on to it. And then, yeah, nice smooth landing off the Mila de la Rue cliff. Not as fast as we've seen off the bottom of that as some of the competitors, so we'll see what the judges do with that. But yeah, he's stoked, sending some love to the people back home.
Yay, 62.67.4 Vetle. Well done, so that brings him to the 8th place. And we're keeping going with Yann Vialet, qui nous vient de la France, de Saint-Gervais. Excellent, and Jan's been on qualifiers for a while now. It's about 5 years that he's been around, so literally like since he's been 18. He loves a backflip. He looks up to Richard Perma, one of our idols, I must say, and yeah, he's a big fan of the Extreme Verbier. His biggest dream being to maybe be part of it one day. And well, yeah, you've got this. Yeah, you definitely have the potential. It's on you today to prove us right.
Yeah, and here we are back up to the top. Jan is on course here. Cruising down through that top section. Again, you can see from this drone angle how blind it all is. Like, you can't see anything from the top. I'm sure that some of the athletes have the live stream out and are watching it to get some beta. It's always very helpful to do so you can see what's going on down there, because I don't think you can see anything from up to the top.
Absolutely.
And yeah, nice 3 features there, nice and smooth, keeping it together on his feet.
Sorry, aligning the 2 rocks, indeed. That was cool.
And you can just see a lot of the way that these guys are skiing on the snow right now. Like, it's variable. Like, people are skiing pretty defensively when they make those turns, you know? And then here comes him, fresh line, up and off. Yeah, and opening up a fresh air for the day. Really cool. So many competitors to see someone open up something new that no one's hit yet.
Absolutely, and literally jumping over 2 massive, enormous rocks at the top. That looks pretty cool. Beautiful air out there in the bottom, just stomping it. coming out so fast, navigating between the rocks, taking the bottom air out of the lip, and yeah, basically in his head it's got to be like finish line.
Yeah, so kind of a similar run actually to Paul de Portelets, but Paul had a double up in there, so we'll see how the judges reward that. But that left side feature at the bottom, like I said, is one of the best features I've seen on the venue all day. Like really smooth landings off of that. Yeah, back to the replay with everyone's favorite song, and we are coming over to the side, following Jan, and yeah, this was that big air that he opened up, no hands down, perfect landing. And then, yeah, that side hit looks really fun. I would expect that some of the competitors would keep hitting that because that's the best air I've seen all day. And yeah, just getting a little piece of the Heartbreak Hotel at the bottom. Not really getting anything huge, but maybe a point or two.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can't ski past any of those points.
Jumping and lift those days doesn't pay much.
No.
Unless you maybe backflip out of it. The judges are taking their shirts off. All right, indeed, the heat is being built up by the sun here, and by the riders. They're definitely coming down. Oh wow, that's a funny broken ski.
Good to see that his masking tape has held up on his tip, keeping that tip together.
Exactly. All right, well, indeed, it's starting to get tricky for the judges. 69.33. Interesting. There is somebody at 69 already. I wonder if Jan's just coming above it.
It's getting tight down there in those middle scores. It's the hardest part of judging is when you end up with a bunch of scores in the middle and then ranking all these middle scores. It's not an easy spot to be.
Exactly. When
if anyone thinks they're a good judge or better than the judges, they should go try it and see how easy it is.
Definitely worth doing to understand a little bit what's going on. We've got our Nendaz wild card today. This is Noé Vuyamo, le local, 18 ans, à Nendaz, chez lui, avec tous les copains qui le regardent. Et c'est parti pour Noé. All right, Noé's at home, and yeah, he definitely knows de Mongon. He's training over here. Beautiful 360, yes, out of this first rock, and it's getting steep and it's getting fast, but he's absolutely managing it. Yes, easy. Jumping, landing in the middle of the rocks out there and aiming for this traverse. How far is he gonna get out there, and where does he want to go? All right, well, staying pretty classic. Coming in quite fast, yes, and just aiming for the beautiful Eva Batolas cliff. Wow, Noé Vuyamo, honestly, until now, perfect run. Yes, he is going for it. 360ing out of this beautiful cliff, and fortunately getting kind of stuck in the landing, and we could hear it massively.
Yeah, you could hear how hard that landing is on the live stream.
Beautiful jump out there at the bottom. No, unfortunately, Noé's last little tumble. Man, this was some kind of a line. And this is what you were saying, Andy. You know what? The 360ing, something big. It's got to make the difference, and that's what Noé was going for.
Yep. He knew that you got to, if you wanted to score high today, spinning, that's what you got to do. Because, I mean, you can look up here, this double stager now. There's 30 bomb holes in the landing of that. Nothing about that's different. So you have to find these different ways to distinguish yourself and make your run unique. But yeah, nice little 360 up top, managing the rocks. And yeah, really smooth up until that point, but that Hitzig cliff takes people down.
It does, yeah, that is a bummer.
And yeah, you can see it here. It looks like he kind of missed his pop on the thing and just little cat out of the bag, had to wheelie around. Not really what he wanted to do, but we're still fans. I'm sure his family back home and friends are all excited still to see him.
Yay, unfortunately.
Yep. And with the 2 crashes, going to be an 11 for him. Not the score he was hoping for today, but we look forward to seeing him at the next one.
I mean, yeah, Nendaz community. Noé, you were here for the show, and this was a show.
Yep.
Definitely full send. And hopefully Noe is going to be able to make it onto the Challengers next year. All right. Oh, do you know who we have here? We keep it up with the French people, and Benoît Lamour is in the start gate. I know Vadek Gorak is watching. Vadek, ton poulain va envoyer du lourd. Y a pas de souci, c'est clair. Benoît is so looking for redemption. He had such an incredible line in mind at the last comp, and unfortunately he got stuck and lost his skis after about 30 meters in the face.
Oh, drama.
Yeah. But there's definitely chances for him to make it to the top. He's not been competing for long. He started freeriding really late, but he is so focused. He is so determined that, you know what? He definitely has chances to make it. Allez, c'est parti pour Benoît Lamour. Strong skiing out here at the top, showcasing all of his training.
Yep,
Nice.
going for a straight air off the first one. He's looking like he's going to tee up this pretty classic line, just these two features in a row. Maybe we'll see some trickery right here. Yes, perfect little backflip.
Wow,
And yeah.
really, really well managed. And then just bouncing from turn to turn in the landing. Beautiful jump to keep going, coming out full speed.
Yeah, and doing the smart thing and trying to keep it up in that pow. And he's coming in another backflip, the Vadek special. You can tell who his coach is.
Absolutely, and Benoît has those backflips absolutely dialed. Man, this is some of a run, come on.
Heartbreak Hotel, here we go. And it's clean. He is out of the face good. That should be pretty good scoring run. He is stoked on that one. Let's see, let's make sure he gets through the whoops.
Absolutely. Oh, I am so stoked for him. You know what? After like a couple of crashes and your confidence is down, this is exactly what he needed. Well done, Benoît. We've got all of the French crew watching, all of his family watching, toute la famille qui te regarde aujourd'hui. C'est une magnifique ligne. Merci, bravo à toi, merci pour les copains.
Yeah, let's take a look back at it again. Nice smooth feature up there. And he is perfect little backflip. And look at the little mogul turn out of there. That was Steve's.
That was, right?
Yep, and then nice
And
smooth air here.
Benoît is not a mogul skier.
A little bit smaller, and then another back flip, but keeping the hands up completely. And yeah, just a nice straight air off of the heartbreak. He should be happy with that. I think the judges should
that
be
was
relatively happy with it too.
Some of the cleanest thing that we've seen today, to be honest.
It was the first run with tricks that had been successful for people.
Exactly. Yeah, I hope the judges are going to acknowledge this.
I actually have to give shouts out to Vadek because I had advice from him a couple of years ago, and it was the advice that made me ski the run that kept me on tour my first season.
No way.
Yeah, I asked him which way to go, and I was like, should I go try and win, or should I go just have fun down here? And I think he was trying to make me like not score well, and was like, go have fun. Yeah, and in second place. He's very happy with that.
He is. All right, 77 points for Benoît Lamour. Well, this is what a clean run
Paul's
gives you,
looking
apparently.
pretty nervous in the hot seat there.
I mean, looking at this happen and not taking the front, that's kind of cool.
Yeah. And up next at the start, we have Douglas Norquist, 22, coming out of Sweden, skiing up at Rikskransen, which is a huge hub and community of freeriding if you ever get the chance.
And if you want to stomp on ice.
Yeah, but hey, the best skiers can ski on ice. Ross Tester, have you seen him ski ice? Best
Incredible.
in the world, man.
Rainy Beckard? Oh,
Yeah.
tell me about
That's why
it.
Turdell keeps crashing, is because it's powder.
That's right. All right, some really nice speed out there for Douglas.
Yep, and coming off this big triangle, this thing looks horrible, but there he goes, falling out of the sky and somehow putting it to his feet. That
Oh
looks
yeah,
like the worst
coming
cliff
back
in the world.
to the front of his skis and going for more.
Ooh, and kind of cross court. That was really smooth and nice. Kind of finding that transition by putting an angle on it, which made a lot of a difference to him. And then he is going to come in here, and we got the Hitzig cliff, and he's taking the nose of it.
Incredible backflip, stomping it.
And just going to claim out the bottom.
Yep. This is a job done for Douglas, straight lining to the bottom line. Woo!
And
All
again,
right, we've got a.
happy I am not a judge.
Yeah.
You know, it kind of seems like these
Again.
challengers, there's days where people land and there's days where everyone crashes, and we're starting to get into a couple runs here back to back that are
It's getting
starting to be pretty good.
tight.
But yeah, that backflip landing, you can hear it from the commentator's booth, and we're a ways away from it. It's horribly flat, just like that one, but really
You can
smooth
hear it.
landing. Oh, and the front flip, I didn't notice that.
No, me neither.
He was so fluid about it that I missed it, but yeah.
Absolutely.
Unfortunately. Yeah.
So basically, a mistake like this, you're definitely losing all of the points from the cliff and the backflip. So
It depends.
this feature will
This
probably
is
not
actually a
count.
really hot debate in the freeride community right now, is what to do with a punch front like that. It's people are talking about it, and it's actually like what? Yeah, it's a big debate on how do you deal with that, because it is
Mhm.
fluid. Skis didn't come off. You didn't really fall
Yeah.
on the ground, but
It was only a
your head hit the
head
ground.
touch.
So it's like I lean more towards the score of a punch front's a crash, but there's other people who that's like saved their career on tours because they punch fronted and didn't crash. So
If you had probably a bit less speed, it could work. Yeah.
It could work, he says. Oh, with a little bit less speed, he says. Kinda
I don't
coming
know,
back.
man. That thing is so flat. That's the hard thing about this venue, I think, is it seems really obvious on the front end when you come up and look at it. You're like, wow, look at all the cool takeoffs. There's so many spots where I could catch air. There's not that many landings that line up with the takeoffs, so it's really important for those people to find where those landings are. I always say with my ski team kids when I'm coaching, I'll always tell them to look for the landing first and find the takeoff second. And yeah, I think that's a huge piece of advice for people.
Yeah.
Like, doesn't matter if the landing isn't good, even if it has the sickest takeoff in the world.
I think it's a good tool. Education.
Absolutely.
And I think that that's a perfect example of that. Somehow Hitzig just lands that thing like it's nothing, but
I mean,
he's superhuman.
yeah, absolutely. He knows what he's capable of, and after a while, you just know what your legs and what your body can endure, and sometimes you just got to know, is it the right day for it? Is it not the right day? And you really make the call for yourself. Beautiful, Nanda. Man, we're so lucky today. All right, this is 75 points and 4th place for Douglas. So yeah, I'm joining you on this.
As per the rule book, it's right now a back slap is -10
Yeah,
in the rule book, or a punch front, excuse me. So kind of rolling over the bars like that.
but that sounds like he's being punished just like for a back slap.
Yep.
Which
a little bit less even.
could be equivalent. And here we go. We've got our Bulgarian rider, Simeon Pavlov. He's been coming for a good while now. He is so stoked. Yeah, just spending his season traveling, making the most of it. We've got all of his Bulgarian fans watching, and off he goes.
Yep, first feature here. Nice 360, probably the best one we've seen off that all day. Not as squirrely, kind of brought the knees up.
Absolutely, very
Actually,
clean.
a good 360.
They're at
And
the top.
finally, someone goes into the double. I've been looking at this all day. There's a perfect
Wow.
landing down here.
No hesitation! Simeon's just hammering it down, straight lining down the couloir after his landing. Wow, what a man.
Yeah, there's been a perfect landing up there all day. He didn't hit where I was planning on hitting, where I would have gone, but yeah, making smooth work of that. But unfortunately, kind of missing the rest of his features, the rest of his line down here, so.
Absolutely, but you know what? If he decided that this was the day for it, and he probably made this call after seeing that the old face was getting trashed on the right side. It was time for somebody to come up and show us how it's done. There's so much commitment when you're at the top of this massive skyscraper. It's go or go.
Fuck me. Again.
Some lovely family commentary coming out of his mouth at the bottom. But yeah, really good 360, smooth landing, even though he landed on the traverse, and then coming in here and opening this one for the day. Crazy takeoff, barely clears the rocks and lands pretty smooth for how flat that is. Oh, no, double back slap, but
yeah.
making the best that he can of it.
Absolutely. Sometimes, yeah, it's very natural when you're backflipping, when you're jumping to maybe get taken backwards. All right, 60 points.
And so the judges dinging him on that line score. Didn't have the complete package of those bottom features, but had he gotten it back over, he maybe could have made up some points, but hard to get it back together when you hit an air that big and are flying out the bottom. So
yep.
Good effort here today. I'm sure he's a little bit bummed, couldn't put on his best performance that he wanted, but
he could have jumped to a 70th place, to 70 points if he had been not backslapping.
Yep.
Yeah. Which, I mean, yeah,
but
10
still,
points.
like, the line score is the biggest thing in these competitions. They want to see you hitting features the whole way down. I always say, too, like, you want no part of your run that they would fast forward through. So if you go start gate to finish line and nothing that you rewatch, they'd want to fast forward through, like, keep it interesting the whole time, whether that's turns or little jibs, butters, like, keep them watching the whole time. And up next, we have our lucky man who made it in off the bubble. He was the last person to make it into this event. He's kind of bubble boy for the rest of the challengers. The only way he can get into the next ones is if someone drops out.
Absolutely.
And so, yeah, Luke getting the call. He's super excited to be here. He's all the way from New Zealand. Lovely family. His dad always helps us with the events down in New Zealand that I help run with Dion Newport for the NZJFT. So, yeah, all around good human being.
Good times.
One of the tall men, so it's hard to look tall,
yeah.
like steezy when you're tall. It's a lot easier when you're, say, Max Zimmerman's height to make it look really nice, or Finn Billis. Like,
no doubt about it.
Hard to be a gangly guy and make it.
Exactly. All right, Luke is pumped. He learned how to ski on an active volcano in Whakapapa in New Zealand, and now off he goes in Mongol. Let's see how he adapts to the terrain.
Yep, and here he comes in, first feature.
Sweet,
nice, smooth
solid.
air, good skiing. If anyone knows how to deal with the variable conditions that we have out here today, it's definitely a Kiwi. So, yeah, nice, smooth, strong skiing so far. A lot of people have been in the back seat a little bit, using that fifth edge and
Jumping into the couloir, and yeah, man, this is where it's getting steep, and the snow is fast, but he's not afraid of fast. Beautiful. Luke is not turning.
whoa, and making it over the rocks there. And then one last feature off the Heartbreak Hotel. How will it be for him today? Nice and smooth.
Stomping, yeah
really
all of
smooth
his
run.
line. Very, very cool. What a run. Big up to Luke. Yes. Definitely.
Shout out to the brothers who stand up in New Zealand. You're the best, G!
Yeah, giving a call out to someone in New Zealand. Do you know who won the four-star or the comp today?
The pro, no idea. This is it. I mean, I know that Luke probably did what he wanted to do, what he had in mind, and he's going to be stoked about it.
Yeah, and a really fast round. It's one of the things you can't tell on the live stream because these shots are so brought in is the speed that people are going. And Luke went pretty darn quick down that thing. Quite a bit
Definitely.
faster and more
That was
fluid than some of our runs
fast.
today, for sure. Giving a shout out to Vocal, yep, and truly an NZJFT.
67 points.
Yeah,
All
he's
right.
stoked. Can't knock that kid down.
No, absolutely. I
Yeah.
mean, yeah. 10th place.
No way, 92. 92.
All right, good job. There's so much really, really good inspiration in the Kiwi game, really. It's so nice to see all of them coming to Europe and just getting their riding better. There's some, I can't believe how much style they've got, and when you look at the tour now, yeah, I mean, yeah, Jess
Yeah, you
Harder,
roll
Ben
on.
Richards, Finn Billis, there's Hank as well. We've got incredible models.
And here we go. Speaking of Instagram models, this is the one himself. Let's give it up for Alex Hackle. Went to college with this kid, actually.
Are you
in
kidding?
the States. Yep.
Oh,
Watching
wow.
It's Always Sunny at our house in college. So cool to see how far his career's made it and watch him crushing it. He definitely knows how to play the game, and
Absolutely.
you got to play the game if you want your career to
Yeah,
keep
definitely.
cruising. And so really cool to see him branching out. Like, he grew up in the east coast of America, and like the mountains are tiny over there. So to
Yeah.
see him try and do these freeride comps is really inspiring.
from Maine to Montgon. Let's go, Alex Hackle on course. He was just at Kings and Queens of Corbett's 2 weeks ago. Just, yeah, fully
second
sending.
place. Hand drag 7, so he's definitely one of the freestylers that we want to look out for here. Like, expect him to ski something that's pretty creative.
Nice. Just jumping out of everything like a cat.
You can see how defensive he's being on that snow, though. It's not powder up there anymore.
No, that's right. And he's got to hold on. Nice.
Oh, 720.
Yes!
Yeah, with a good landing.
Absolutely stomping it, widening his legs up to make sure that he's, yeah, straight in the landing. And nice little exit from Alex. What a run! How clean was that?
That was really cool. I know last year he got a wild card for the Challengers, and I think it kind of pushed him out of his box a little bit, and so he had some struggles trying to put runs down.
I think he liked it.
Yeah, it's really cool to see him start understanding where his strengths are and maturing as like a freeride skier.
In America, Andrew Pollard commentating. I'm out of breath. Holy crap.
Shout out. The only person I know to have a Boston and a Swedish accent. It's probably one of the most unique in the world. And yeah, good skiing for him. Like last year, he said it was an eye-opening experience coming to these Challenger series. Yeah, and he said he was a little embarrassed with how his performance was. So it's cool. Like it's really good to see him start finding where his strengths are and putting down runs that speak to him. And yeah, fun to see.
Absolutely.
And really impressive to see a park kid come and try and play with us. Like I couldn't go and play around with the park kids. So
what do we think we're gonna
really
get
cool
here,
to see.
Definitely. It's yeah, he's definitely opening to like new horizons by being here today.
And fully speaks Swedish now.
I wish I took your wife.
What do you mean now? Did he learn recently?
Yeah, he learned a couple years ago because he was hanging out with Magnus.
No way!
With the 1000 skis.
Very good performance in the American world. Out there skiing and yeah, passion just brings you the places and then you keep going. All right, Alex and Paul just.
And this is the battle too. It's like been this way since I've been 10. Free ride or freestyle. What's it going to be? People will call it different ways depending on who's judging, and it's, yeah, the battle of the styles. Because you couldn't tell Paul to go do a 7, but you also wouldn't have told Hackle to go ski Paul's line, so it's hard to tell
100%.
What's truly harder, you know?
Yeah.
Peak performance.
Definitely. Which is when we come back to like doing your own line, the line that's coming out of your heart is the right line. And then really it doesn't matter.
Sometimes your heart can lead you into the worst area of your life. At the same time.
Gnarly!
It's about being smart.
Absolutely.
Yeah, the judges are going to deliberate this one for a bit. They want to call it right. Yeah, interested to see what they're going to do for this one.
Well, 79! All right, Hackle just jumping in on the podium. Second spot for him, just pushing Benoit Lamour down to the 3rd place. Well, this is getting tricky. There's 7 riders left. Everything can still change.
And the next one, we got a heater for you.
Yeah.
This is Noah Pézeret, I think.
Noah Pézeret.
Pézeret.
Well
C'est
done.
très bien. And he's our junior world champ this year, so he is getting the wild card for the Challengers, getting the big ticket to come and play with the big boys. And if you haven't watched his run from Capel, it's downright impressive. Looking like Marcus Gogan, looking like Max Palm out there. Like, this kid's got the nice style and does it really nice. And I'm excited to see what he does today on the face.
Me too. Strong and big riding for the 18 years old coming from Val d'Isère.
And yeah, really hard time of day here though. Like, as that cloud is kind of coming over and the shade's coming into the face, it's not making that. Oh.
Unfortunately, yeah, no, it looks like he's got taken one ski down and yeah, lost one ski. That was short. That is such a bummer.
And that's
he doesn't understand what's happened.
That's
either.
the beautiful thing about freeride is sometimes it's not that beautiful.
Yeah. Oh, this is such a shame.
I tell all these young kids, though, who think that this is their one moment, I'm like, you're 18. I didn't qualify for the tour till I was 23. You're not going anywhere. You want to be smarter when you qualify anyway. Like, it's probably better to qualify as a 20, 22-year-old because you have a little bit more of a mountain sense.
Absolutely.
Than if you just go straight on.
Yeah, totally. Experience really is here to, help you go through things and it will teach you life skills.
So yeah, unfortunately not the performance that he was looking for today, but holy guacamole, that was insane. That was the move of the day. Holy crap.
Yes, Noah on fire until the bottom of his line. He was, yeah, not planning.
Dude, that was hands down the sickest thing we've seen all day. Like, without a doubt. That was unbelievable.
Holy moly.
That kid's going nowhere. Look him up on Instagram. Like,
Noah
this is
on
one
fire.
to watch for sure.
Yes.
That
Noah, you've
hit
got to stay
was
around.
So ill. We'll be seeing more of you for sure.
I agree. You're fine. The show was done. Definitely do
MVP,
what you had to do.
I hope he waits for his score though.
There's no score, unfortunately.
Oh, yeah. That was so sick.
Check out the length
Huge.
of this cliff. And then he's barely turning and jumping, both rocks.
That was
Straight
how
in.
you do it. Toby Radford style. Like, that was what I like to see. That's how I like to watch people ski.
Mm-hmm. Up.
MVP of the day for me, even with the crash.
Toby could just add a little link onto things. But
that was
Noah probably does too. Oh man, wow.
Is there a sick bird award or something? Like, where's the spirit award? That was line of the day.
Sickest move
for
of
me.
the day?
Yeah, for sure. Focus water that guy up.
Yeah. Por favor. All right.
Oh, and the hits just keep coming. One of my absolute favorites from New Zealand that I've gotten to meet. There's two twin brothers down there. I thought I was skiing behind Candide in the park. They got the same style, nice backpack. Yeah. This is going to be Finn Powell. Finn Powell got the invite to the Challengers on this side of the pond, and Locke got the invite on the other side of the pond, so they're splitting forces. One's competing over here, and one's doing over here. I would love to see Finn put one down. Two of the nicest kids. Very quiet spoken, never pull their buff down, but man, their skiing does the talking. Like, look at the tail drag. No one skied out of the top like that. He's playing with it.
Absolutely. Finn in for the play with a beautiful 360, just putting his head down, grabbing his ski. Like if he had time for it, and yes, he does.
Yep, and making smooth work of that one that we just saw Noah get taken down on. And he is going to come in off this nice side hit there. Smooth, easy peasy.
How confident was that takeoff? We could almost see his eyes with the drone. That was really nice.
And here we go. I wonder what he is going to line up here. He's looking for the big dog with a huge backflip.
Incredible
and
backflip.
just a washout. That landing is not good.
This landing is not good.
If you're watching the live stream.
Oh, well.
Yeah, Heartbreak Hotel, but ooh. Little bit of a shifty, but unfortunately not the result that Finn was looking for. But go check out these two brothers on Instagram, some of the nicest kids around, coming all the way from New Zealand to come over here and hang out with you weirdos on this side of the pond. So,
yay, Lack, his bro probably at the bottom. He was forerunning this morning, kind of showing everybody how the snow was. And man, what a run! Honestly, the idea behind it was definitely top of the day. And
yeah, like look at this. We've been watching people try and get a 360 around, and he was able to grab off that one. Pretty sick and just nice and smooth in the air. He always shifties like the Finn Billis, looking steezy. And then, yeah, unfortunately just going, I should have called this Heartbreak Hotel today because the success rate on this thing has been unfortunately low. Putting it to his feet, but just can't hang on. And then, yeah, getting a little bit bucked on this one, but it was already over anyway.
Too bad. He had some style in the air.
Yeah, two of the nicest kids around. These two kids come every single junior competition in New Zealand and help the whole day. They're the super ski dudes. Like, they will come and sit at the top of the venue all the way from the U10s all the way up through. And, like, to me, that means so much more than being a good skier. Like, they're really for the community, for the culture.
Fully dedicated to the community. 26 points, for Finn Powell. All right. And we'll come in from France. The next rider at here is Rudy Collet.
Yeah, and we are down to our final 4 ski men of the day. We would have had 5, but unfortunately, Gabriel, we send you our love down in Sion, where I'm sure you are now. And yeah.
Absolutely.
So final 4 of the day. So these guys kind of have watched the whole day. They know what's skiing well. They know what's not working. So hopefully they're using that to their best of their ability and coming in.
All right, 30 years old. Rudy's been trying to qualify for the World Tour. It's his dream for years now, and he's definitely got everything that is needed for it. All right, look at him. He is fast.
And he's a local kid from?
Chamonix.
Chamonix, cool. Yep, and here's the flattest cliff in the world. No problem. He's French.
Wow.
That's what they do.
Yep, just stomping that
I go
massive
off the biggest
building.
one to the flattest landing. C'est parfait.
C'est parfait.
And
All
then
right,
coming up,
check this out.
unique line here.
Doubling it down. Yes, Rudy Collet. Just showing us how it is done.
And then here we go off the nose. Let's see.
Allez.
Finally, someone landed it.
Absolutely. And you could see, yeah, he did not decide to backflip.
Yes, please, speed.
He wanted to focus and make sure he was stumping
really
it.
want to see someone hit that like it
Wow.
hit. But taking the Mila De La Rue exit, that was a great run for Rudy. Nice smooth skiing, creative double in the middle, mixing it up between the high speed and the big features and the more technical Billy Goaty stuff.
Parfait, Rudy Collet. Ça rend les frangins, ça rend les copains super fiers. Bien joué. Quelle jolie ligne.
Yeah,
All
we're
right,
go
he's going to
back.
be stoked.
This cliff is the worst cliff I've ever seen, but making easy work of it. Whoa, looks like he bent his pole somewhere in the run too. Or maybe that's just what he's skiing with. And then, yeah, look at this landing here. It's pretty clean for how flat it is. Definitely not taking as much speed as some of the people we saw earlier in the day, but yeah, he's stoked on that. Stoked to put one down.
Yeah.
I mean, I always say, like, even if you don't ski your hardest, if you put one down, it's like, it's a darn good feeling. Giving some love to the people. And a new current leader with an 84. They loved that double stager up there.
They did. Rudy Collet qui prend la première place avec ses 84 points.
And that's line score to a T. He linked up the biggest features of the day, did something creative that no one has done.
100%.
And
He
yeah.
could resist a flat landing
And I
coming
think
down.
for all the kids that do throw big tricks all the time, it's like you can win with different styles sometime, and that's what's cool to see. That was a
big mountain.
Yeah, that was one of the more big mountain lines I've seen on this face. I've seen this more of a freestyle venue in the past, but I think with the low tide this year, it's making it a little bit more of a big mountain venue where you have to be super on it and super thoughtful about where you're skiing. And then going back to the top, no one knows who this kid is. Just kidding. It is Victor Hale Woods. He's been doing this for a long time. His father is the one that took care of me for 6 years on the world tour, making me live some of my best adventures in my life. I know Victor would love to be on the tour, but he's going to do it fair and proper with everyone else. And
absolutely.
Yeah, putting in the gladiator pit. I've seen Victor do some of the biggest moves I've ever seen on the Challenger. I'm hoping today that he's going to ski smart.
Exactly, that's what he's got to do.
Based on the snow conditions, but you never know with this kid. Sometimes he'll go cat out of the bag and do a 60-foot 360. So yeah, coming in the top here, looking smart and smooth so far off the top feature. Really
Nice
strong,
riding.
good skiing.
Ooh, coming
And
into
then the flattest cliff in the world. Boom, perfect stomp. That's how
Bam.
you do it.
We can see people, we can hear people cheering him up. Yes, as he's dropping in the central couloir.
And then
Flying down it.
I would imagine him to go nowhere else, but yeah, smart move from, yo. No.
Massive backflip, what a save!
Hold on to it. That was cowboy, that was amazing. Did you see the shade came in right when he landed the backflip?
Absolutely, that was rowdy as, and he definitely had something else for us at the bottom that he's missed. But you know what? If straight is straight, just gotta
That was
follow.
really cool. Probably the best angle we've seen off that all day. Hackle went a little bit to the skiers right. That was like quite a bit more fall line and proper. Really smart. I figured that he would have gone into the big flat feature with the way that he normally skis. So really cool to see him finding a good landing and being smart about it. I think for him that's going to be good style for the future.
Oh yeah. check this out.
And yeah, just
how he absorbs every shot with his knees.
Yeah. And good skiing out of everything. Like a lot of this was crazy though. Cowboy maneuver on his tails, back up on his feet, but never really put a hand down.
Yeah.
Definitely not what he wanted to do, but
a bit smaller than what he wanted to do. All right, I think Victoria's just realizing what has just happened.
But super nice kid, always very welcoming. It's been always fun to see him when we come to Verbier. And
I bet.
Viens, c'est bon, bah. Moi j'ai juste sauté tout. Ouais. J'ai fait en haut, mais en haut j'étais moins fat que toi. Après j'ai fait une double au milieu.
So yeah, the judges have a lot to think about with this one, because had he maybe gotten one more feature, that could have been pretty darn close for that top spot. But with missing those bottom features at the bottom, you know, those judges have to be fair, and we'll see what they do with it. But up until that point, really good run.
Second place with 82 points. Bravo, Victor.
Yeah, that would have been
All right,
the one
jumping on the
if you-
podium. I told you everything could still shift. And this is kind of what's happening.
It's not over till it's over. And only 2 competitors left for the day. We've been sitting here in the sun all day, hanging out, trying to get rehydrated. People are listening to the electronic music and eating raclette over on the slope across from us. But up next, our second to last competitor of the day. This is Xavier Chervet.
Chervet.
Chervet?
Chervet.
Xavier. I know how to say Xavier, so it's good. C'est cool.
Xav. Et c'est parti pour Xavier, le Suisse qui nous vient des Portes du Soleil, qui ride maintenant à Verbier et dans les 4 vallées. Encore un petit élève de Robin d'Arbelay qui nous écoute. Allez, big up au travail de tous les coachs à Verbier.
Yeah, he's
Ça
got.
fait plaisir, ça paye.
If you don't know Robin and you come to Verbier, you never went to Verbier. He's kind of the coach of the place. Probably my favorite person to ski with when I come here. And yeah, he's the coach of Martin Bender and a bunch of the Gory the Gory crew.
Absolutely. Yeah, and going for his first hit. Yep, Xavier just landing, managing his speed out there. Second hit. All right. Nice and smooth. Xavier is getting, all right, over the roller. He now can probably see the bottom of the face. Jumping huge into the couloir.
Yep, same pocket air that we saw Victor just have good success with. And then here's where the decisions come into play is what features are you going to hit at the bottom? How much do you want to risk it? And he's going to risk it, going for the big flat dog with some speed. And a
Nice.
perfect landing off it, pretty much.
Absolutely. He did land a little bit further than Rudy's tracks, I believe. It was really clean. And big one at the bottom.
So yeah, good run out of Xavier. Really smooth skiing. Robon's going to be happy with that one. Linking up all the features. Not any big bobbles or issues from what I
Clean
can see.
as.
Maybe a little back slap off the big air, but
I'd like to see the replay indeed,
Yeah.
because that's what might make the difference. But man, yeah, Xavier, you've been jumping big stuff out there. We can see the mat mount, a little cigarette there.
yeah, so here we go for the replay. That's that pocket air kind of above the main meat down here. And this is the big cheeseburger flat one. Yeah, a little bit of a hand down, but not too bad. Those judges will watch for that though too. And then, yeah, clean off the bottom.
Clean, yeah.
Clean, simple. I think a lot of guys try and put their ego
Stumping.
too much into it sometimes and don't remember that it's a contest and you gotta land. Like, smart skiing out of Xavier.
En vrai, c'est bien, hein, c'est un type, enfin, je pense.
I don't think it'll be enough to knock.
Autant mettre droit et prendre plein de points que, tu vois.
Do you think it would be enough to knock Benoit from the podium?
I never like to make this call. I'm not
Yeah.
judging today, Ellie. I'm hanging out.
We don't have to. That's the lucky place of the speakers, and yeah, all we can say is that they're definitely some of the top runs. And when they're very, very well executed like this, this is what we want to see. All right. It looks like Ludwig is writing down his arms more than on his paper. Big up to the judges. They're doing some really, really focused job, being concentrated all day. We started at 9 a.m. this morning. Thanks to you guys for watching, keeping it alive.
Shout out sunscreen. Yeah, right? Just sweating.
Will Tucker making some jokes out there.
Ouais, j'ai fait la
All right.
Et après, j'ai fait la double.
Rudy explaining what he's just done and kind of why he is on the stepping on the first place at the moment.
Yeah, I think that big one for him is that double.
68 points for Xavier. Interesting.
So yeah, getting a little bit dinged for that wheelie. Maybe not skiing as fluid and as fast as some of those other lines, but it's the way the cookie crumbles.
Oh, he is so burned. All right. Well, at least, I mean, he gave the best. And again, it's not the judges that decide if this was a happy ski day or not. So well done, Xavier. Okay, this is the last rider of the day. Andrew Gabancio is in the start gate. He is 18. He's been proving us he's level, yeah, some incredible riding up to now. From Lizark, part of the team avec la Ski Academy. Allez, c'est parti!
And I have to say, he's got the biggest dream written down here, which is kissing Madonna, which I think all of us would be keen to do that. So let's give it up for Gabon. He's got a good sense of humor. It's all about your athlete bio.
360 ink at the top of the space. Yes, let's go, Gabon. You're starting the things off the right way.
Yep, and off the side of the big flat pyramid there that took Nemo out. Fluid, smooth skiing. And yes, finally, we have another taker for this double here. Let's see if he hits it the same way or a little bit different. Going off the nose. Little bit of a sit down on the landing, but he's got it back together, up in control again. Looking like he's going to get to his other feature right here, coming off the side of this one. And little air, nothing super huge, but flying out the bottom.
Absolutely flying down, and he knew exactly where he was going. Yes, we can.
Oh no! And that's why it's the Heartbreak Hotel. And it threw his airbag out.
Oh, this is so unfortunate. We can hear all of his buddies just cheering up from the bottom line out there, and they're waiting for him. Gabon! Oh, he had such a line. Everybody's kind of disappointed. This last hit is taking, yeah, it's just taking the top spot away from him, unfortunately. But what a line.
Yeah, and you can see this is that big move there that not many people hit, and making pretty clean work of it, just fighting to hold on. Such a shame when you have it so close, you think you're back on your feet, and then unfortunately this bottom air here, just a little bit too flat, kind of gets wheelied out. And yeah, took his airbag out of the bag with him.
Yeah, he can't hide it. He's touched the ground.
Yeah, he'll be back in the next one, and we are excited. He's already got a third place this season in La Rosière, so he's got some points to work with. So, oh, never mind.
Wrong guy. Sorry.
Yep.
18 and 7.
7th.
Okay, 46 points for Gabon. Well, this is still a good bunch of points for that hole. So,
yeah, and that's what it's about. It's not a free ride comp unless the airbag gets pulled. Now it's the good time of the contest. Everyone's down. You can, if you crashed, you can celebrate with your friends. If you win, you celebrate your friend who won.
Absolutely. What a day. What a show. Wow. Yeah, April, some really, really good skiing today on the Mont Blanc for this 2025 Nendaz Freeride Challenger.
Yeah.
It is an airbag party out there at the bottom line. Yes.
That's what it's about. Really is a big community here, big family, and look at them there with their big halos up. Every competitor has to ski with an airbag here, so Yeah, making some fun with them. Look at them on their big orange donuts behind them.
Absolutely. Making some really good advertisement for safety in the mountains. All right, so we're going to get the final results of the day really quickly. On the first place pour la France. Ensuite, deux Suisses sur le podium. C'est Victor Elwoods on the second place. Paul de Portales on the third place, followed straight after by America.
Alex Hackle. Stoked.
yeah.
Benoit, Hugo, Douglas, Maxime. A lot of crashes and some people down at the bottom. A lot of crashes today, actually.
A good bunch of crashes, you know? Like,
yep, it's
the
hard.
Snow was not the most forbidding. And yeah, it's definitely a lot for...
And then, yeah, unfortunately, Noah at the very bottom there, but man, that
What
run.
a line.
Yeah, what a line at the bottom. What a man. We'll see more of him. And yeah, now it's celebration time in the Swiss Alps. We are, yeah, it's après. Time to go down to Nanda.
I guess it is après. Absolutely. Everybody. Everybody is stoked. Man, we're sending so much love for Gab Bléton, who got very, very unfortunate today. Just getting injured in the middle of the face. He was sending it so hard. All right. Highlights of the day of the ski man. All right, and this is the end of the 2025 Nendaz Freeride Challenger by Orage out here on Mongon. What a spectacular day. Honestly, Bluebird, 15 centimeters of batter. Everybody's just been sanding so hard. Yeah, congrats to all of the riders. Massive big up to all of the staff as well, to the judges, to the organization. Cyril Lanfranchi, bravo again. This is an absolute success over here. This is the end of the Nendaz Freeride week, and there's been so much happening this week.
Yeah, Nanda's the hub of freeride over here.
I just want to say it might not quite be the end, because there's a possibility of partying with Andrew Pollard later tonight, and yeah, that doesn't stop until we finish tonight. I think the Nendaz Freeride.
Absolutely, and Will Tucker's back in the booth.
Stormed back in after such exciting. It was glad not to have the stress of having to call those runs.
Sweet, this is the podium of the day. Rudy Collet on the first place. Victor Elwoods, deuxième, et Paul de Portales à la troisième place. What a podium today.
Shout out, yeah, Paul de Portales. I think that's 2 podiums in a row, isn't it? And with the family bereavement recently, so cool to see him keep his head together and put another one down like that today. Obviously, Victor Hale-Woods, just what a performance. The speed of it, loose but lit by definition. And yeah, just for the whole field, really, obviously, Rudy topping that out with one of the best performances we've seen on the Mongon. I thought it was going to be sketchy conditions and maybe not deep enough to really go as big as they did. But how's your feeling, Andrew? I feel like since you came through the challenges many, many moons ago, as it was 4-star then, like how's the level progressed at this level?
The level's always progressing. My biggest thing today is I saw a lot of really smart skiing. I kind of rolled over here and thought that it was just going to be dangerous with the low tide this year, and it was really actually cool to watch people ski smart. That's what I look at as skiers, and it's, yeah, these kids are getting smarter. I don't like the huck and pray mentality, so it was good to see people do stuff that they could land. It was like really smart
Absolutely.
skiing from
I mean,
everyone.
you've been a really good inspiration to watch on the tour. That was definitely your signature. Just like do what you know that you can stump and stump it.
And do it really
every
good
time.
and smooth. Yeah,
Absolutely.
So really cool, really special. Thanks for having me, Nanda, and like, yeah, can't wait to come back.
Always
again.
a pleasure. Please come back. All right, actually, this is
I'm
not
Swiss
the
now.
end.
The honour of having 6 years on the world tour, all the experience of Andrew Pollard, and one who truly gives back to the sport every day he can. He's always out at these contests, either organising them, judging them, just being a good person for the sport, and we can't thank you enough. Andrew Pollard, ladies and gentlemen, what a day.
Absolutely, and we've got more coming. If you are in Nanda or just around, please come tonight. The Nendaz Freeride Village is right here at the bottom in town. There's so much going on out there. All of the kids are going to be playing around. There's an airbag that they can jump out of. The prize giving ceremony is going to happen tonight at 5 at the Met Mount Hotel, our beautiful partner. And then at 9 tonight at the Cactus Bar. Please come to the world premiere of the BC Invitational video movie from this year. That's going to be real cool. And it's going to be followed by some really nice partying tonight at the Baraka from 10 on, and later from 11 on at De Lapin Vert. What a program!
Many careers have been started and ended by the Nendaz Freeride, and it's that after party we've got to make it through tonight, folks. Make sure you come and join us. It's going to be a great time. And yeah, Baraka from 10 o'clock. But of course, World Tour, World Premier of the BC Invitational at 9 o'clock. I've been talking for too long today.
Absolutely. All right. Just a last big up to all of our sponsors. Really, this would not be possible. It's a lot to put on. It's a lot to put on the live show. So yeah, incredible action from them, from the North Face, from the Nanda Fall Valleys, from the Met Mount, from Focus Weather as well, and the Lottery Romand. Thanks everybody for watching. We'll see you very shortly next weekend at Monte Rosa Freeride Paradise for the next challengers, and then the 2 Austrian stops. See you soon. Stay tuned.
Shout out Elise Buff, everybody. What a job. What a human being. Thank you. Let's go.